Well, I guess I'm first. First to enter. Probably won't be the last to leave, but so any Ball Earthers who's still not sure, I was in a similar position. Doubt. If you have any doubt, then it's not a ball by any stretch of any imagination. If you're 100%, prove it. Strange thing is that these flat Earth rooms have been going for what? I mean, as far as what I'm aware of, anyway, probably longer, but I don't know. Like 2 months. So that's 2 months of many people from all over the world, not just like from England. And you have to think about the people who don't get involved because, you know, they see they don't stand a chance. And those who think they have a chance, well, they try to take the opportunity to prove that they're right. They've all failed. This is what we would call an epic fail on the highest level. Where does that leave, you know, the future generations if the people now? So we're constantly stuck in this ancient mentality because we still don't know. We are like the ancients. They didn't know. We don't know. People claim they know. It's just a claim. It's not fact. You know, it sounds just crazy that when you know the truth and you have something, you're trying to give it to others, and they're kind of fighting the gift or something, the gift of knowledge. I mean, I thought people liked knowledge. I thought they liked information. I thought they liked to progress. Yet we're standing still, or we're going backwards. So I think it's our duty to protect. Just, you know, like they kind of see the Ball Earthers see themselves as the police of the world or something like this, and we're here to protect. You know, other people from your insanity. Well, there's going to be like some kind of civil unrest because unless, you know, the same government that we both are both under does something about this, they could squash this overnight. And the fact that you guys don't see that, you say, well, why should they satisfy a few flat earthers? Well, if you think a few is 1 million, 2 million, well, you know, again, you're changing the way that we see normal things. Millions of people is not just a few. If millions of people all over the world are demanding something from their governments, why aren't you joining that to shut the whole thing up? Why are you against it? Why is anybody against it? That should never be the case. You should be in line with humanity, and everything should be settled. It's like you enjoy the chaos. It's like you usually would have nothing to do. You didn't have this chaos. Everybody should be coming together and saying, okay, so you think it's flat? We're going to prove you wrong, because this can't continue. We can't go on with a bunch of crazy people going around thinking the earth is flat. Now,
there aren't a million believers.
Well, Eric Dubay's video has 1 million views.
So what?
So the video underneath it also has 1 million views. So if you take...
Did I watch it?
You watched it.
Yeah, am I a believer?
Well, why did you watch it?
No. Am I a believer?
Well, you must be if you watched it. Only believers would watch it.
No.
Well, you don't watch something that you don't necessarily. What I
So
mean
you're
is,
saying it's not possible for somebody to watch it and not believe it?
no, yeah, you can watch it and not believe it. But what I mean is
Then why did you bring up the number of views as evidence of number of believers?
because there are so many videos, the chances of you coming across that video would be, relatively slim. So
Your logic is false and flawed. Doesn't make any sense.
well, I'm just going by probability and
No, you're not. You're making things up.
it is kind of making it up, but it looks.
No, it's not. It's not kind of. It literally is.
Well, if you have 1 million people
Mhm.
watching something,
Mhm.
yes, that means they have an opinion on it.
Uh-huh.
So that means flat Earth is in their paradigm, whether they believe it or not. Like,
None of that makes sense. You need to really speak coherently.
no, because my neighbors haven't watched this. They don't believe in flat Earth, so they wouldn't care to watch this video. If it popped up on their recommended, they would just ignore it. So the fact that anybody clicks on that video has to be intrigued by it.
But not a believer.
No, but I think you're curious. You're intrigued by what's going on.
Yeah, but intrigue doesn't mean a believer.
Not yet. You don't.
Can I study other religions and not follow those religions? Yes.
No, that's
It
different.
happens. No, it's not different. It's a belief, right? It's a belief
No,
system.
that's different because you can go to school and learn all kinds
happens.
of subjects.
Yeah, it happens the world over all the time, but all sorts of things. The bottom line is you're being very disingenuous, dishonest about this, and you really shouldn't.
Disingenuous about what? The views, 1 million views.
You presented the number of views as some kind of evidence. That's simply not.
So you don't believe there is 1 million flat earthers?
No.
You think there's 10 flat earthers? So, I mean, again, you would just be guessing if you were to estimate the amount of flat earthers. If you said there are 50,000 flat earthers, you wouldn't know that. You would just simply be guessing.
That's correct.
Right. So I'm just estimating by the video.
No, you said there are. You didn't make a guesstimate.
So
And
what would you base your guess on?
well, number one,
Mhm.
how many shilts who listen and pay attention to these live hangouts on a daily basis?
The
30 or 40?
hangouts are new. Not everybody's going to want to speak.
They've been around for over a year.
Not flat
Couple
earth.
years.
Not flat earth.
Yeah, they have. But I've been following them for that long.
Oh well, I don't know about a year. Well, I didn't know. I thought it was all about God and religion and the Big Bang and before the flat Earth. So I don't know. You're right. I don't know. So as far in the last 3 months, I've seen a growth.
No, there's somebody. Okay, so like I said, I've been messing around with this for a year, and there was a growth this time last year as far as how many people got online and talked and how many different people were running them.
Mhm.
And that has fallen off significantly in the last 3 months. Significant. Like, look how many people are in here. But the other thing to consider is, there was a petition that went to the White House months ago.
What?
Got-
The what?
Yeah, there's a petition, some kind of petition for NASA to do this or that
Yeah.
to satisfy someone's claims, and it got like 2,000
Right.
signatures. I
What
think.
does that mean?
So at a minimum, we don't know, right? But we
but-
definitely can't say
Yeah.
that there are a million.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm
Uh-huh.
simply saying
Mhm.
there's just one video that I know of with 1 million views. That's
Sure.
it. So
Okay.
if there were 2 or 3, in fact, I saw just the other day this guy. He was breaking up with his girlfriend because she was a flat earther, and he wasn't, and that got 2 million views.
So that's how social media works, right? You link something interesting, and people watch it to make them believers.
Yeah, I take it with that one. I don't think they were flat earthers.
Okay.
Like 2 million. But if you're going to watch a flat Earth video, I think the majority are flat Earth people.
No, I mean I watch.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
No,
waste
I
your
wouldn't.
time.
What are you talking about? Do you know who I am?
Yeah, you wouldn't spend your time watching hours and hours of flat Earth videos.
Yeah, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
I do it now.
No, you don't. You believe in a ball Earth, so something like this, you just be like, no, I'm not watching that. I know what they're going to say, blah, blah, blah.
It's interesting. Like a lot of them are. It's a math problem. It's a problem. It's a challenge. Like, why can I see this or explain that, or how does this work? And it's interesting for me to look at. And
You see, the thing is, what you've got, they've given you a ball, just any. They could have given you any size of a ball, anything, and give you the equation or the math for it, and you would have been like, look, there's your equations. So it doesn't matter what the size of the ball is, as long as it's a ball. They could give you any size of a ball. They could give you any measurements. They could have given you a ball the size of the sun, and everything would have still worked according to you. It would have fitted according to you. See? It could have been the size of the moon. It doesn't matter. And that's the problem. That
well, some of the math wouldn't work out though. But I don't understand where you're going with this.
because it's just an imaginary ball that they've given you to work with. Yeah.
How
So
does
they
any of
could
that?
give you-
How does any of that prove it's imaginary?
I've just told you. They could have given you they could have said the Earth is the size of the sun, like however big the sun is. They could have said the Earth is that big, and you would have still said, "Look, everything works."
No, everything wouldn't work. A lot of things would be very, very different. In fact,
No, they wouldn't be. It'd just be exactly the same, but on a bigger ball.
well, sure, a bigger ball has more gravitational pull to it.
Yeah, but exactly.
The length of
Hold on,
of days
You're right.
and whatnot would be different.
you're right, but they would still have an equation for it.
But what is your point? So what?
So the point is that if they just give you any size of a ball, you can as long as I stay within your ball, that they've given us, you're going to be right.
No, I'm not.
That
The,
doesn't,
the equations would change.
yeah, but it doesn't comport with reality. That's the difference.
Yes, anything large. What is it?
What is it?
You said it doesn't comport with reality. What doesn't comport with reality?
What you're saying happens on, like, you want to know why the sun doesn't change size, things like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? So on a flat Earth that works, but you just can't understand how it works.
No, on a flat Earth, it doesn't work.
Exactly, you're saying it doesn't work, so that is a mystery to you. That's when the supernatural starts to come into play. You're like, oh my God, that's magic. How would that work on a flat Earth? That's the point. You have to start researching how
You can't
that
research a magic, can you? You can't research magic. How do you do that?
Yeah, but you don't believe in magic. So how would
Do
you
you believe
research magic?
That's what I'm asking you. You told me I should research it. How do you believe in magic?
I don't believe in
Or rather,
magic. I don't believe in magic. I'm saying, you're saying it doesn't work on a flat Earth, but it clearly does. So in your head
how does it clearly does? How does that work?
hold on. So in your head now, you're saying, well, it just doesn't work on a flat Earth, but it works on a flat Earth. So the problem is yours. You have to
But
think.
no, it doesn't work. That's the thing.
But if it's flat and it's working, what do you say about that?
Well, that means it's not flat.
No, it doesn't mean that. That's the point. That's the point. That's what you're missing. We're on a flat Earth. Everything is working. Now you have to explain that.
No, you have to explain how it's flat and working.
No, that's
Because-
not my job. That's a scientist's job to do that.
Well, you don't believe the scientists.
Well, because they're lying. They need to find out how the sun doesn't change size on the flat Earth. That's supernatural, man. That's
No,
like,
it's,
wow.
it's not supernatural because the Earth is round and that's why it doesn't change size.
Pure asked the question about how did people see the sun from this position, that position, that position. That's something that you scientists have to seriously start looking at. How is that possible?
It's not possible on a flat Earth. That's the point.
No, but if it's working, you're missing the point. We're on a flat Earth. It works.
No, we're not. That's the point. We're not on a flat Earth because it doesn't work
You
on a
get
flat Earth.
what I mean? You know what I mean? Because we're on a flat Earth already, and it's working. So now
No.
you're baffled. Like, goodness me, how is this possible? This can't be possible.
Because the Earth's not flat.
So this is when the supernatural comes into play, and you don't want to fall into that.
No, there's no supernatural though. That's the point.
So how does it work then? How does the sun not change size on a flat Earth?
It doesn't. The Earth's not flat. That's all there is to it.
No, you can't use that as an answer. You have to explain.
No. Well, then you have to explain how it works on a flat Earth.
No, you're the scientist. I'm asking a question. You have to tell me how that works on
That's
a
the
flat
answer.
Earth.
It doesn't. That's the answer.
So all you can say to me, it's supernatural. It's like magic. It's a mystery. That's the
No.
answer that you would give me.
I just gave you the answer. It's that the Earth's not flat.
No, forget the ball. Okay. If you had to give an answer of why that worked on a flat Earth, you would have to say, well, good. You scratch your head and say, goodness me, I can't explain that. That's supernatural. That's all you'd have to answer, because you would say, this is unbelievable. This is impossible. How can this happen?
If the Earth were flat, yeah, it would be magic.
Right. Thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. That's my point. That's what I've been trying to stress, is that all these things that you're saying, well, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Well, clearly it works because we're on a flat Earth and
No, we're
everything's
not.
working.
No, we're not. That's the
Well,
thing.
that's
You're wanting to ignore evidence,
You're
right?
just
To
gonna
maintain
waste your time. You're just
worldview.
going to waste your time saying all this when you could get the Nobel Prize by finding that out. But you want to waste your time.
No, we've already found it out.
No, you can't use a board. Forget the board and come up
Why
with an
not?
answer.
Why not?
Forget the board. Yeah, forget the board.
But
and
why
come-
not?
Why what?
Why do we have to forget it?
Because I want you to give me well, you've just given me, actually, it'd be magic, but I want you to give me a scientific answer of how to explain it.
There is none.
And well, there has to be.
No, there isn't.
Even if you made it up, there has to be.
You can't make up a scientific answer.
Well, there has to be. You'd have to have some type of numbers, or is the math too much? Like the numbers
No,
are too detailed.
No, it doesn't work. Nothing works. It doesn't work. It's nothing about detail or size or complexity.
Well,
they just don't work.
and that's the problem, you see. If it's already flat and it's already working, then you have to find the answer and the reason.
Well, those two ifs, only one of them is true.
All right, 6 foot man, 250 foot object.
Mhm.
What's the distance that can never ever be seen ever again?
Is the object illuminated?
No. The man is at the beach, 6 foot tall. He's looking straight out. He sees an object. It's 250 foot tall. Could be anything. When he looks forward with the telescope or not, when will he never ever ever see that object ever again? How far? How many miles out?
Oh, okay. With or without refraction?
Without refraction.
Without. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to open Google and type in the Metabunk curve calculator.
Oh, you don't know?
Well, why should I know off the top of my head?
Well, you should know this. You're a scientist.
Well, I'm not a scientist, but no, I shouldn't know that. But what I'd like you to do it. Right? I can show you how to use the calculator.
Go on, I'm listening.
Did you find the calculator yet?
What? Just any calculator, yeah?
No, Google Metabunk curve calculator.
Oh, come on. I don't really want to have to go through that.
Oh, well, you want me to go through it?
Yeah, it'd be better if you do it, because I don't want to make any mistakes and you say, oh, you've done that wrong and you've done this wrong. But the point is, anyway, because you can't, I mean, I want to like, this will clarify it for me, right?
I mean, I could give you a guess, and then
Go on,
double
yeah.
check it.
That's it. Be more normal and just give me an estimate.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. 6 foot tall, 250 feet up. Completely gone. Let's see, 3 miles, 6 miles. We've got almost 6 foot. I'm gonna say 25, maybe.
25 miles, right? That's 6 foot tall, yeah?
Let me double check that. 25 miles hidden would be 322 feet. So the actual answer
I can
is
give
going
you
to
that.
be
If you want
about
25 miles, yeah?
22.5 miles is about
That's at 6 foot, right?
Mhm.
So in order to see that object again, you would have to go higher, elevate, yeah? So listen to this. So you've got the 6 foot man standing on the beach in the same in one position, yeah, and then you have next to him a 5 foot man, and next to him is a 7 foot man. I'm not asking you to work out the equations for that. Just keep at the 6 foot man. But and in the line, so obviously along that beach, people get smaller, 6 foot, 5 foot, 4 foot, 3 foot, and on the other side. So the people to the right of him who were taller, they would obviously see that object, but the people to the left of him would have no chance of seeing that object, right?
The thing about the concept is right. You know, different heights, they should see, some should see more, some should see less. The problem is that when you got just a couple feet apart, the amount of difference they're going to see is going to be really, really negligible. So maybe if you had a guy like 30 feet up and another 60 feet up. But anywho, yeah, you're right. You're right. They would see, you know, in a very, very literal sense, they would see different amounts of the object.
Yeah, that's right. You can't change that now. If the 6 foot man can see, you know, he can just about see the object, that means the 5 foot man could never, or the 4 foot man could never see the object, right?
Yeah, in concept, right.
What does that mean in concept?
Well, I'm afraid with you to commit to a very literal statement, because what you'll do is you'll latch on to it at some point and try to use it as proof of something, if that makes sense.
Well, it is proof of something. If the 6 foot man is standing there, next to him is a 5 foot man, and next to that 5 foot man is a 4 foot man, and then on the other side is a, 8 foot, 9 foot, and they all look forward. Using everything is accurate, measured perfectly. The 10 foot man should obviously see more, and the 5 foot man, the 4 foot man will see nothing. They'll just see the horizon, right?
And at this distance, the distance and height of 1 foot will give you about a 12-foot difference in how much they can see of the object, if that makes sense. So for every foot taller you get, you can see about 10, 12 feet more.
Okay, but I just want to clarify that the 5 foot, the 4 foot man will not see anything.
He will see less, right?
Less.
If we're perfectly at, if it's perfectly,
you're doing what this other guy did. Almost everything. I said the 6 foot man will never ever see that object again.
Sure, yeah. We'll just go with it and see where this goes.
You said 22 or 20 something miles.
Mm-hmm.
So the 6 foot man will never ever see that object ever again. The 7 foot man,
right.
The 7 foot man can. The 8 foot man, he can.
Mm-hmm.
But the 6 foot man can never ever see that object again. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the 5 foot man has no chance.
Right.
And the 4 foot man, forget about it.
Right.
And so on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, okay, here's another question then. So are you saying then, let's say for example, let's add refraction. Are you saying that, let's say the 6 foot man saw the object because of refraction, the 5 foot man also sees it because of refraction?
It would.
Okay.
It adds a little bit more as far as how much you can see.
But does everybody see the refraction?
Everybody sees a little bit more, and
I'm not asking that. I'm saying, does everybody see the refraction?
Well, I mean, it would depend on how much, but sure, we'll just say yes, because let's see where you go with this.
So all along the beach, let's say it goes down. Let's say it goes 6 foot all the way down to 3 foot, and then back up 4, 5, 6, back up to 6. Are you saying all those people around the beach will see the refraction?
Sure.
And then how far around would you just not notice it?
Well, that depends on how much refraction there is.
What distance from the 6 foot man going left or right,
Uh-huh.
would you not see? So how many miles away to his left?
Left to right. You mean like people standing in a left to right line, shoulder to shoulder, looking
Right,
at
but
the
the sequence is so let's say on his right it goes up to 12 foot and then back to 11, 10, 9, and then when it gets to 3 it goes back to 4, 5, 6, all the way around.
Mhm.
So how many miles until that the last guy doesn't see refraction? So the guy who sees refraction and the guy who doesn't see refraction.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't even
See, this is how deep it is, Negator. You've got some serious work to do. You scientists need to get out there and find these are the science questions that we should have been asking in school. Okay.
But this question's really, really, really contrived and doesn't really mean anything.
No, it does. It proves everything. It breaks down that we're not seeing refraction and we're seeing the actual building. So when you talk about Chicago skyline, it's nothing to do with refraction. It's really there.
No, but that's not true because
So if you were to take a line of people from that photographer, like I said, left and right, how far to the left and the right in a big circle would they start to lose the refraction?
Well, the refraction is caused by the atmosphere between the observer and what they're seeing, right? So if you've got a big circle of people around this object, like a giant, a gigantic circle, there could be atmosphere between some viewers causing it, and the atmosphere on the other side of the object and between the viewers on the right side of it, it is not causing any. All temperature and air density and humidity and all that stuff.
So how did we see that island then at 3 foot and at sea level?
Refraction.
That wasn't refraction, it was there.
Did you look real close at the picture of the island?
It can't be refraction because the distance is correct. Unless the refraction is 31 miles, like the illusion is 31 miles, then I agree. But the actual distance from the shore to the island is 31 miles.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so you can't say it's refraction if you're looking at something that's 31 miles.
Well, you're not supposed to see it, right? Like, that's the point of this, is that without refraction, you shouldn't see it?
Yeah, but you see it.
Right, and that's why it's refraction allowing you to see it.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is what you're looking at is 31 miles.
So what? Wait. You mean the object is 30?
Yeah, whatever you're looking at, whether it be refraction or the island, you're looking at something that is 31 miles away.
Right.
So it can't be refraction if refraction and object in the same place.
But it's not in the same place.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. That's my point. That's my point. Yes.
Refraction makes it look higher, right?
Well, that's the point. You'd have to. They measured from the beach to the image that they were looking at, and it's 31 miles. Not the refract. So you can call it what you want, but the image that they were looking at from the beach was 31 miles. So whatever you want to call it, it's 31 miles, and they can see it. So we can't have refraction and island in the same place. See?
It's not though. That's the point.
Yeah, refraction would have to be ahead of it.
Oh no. That's not what refraction does. I think you're confusing.
Go on then.
There's no.
Just a mirage. It's an illusion. It's in front of us. Yeah.
All refraction does is make something look higher or lower, right? So you stop thinking that because you can see it, it brings the image closer to the viewer, and that's why they can see it over the curve. But think of it as it makes the image.
That's exactly what happens.
No, it's not. It makes the image of you appear higher, right? Think about on top of each other.
Higher.
Yeah, higher.
What do you mean higher? It would make the whole building higher.
Well, it makes what you can see, or rather.
You see? Thank you. You know exactly. You know it. You know it. Negate it. It's what you can see. So how would it make only part of what you can see go higher? That doesn't make any sense.
It's not what you can see, right?
You just said it yourself. You slipped up, I think.
No, I didn't slip up.
You did.
I did use terminology that wasn't wasn't fitting, right?
You just slipped up. Go on, correct yourself.
Well, here's no, it's not. Like, okay, it doesn't bring.
Listen to me. Hold on, before you
It
continue.
doesn't bring the image closer.
Now
Okay.
listen, you've just said it goes higher than
Uh-huh.
the. So what I'm trying to say is, when we looked at the Chicago skyline, what we saw was on the roof of the building. What
I mean, you're thinking of it in really, really literal terms that don't really apply, but effective, sure, yes. What if you imagine one building on top of the other, right?
no,
but
no
it-
way.
The problem though is that
It would make the whole building go on top.
well, it doesn't have to.
Of course,
The light, because the thing that's bending, right, is the light bouncing off the object and reaching your eyes, and so there's still light bouncing off the bottom half of the building, right? It's just that light is bending slightly down as well, but that light is bending down and reaching the surface of the earth ahead of you, right? It doesn't reach your eyes, if that makes sense.
Well, I want to know then, where is this hologram? Is it on the building or in the water? On
It's
the
not,
water.
it's not a hologram.
Whatever you want to call it. Where is it? Is it on the water or on the building?
I think the problem is you're confusing like how this works.
No, I want to know where is it? Where is it?
It's not like a projection, right? It's not like light bouncing upwards so you can see like a floating city or something.
Well, tell me where it is then. Where is it? Where is this? Let's say, for example, okay, obviously it's not really there, but let's say we could put a marker, like a visible marker, then it should merge inside of this refraction. And refraction shouldn't be hard to demonstrate. We could do this anywhere over and over again. So we should be able to see where this illusion is happening. It needs to be measurable.
That's the hard part, is because every time you move, that the amount of it's going to bend in a different way to get to you.
So even fool scientists then. Scientists are fooled about
it's not-
where
It's not,
they're at.
it's not a fooling effect. It's that we understand the what causes it, right?
But you don't know where it
Might
is.
give you that.
That's strange that you don't know where the mirage is.
Well, it's because there is no like I said, it's not like a rainbow where you can see it in the sky.
Yeah, but you'd be able to put a pinpoint in the sky to say where that rainbow was. Yeah. So from our perspective on the ground, we would see the helicopter go through. The helicopter wouldn't see the rainbow,
Right.
but we could say go up a bit, down a bit, left a bit, blah blah blah, and then he could be in the rainbow, but he wouldn't know that.
Right.
But we would see that. So the same thing with this mirage. We should be able to send a helicopter to the position or any object, a light, anything, and say, go into that mirage, left a bit, right a bit, and then let's see if he crashes into something solid, or if he's really flying in like some invisible space. He's like, there's nothing around me. I'm flying in thin, just normal atmosphere, and we say, no, it looks like you're in the building now. That's what we need to see, Negator.
I mean, you're sort of on the right track, right? With the same thing with the rainbow, because the rainbow is a refraction as well. He wouldn't see it, right? But the other problem is that our image of the helicopter would be refracted partially as well.
Are you
Right.
saying that we couldn't fly a helicopter into a rainbow?
Well, you just said it.
No,
I
I'm
agree
asking
with
you. Are you saying
No.
we couldn't?
No, you can't.
Huh?
No, not at all.
No, not so he can see it, but so we can see it.
I mean, you could make it look like that, I guess. There wouldn't be a point where you could make it look like the helicopter's on the other side of the rainbow, and then it comes through it, and then you see the rainbow like on the helicopter's skin,
Why?
because that circle where the light is coming from that causes the rainbow, it's coming from a central point. Like if you saw the full circle of the rainbow, and you found out
Not a
that that's
circle, it's an arc.
not really. It is a circle. That's the thing, and it comes from light coming through a center point. Like if you imagine the dead center of that circle that you would create with the two half arcs. right? When you cross that point, you deflect the light a little bit, I guess.
Are you saying then we could never get to the other side of any rainbow?
No, Spurs are Spurs. Are you serious right now?
No, are you being serious?
I am, absolutely.
That's weird.
It is weird.
I don't mean so the helicopter man can see it, as in we go up. I mean standing from the ground, looking up.
Like if you went closer to the rainbow is going to move as well, because it's all about light coming in at certain angles and hitting an object and going through an object and being refracted. Right, just the same way if you saw a mirage, like you see pictures of Chicago skyline where the buildings are upside down and they're above the ground. If you were to fly a helicopter closer, right, zooming in on that mirage the entire time, it would warp back until it looked like the normal Chicago skyline.
No, I'm trying to think about that. I mean, you're saying there's only one side to a rainbow. Where is this rainbow then?
Well, it's just light. It's coming from a light source.
I'm not talking about as if you're going in, like we look. I'm talking about from the observer. We can direct somebody into the space of a rainbow. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
So that's not a problem. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right.
And you're trying to say, well, the helicopter would be refracted and you wouldn't see the helicopter, blah blah blah. I think you would see the helicopter.
No. What I'm saying is the reason you see refraction is because the light is passing through.
No, I get that.
Bits of atmosphere.
I'm not disputing that.
Let me show you something, or I'll link it to you and you can look at it, because it does show. Well, I'll just tell you about it. You probably won't watch it anyways. It's a video of a sailboat. I know we looked at it before, and the sailboat's it's only like 5 or 6 miles away, and you can't see the hull of it on the water because the water is black line sight of the water. And the flag, the mast looks fine, and the sail looks fine. And then the guy goes about 30 feet higher, and then he can see the sailboat all of a sudden.
See the what?
He can see the whole sailboat.
Oh, okay.
So prior to the curvature of the Earth is blocking line of sight to the bottom chunk of the sailboat, and then when he walked higher, he can then see it. Now, if you look in the background, which is like 15 to 20 miles away, you can clearly see drastic effects of refraction and the bending of trees and forests and light and wiggly objects that are supposed to be the ground. And that's, the boat is much closer, so there's much less atmosphere for the light to refract through. So he sees it normally, and then when you look past, you see a bunch of weird stuff. But if you were to fly real close, that weird stuff would slowly go away and then look normal again.
No, yeah, but my main concern is I have to debunk this refraction. I believe it, but I mean it has to be analyzed more in depth. You can't just call refraction for everything.
No, I agree. It's very complicated, and most of us that talk about it.
I'm almost forcing you guys to look further into your own science, because you have to answer these questions. You've never, you thought that you could just learn what you've learned and just tell everybody and nobody would question it. Yeah. And
no, we don't think that. We want, the only reason I know about it is because somebody asked, but we would like other people to also know. Right? Like, the refraction is really, really, really complicated, and I could give you all sorts of stuff to look at and read, and you can play with calculators like.
Right. So listen to what I'm trying to say. You're getting away again from what I'm saying. Them islands were seen. They were seen at the distance, whatever you want to call it. The refraction was 31 miles. Okay, mm-hmm. So whatever they were looking at was real. Okay, so you can't call refraction on this case.
But there's no differentiation between real and a refracted image, though.
All right. So what would satisfy you that they would not? That it's not refraction, and that you really saw it.
Well, one of the indicators that it is that if you look at the horizon line, where the object meets the horizon,
Yeah.
it warps inward for a moment, right? It doesn't just.
Yeah, that's for me. That's the atmosphere. That's normal. That's normal.
But that's not normal though, right? Like if you had an object that was just 4 miles away, and you were to use a telescope and lean down close to the Earth, close enough, you won't see that, right? But that's the first indicator. The second indicator is that the refraction, or the objects that are refracted over the horizon substantially is not it's not common, right? By and large, when you look at something over the horizon, it's exactly where it's supposed to be, right? Or if you were to go somewhere, because some of the things that cause refraction is temperature and humidity, density.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to say to you that whatever was seen, it's not like it was seen at 20 miles, and so you can't argue about something being seen. After 20 miles, nothing is supposed to be visible.
Oh, unless it's refracted around the Earth.
So it was seeing that. So then, what we're seeing is that them islands at 20 miles. Then, yeah, that's what you're claiming. Because we can't see beyond 20 miles. So whatever we see is on the horizon of 20 miles. You can't have it both ways. Because now, hold on. Whoa. 6 foot man, 250 foot object, without refraction, he sees nothing. So it means that the horizon, that horizon line is his limit of physical or any physical observation. Yeah?
But only for objects at that particular height. Right?
Yeah.
If it were 300 foot objects at that distance, you'd see it again.
Yeah,
Or
only
see
at that
part of
height.
it.
Only at that height. That's right.
Right.
Only at that height.
What I was getting at those is that
Wait. Let me finish. Let me forget. So
Okay.
you're saying that a 6 foot man, he saw a little bit of them islands, and it was refraction, but then ground level, he should not even see any refraction from how much refraction the 6 foot man saw, which is not much at all. So the lower man should not see any refraction at all.
Here's the other weird thing about refraction is that the closer the light will bend more the closer it is to the Earth.
You just completely ignored that because it made perfect sense.
No, it didn't, and I'm telling you why.
Because the refraction at 6 foot, you take the measurement of how much refraction you see,
But
and then
it won't be the same though. That's my point.
at
won't be
5 foot, at 5 foot, you're not going to have the same amount of refraction, are you?
No, it'll be close.
Okay, it's close, but then at 4 foot, it's going to be close, but nowhere near the 6 foot man. And then at ground level, it's going to be 0.
But it won't. That's the thing. There's two things going on, right? Like the lower you get, the less the object you see. But the lower you get, the more. Hang on, no. The lower you get, the more refraction there's going to be.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Because after 20 miles, you can see nothing. The 6 foot man. So the man on the ground, he doesn't even see a horizon at 20 miles.
Well, neither of them see a horizon 20 miles. The 6 foot man's horizon's only 3 miles away.
No, because if he sees something that's 250 foot without refraction, then that's not his horizon, is he? Because he can see on. So and this is why I asked before, a 6 foot man, the biggest object. That's what I was alluding to that question. Yeah, but after 20 miles, a 6 foot man cannot see anything. That's the main thing. So anything less, the smaller you are, you've got no chance. Refraction doesn't grow. It doesn't work like that.
It actually does.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that the man next to him would see more of the building.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
You hear what you just said here? He's saying that the 5 foot man and the 4 foot man would see more of the building. You've just said that. You said the refraction grows. I said the 6 foot man only sees the top of the island. He only sees a little bit of refraction.
Let me clarify that for you, right? I did say that.
You keep slipping up, Negator.
No, you're taking little bits and you're running with them. Here's what I'm really saying is that does happen, but how much they affect, or rather, what sort of math you do to figure out how much, I don't know.
No,
right?
I know you
don't
have
know that the guy that's lower is going to see more or less. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's what happens, but I don't know how much. I don't know whether it's going to allow the 4 foot guy to see more or less. That's what I'm saying.
Look, there is no way on earth that the 4 foot guy would see more of the refraction. You're just crazy to try to get anyone to believe that. Now you know that's insane.
No, it's not insane. I think he will see less, but what I'm saying is I don't understand it enough to say definitively. Okay.
How are you? What, a man of your stature doesn't know that?
No, it's complex. It's complicated.
You're seriously saying a 6 foot man, he sees refraction of a building or an object. You're saying that the 5 foot, 4 foot man will see more.
No. They'll probably see less, but the rate of change caused by refraction isn't.
Right, so listen to me then.
Okay, for the sake of argument, I'll agree with you. How about that?
If the 6 foot man can barely see the 250 foot object, you know, you just see the top, which you saw in the video, which barely can see it. Are you saying now the 3 foot man, the 2 foot man will see? You're making no sense, man. Come on.
No, I'll agree with you. How about that?
So that proves what I'm saying. It proves it's a flat Earth because that doesn't make sense. The guy had the camera on the ground, and I gave you the equation for a 6 foot man, and the got your part was it was on the ground. I didn't give you any equations for on the ground. You gave me an equation for 6 foot. So if he's 5 foot, no chance. 4 foot, forget about it. 3 foot, I don't even know why you're trying. On the ground, don't be, you know, it's just all over. And, you know, that's the whole point. So if the guy sees refraction at 6 foot, even a little bit, or whatever he sees, the smaller guys will not see it. Do you understand that now?
Oh, I do. Here's the thing: is that those shots, the lower picture did show less. If you compare the two between the pictures higher up and pictures lower, the guy that was lower saw less.
He was way up. That's a bit different. Not the 6 foot guy.
But he still saw less, right?
Yeah, he saw less. That's naturally on the ground. You would see nothing.
Oh, I mean, not without refraction.
You wouldn't see any refraction on the ground.
But that's not true. Robotham saw refraction at 8 inches above water.
You just said a 6 foot man doesn't see anything after 20 miles. So when he sees the refraction, he's seeing an invisible object at 20 miles because he can't see beyond 20 miles, that size object. Okay? So when he just about barely sees it at 20 miles, the guy who is, again, 5 foot, 4 foot, they've got no chance. And that's where you have your problem.
No, but that's, again, when you first asked me that was without refraction.
With or without refraction, it doesn't matter. The object is 31 miles. It doesn't matter.
Yes, you can't physically see it, and you won't physically see it the lower you get, but you may see a refracted image.
At 6 foot, yeah. Not on the ground level.
At any feet. At any feet.
No, impossible, because you gave me a 6 foot man equation.
But that was without refraction at all.
Refraction doesn't matter because the place is 31 miles. It doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter if the place is 31 miles because you can only see past 20 miles at 6 foot. So anything lower, you're not going to see anything. You just told me that the refraction, you don't see more of the building when you go lower. We've just established that. If the guy can barely see it at 6 foot, what chance does the 4 foot, 3 foot guy have? None. Even with refraction, none, because the 6 foot guy can only barely. We've already established it's with refraction. The guy saw the island 6 foot with refraction. That's the equation that we've been giving. The video said the video you're saying is refraction.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
So we were going by 6 foot. Yeah.
You asked without refraction.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
I don't know what the distance would be with refraction.
It would be 31 miles or 20 miles. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
With refraction, you can only see at 20 miles, an invisible object at 20 miles.
Well, an invisible object, yes, sure.
Yeah, an invisible
Requires
object at
refraction.
20 miles. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all you can see is an invisible object at 20 miles. So the guy who's looking at 4 foot cannot see that invisible object at 20 miles. It's not going to grow, is it? The refraction.
Refraction actually does grow. Have you watched any of the
No, we've
Mirage videos?
just cleared up that you don't see more refraction, like more of the buildings. So how would look? You're just insane, Negator. If the guy, if the
six foot guy is not seeing, you asked me what the 6 foot guy would see without refraction.
But I'm telling you that the video, and I said to you,
logically follows that any other observation that we're referring to is without refraction. So anybody below 6 foot will not see it. Now, if what I'm saying is that all of that video was with refraction. All of those images are refracted. The guy at 6 foot is refracted. The guy at 0 is refracted. It's all refracted. Okay?
No, how can it be?
Why not?
Because if he's 6 foot and it's refracted, then the guy lower than him will see no refraction. It doesn't grow. It doesn't go up as the refraction doesn't go up as you go down.
The amount refracted stays generally the same.
No, now you're just lying. As I go down,
that's
the
not how it
refraction
works.
doesn't go up.
No, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. Right?
Well, let me clarify then. If that guy looking at the Chicago skyline was recording what he saw, are you saying that as he goes down to the ground, he would see more of the building?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to say. So whatever he's looking at, let's just say, for example, that was a 250-foot building. Whatever he was looking at was at 20 miles, and he's looking at the illusion at 20 miles. He's not looking at an object that is 31 miles away. He can only see 20 miles. So he can't see 31 miles, something at that height. Yeah? So if he's looking at the Chicago skyline and he goes down, either you're going to say that the refraction goes up and he sees more, or that he will see less or nothing.
We'll just go with he'll see less.
Right. So if you could only see the top of a building at 6 foot, just the top, and barely see it with refraction, the person underneath him is not going to see more of the object.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah. So how do you explain the island then?
All of those images were taken under the effects of refraction.
How can it be?
Why not? The section of atmosphere, right, that you need to worry about is not the atmosphere directly, like right in front of the observer. It's the atmosphere just above the section of Earth that is where the bulge is, if that's what you want to call it, right? Like, so at 30 miles away, for a 10-foot observer, whereas the bulge is going to be exactly 15 miles out, right? It's exactly halfway.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking.
Actually, I think that's wrong. But anyway, go ahead.
Of course it's wrong because you said 10 foot. If the 6 foot man can only see 20 miles, an object of 250 foot, that's it. So even when he's looking at something that's refracted, he's looking at it on the horizon of 20 miles.
So a guy that was 6 foot tall looking at something that was 250 feet tall under the effects of refraction would see more of it, right? Than he should. He would see more than than another guy who's looking at an object under no refraction, right? Like, in effect, if you could just add height to the object, right? Like, so if we said at the distance you wanted, what did we say, 22.5 miles, an object of 250 feet is dead on the horizon for a 6 foot observer. If we could say that refraction adds, I don't know, 15% height or 10% height, just to make it easy. So that means the 6 foot observer will see the top 25 feet, which is 10 foot of 250 feet. And then, so you could just assume that you have a 275-foot object when calculating for how much you could see for lower observers. Now, it's a little bit more complicated because of refraction, like it warps. Like if you were to watch the Joshua Nowicki time lapse of Chicago skyline, it'll show the buildings warping up and down and looking really weird. But if that makes sense to you, like the refraction just adds how much you can see.
But then there was a point when it's kind of not solidified, but it looks solid. There is a point of that.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, you know that video is refraction not only from where it's warping and wobbling around, but the dimensions. Like throughout the entire thing, the buildings are far too skinny the entire time. Right, you could work out the left to right measurement versus the up and down measurement. You'll see that it's not to scale. Right, like I'm 6 foot tall, and at my shoulders I'm, I don't know, 2.5 feet across. So if you saw a picture of me where the width of my shoulders was half of my height, right? You could tell that image was not proper, right? Because half of my height is 3 and some feet. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is all those buildings where you'd have a building that's, let's say, 100 feet left to right, 100 feet wide, and 600 feet tall, well, all those buildings look like they're, what's that ratio? 1 to 6, 100 feet wide, 600 feet up and down. All of those buildings look like they're, they have a ratio of 1 to 10. Or it's like 60 feet wide and 600 feet tall. So the ratio is what allows you to tell or know that the image is being twisted and warped. Not twisted, but...
No, I can understand that. I mean, it's a good excuse. That's all it is. You have to come up with something. I want you to have a look at this, one other thing. I just want you to explain it.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, think about this. Why are there so many images of things where we see exactly what we should see, right? Like no refraction. The Earth curve calculator works out perfectly.
Do you see my screen? Go on and listen.
I do, but you see what I'm getting at, right? You take the math and you apply it to an image, and it comes back perfect. Why? How is that?
No, that doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's what I'm saying. All these things need explaining. You're just looking for the simplest, best answer. That's all science does. Is give.
Oh no. That's not true at all. There's thousands of examples we could give you of a picture taken of a skyline, and the amount visible is exactly what there should be based on the math that we support. Like even Rob Skiba, right? You know him, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, he went to take pictures of the Chicago skyline, and he took 2 in his video, and one of them's at I think it's at 15 miles or something like that, and the other's at 35 miles maybe. And when you actually take the measurements, it's not a refraction at all, and it shows exactly as much as there should be based on curved Earth math. Does that, and we could do that with lots of images. Does that make sense to you, though? Like why that would be a problem?
No, well, I know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like I'm not like the best with the numbers and all these things. I just look at things and I try to hear the best explanation. And
well, sure. Well, you understand that the Hawaii video, the 2 shots, you understand that that's not possible in around Earth without refraction, right? You know enough to understand that. And what I'm saying is I can give you images where if we were to work out...
What I'm trying to say is for you to be I asked you earlier, you didn't answer me. For you to be satisfied that they were looking at a solid object and not refraction, what would it take?
Well, again, if nothing in the object is warped and the object is to scale, like the scale, the left, right, and up, down scale is the important part.
No, I mean, nighttime, would you accept that? If there was a light on the island?
Well, you couldn't really measure the object unless the entire object was illuminated.
No, you shouldn't be able to see any of that real object like an island, yeah?
Well, and the other thing about light, like illumination is different than just light reflecting off an object and allowing you to see it, right? Like you can see a lighthouse, you can physically see a lighthouse with binoculars, but much further away than you could see the physical lighthouse, you can see the light of the lighthouse glowing. You can't zoom in and see the actual lighthouse, but you see the light. They call that a lumens value, I think, and all lighthouses have them calculated, right? Like, so
you don't get refraction at nighttime, yeah?
Sure, you can get refraction at nighttime.
No, because Red Rhetoric says he does all his tests at night because there's no refraction.
Well, you get less.
Enough to do a test, I'm asking. Is it enough to do a test?
I mean, it depends on the location on Earth, but yeah, you would want to do that during the night, sure.
But in your mind, is it enough? Would you say, oh, there's still something, something supernatural happened, if they saw the island?
The thing is that you can calculate, right, like your best conditions for as little refraction as possible based on humidity and temperature and things like that. So yeah, you'd want to do it at night and under those conditions, but you'd also have to be able to tell the difference between seeing the physical object versus seeing.
What?
Okay, yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree.
I'm not going to argue. I'm not arguing. What does this mean?
So this is exceptionally complicated, and
okay, don't worry about it. But I'm just saying they're trying to make an aircraft, is what I've established, right?
No. So go back up, and let me do my best with the words, right? So derivation means to derive from, like you start with something and you take something from it.
Yeah, I know what it means. I'm just saying, what are they talking about? Are they talking about building an aircraft?
They're talking about testing an aircraft in like a wind tunnel, right? Because the math behind testing aircraft in an atmosphere is much more complicated than testing aircraft in a fixed position wind tunnel, because of effects of gravity and pressure changes and rotation of the Earth and all that stuff. So it's the short answer is it's easier to do this under simpler terms, and the simpler terms are to fix it all to the Earth. And,
where does it talk about wind tunnels in this?
Does it talk about what?
Where does it talk about wind tunnels in this document?
That's the entire thing is the forces applied to an aircraft, right? And I think if you read some of the prefaces and stuff like that, it takes out, like where it says documents derivation definition of linear aircraft for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. So what they're doing is they're taking out the math that goes into.
Hold on, whoa. Where would they? So you're saying that they built or tested an aircraft in like a wind tunnel, fair enough, but where would they fly this machine over a flat, non-rotating Earth? Where would they test this?
Well, that's what the wind tunnel does. It takes out the mathematics behind.
I'm not saying that. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying once they've tested it in the wind tunnel, where can they take it out of the wind tunnel to use it? It's useless.
Oh, no. Just the only reason I do this is it makes it easier to work out the problems.
I get the wind tunnel.
It'll fly fine in a normal atmosphere.
No, but it wants to be flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. It doesn't say anything about a wind tunnel.
Right. Well, think about what a wind tunnel is. Right. You have a fixed aircraft inside a closed system, for lack of better terms, and the ground below it is flat, right, relative to the aircraft, and it's not rotating.
No, you're talking about something else. I'm not talking about that. I understand what you're saying, where they you can take anything like a Formula One car, a plane, and put it in like a wind tunnel and test. But this is not what they're saying here. They're not saying that. They want something flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Well, no, that's the effects of using the wind tunnel, right? They're just using it in they're using very plain terms. The complex answer is what they're using. They're breaking down third order.
Sorry, but then it begs the question, like I said, if they want to build an aircraft flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth, and you're saying it's for wind tunnels, then once they take it out of the wind tunnel, it's useless because there is no flat, non-rotating Earth.
No. What they just put that in there as an annotation, right? To describe, that's the best way to describe the wind tunnel in relation to the aircraft, right? That the wind tunnel was flat, there's a flat surface below it, that wasn't moving, right?
No, wind tunnels are not flat.
Okay, so see that next line that says the linear system equation. Linear equations are ridiculously complicated. I couldn't even begin
and then
to
it
try.
says here, the report details the development of the linear model. So this is the details.
Right. Well, hang on. What I'm getting at is that linear equations are very complicated, and there's different orders to them: first, second, third order equations. And to include the various forces and math for a round rotating Earth requires third order equations, and doing it like this requires first order, and first order are simpler. And I really don't know anything else.
Why would they use the words non-rotating Earth?
Because, like I said, it was just the best way to describe the.
But there is no non-rate. You can't take. If you're being very silly, or you understand what I mean. If you want to practice in a simulator, an aircraft in a non-rotating Earth, that's one thing, fine. But then once you take it out of there, it's useless because there is no flat, non-rotating Earth to use it on.
Right. That's why this doesn't have anything to do with flying an aircraft and the
but
actual.
It says it. It says it here. The report documents. And it tells you here what they're building. They want to build a constant mass flying over. So they want something flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Well, that's the effect you get of a wind tunnel, right?
No, the wind tunnels are circular.
You're right. Well, no, the wind tunnel is stationary, and yeah, it's like a tube or a hallway or whatever you want to call it. But the effect is when they're blowing wind down that tunnel onto the aircraft, the effect is that it's flying over. It's not an effect, but that's the desired. That's what you're trying to copy, is how it would fly over something in real life. That's why they blow wind on it. But in actuality, the aircraft and the ground below it isn't moving at all.
No, it doesn't talk anything about wind tunnels here.
Well, no, it's not using very layman's terms for that. No.
So what is it, not in layman terms?
Well, I'm giving it to you.
What?
That they're testing, they're doing aerodynamics tests on aircraft fuselages, right? So let me throw a couple things at you, right? Number one, this document's not secret, it's not top secret, it was never classified, it's not any of that, right? It's public knowledge. The second is that if you scroll through it, they make a number of reference to gravity and the center of mass of the object. And I'll have to look through it. I think they actually make a reference to the Earth's actual rotational speed.
I didn't see all that.
Well, like I said, I have to look. It's been quite a while since I saw this thing.
But this is, for me, NASA admitting that we live on a flat, non-rotating Earth.
But again, like I said, this document wasn't classified.
No, but it wasn't really. People are not going to be look at this. This has only come to the light now.
But why would you put this out at all? See, okay, so check it out. See the introduction? The need for linear models, because that's what we're talking about, is a linear aircraft model. That's what you read in the summary. The need, so this is why they do it like this for linear models of aircraft, for the analysis of ecodynamics and control law design is well known, right? These models are widely used, not for computer applications, but quick approximations and desk calculations, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So they're just telling you, it makes life easier to design an aircraft doing it like this.
What does the report detail? Right, so this report details the development. So they have them. They are flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Remember, this is in 1988, so, and this is what they do. See?
Do you see that third paragraph says, whereas it is common to assume symmetric aerodynamics and mass distribution, or straight and level trajectory, or both.
Right, there you go.
These assumptions, but read the rest. These assumptions limit the generality of the linear model, right? The principal contribution to this report is a solution of the general problem of deriving right? We're taking from, deriving a linear model of a rigid aircraft without making these simplifying assumptions.
Right.
So it's just the same way that you can take a globe and build a flat projection map. That flat projection
again,
map
they
is a
level
derivation.
flight. They keep telling you level flight for straight and level flight, because that's what it is. Level.
Do you see that next line where it says inertia terms to zero? One can easily obtain the more traditional linear models from the linear model derived in this report. So that inertia it's referencing,
Where?
that the paragraph you're just looking at, where it says and inertia terms to zero, right? That's referencing inertia from rotation of the Earth.
Oh, yeah.
I'll have to, if I can find you an aerodynamics guy to come in here and explain it in a better way, I happily would, but I don't know anybody.
I'm sure we have aerodynamics guys who could explain this also, you know? This is NASA admitting it, and you're just faffing about now.
No, do you see where it says, it keeps mentioning derivation from, right? So we're taking a flat non-rotating model, but we're deriving that from something else. Or we're deriving that from, you know, a round Earth that is rotating. That's why it mentions derivation.
No. Well, you're not going to get away from the point. Is they wouldn't talk. If you're going to say this is a wind tunnel, then, like I said, once it leaves the wind tunnel, it's useless because there is no flat non-rotating Earth, so they wouldn't be able to use whatever they're trying to build.
No, it's not useless. It's did you read the part where it says, you know, talking about approximations and desk calculations? Right. It's for you know, real basic mathematical solutions. Right. Makes it as simple as possible. So, I mean, a plane flying over a flat Earth that's not moving would be roughly the same as a plane flying over a round Earth that is moving.
You know, because probably what was happening in these times between, let's say, 1950 and 1980, or in the 80s, planes were not as safe as what they thought. So they were trying to develop, you know, what we have today, planes that are safe, secure, you know, and this is what they had to do. They had to design a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Yeah. So this is, if you look at the date, like I said, 1988, planes probably were not the best, you know, are not what they are today, and especially before this.
Well, sure. I mean, that's true of everything in the world.
Well, there you go. That's why they did this. This is why NASA were doing this.
No, most airliners are still using like 70s technology, so that's just more examples of you cherry picking, my friend.
You're telling me that the airliners are using 1970 technology?
Well,
yeah, a lot of the 747s, yeah.
I mean, the dynamics of aerodynamics is not, you know, it's been understood for quite a while. That's why we could put fighters up in World War II, and they all didn't crash, right? This is just, like I said, this is read through the whole thing. You know, it references gravity multiple times, and we all know that gravity can't work on a flat Earth. Let me see if I can find this line to you, or this particular line I'm thinking.
See, just throw that document away. You know.
No, I'll throw it away. It's not proof of anything.
NASA admitting it.
They're saying we need to build an aircraft for a non-rotating Earth.
Okay, let me ask you this: how would an aircraft differ when flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth? How would that work?
They would have to account for the curvature. That's the whole point.
But no, literally, like mechanically, what would be different?
On a board. Yeah, everything would be different on the board. Absolutely. If they had to build planes or aircraft for on a board, everything would be different.
No, think about what makes an airplane fly, right? Like there's air pressure below the wings. The wings generate lift. You can move the ailerons and the rudder, and because of the air pressure.
I don't know much about aerodynamics and all those things.
Well, it's like if you just think of water, right? Like a boat has a curved hull because it has to travel on top of the water. It keeps it above the water. If the boat's hull was shaped like a triangle, right, with the point forward, and it went under the water, it wouldn't stay above the water. So a plane has to ride the air the same way a boat rides water.
Like
Has to
a
stay
glide,
above
like
it.
a glider, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. There's enough air pressure. There's actually air pushing up on the bottom side of the glider's wings to keep the glider in position.
Like a parrot, someone who jumps out of a plane like a parachute. Yeah.
Yeah, and the parachute, it slows his descent to the earth. In a particular shaped parachute, you can actually maneuver around and whatnot, but you don't get much forward motion or lift to go higher because there's no engine driving you, right? And you can't angle. Like if you made a paper airplane and you angle the ends downward, the paper airplane's going to slam into the ground. If you angle them up, it's going to do a loop-de-loop, right? So what I'm getting at is the air, like that's all the plane has to worry about, right? That it wouldn't change at all based on the type of earth.
Listen, it would. If we was on a board, you think about a plane a model plane going over a basketball, it would change everything. People would be leaning forward, tilting forward. It'd be a disaster.
Well, no,
No, dude.
think about this, right? Okay, so remember, it's the amount of air applying pressure to the bottoms of the wings that keep it aloft, right?
This would only work on a flat Earth because that point. Let's just say what you're talking about this wind beneath the wings. When it reaches the curve, that dynamic would change.
Well, let me. There's something that somebody brought up the other day. I hadn't thought about it at all, right? But the air, you need air pressure below the wing to keep it aloft, right? To provide lift. Now we do know, and I think you would agree that air pressure lowers the higher you go, right? It's harder to breathe the higher up you are. And planes have ceilings, right? Service ceilings. They can't fly any higher than that, right? And they can't fly any higher because there's not enough actual air to apply pressure to the bottoms of the wings to keep it going up, right? So when I say ceiling, like a 7, I don't know, but as a for instance, a commercial airliner ceiling would be, I don't know, 20 miles, right? 100,000 feet. I've got no idea what they actually are. But that's because the air is too thin to support the weight of the aircraft. So it has to come back down to thicker air where the air can provide pressure to the bottom of the wings and keep it aloft. So on a round Earth, think about what would happen if the plane started nosing up towards the sky and gradually flying into thinner air, it would drop, right? Until there was enough air pressure below the wings to keep it up. And it would keep doing that all the way around this curved Earth, right? And that's if we assumed, no gravity. But does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but that's not what happened.
It's
Look,
partially
you got to
what
understand that the altimeter is basically riding on the barometric pressure. So it's like, isn't that true, Negasaur?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's mostly about the barometric pressure, and it seems. I mean, if you really modeled the plane to the size of the Earth, it wouldn't be like what you're thinking in your head when you put like a plane, like a little toy plane next to a Earth, dude. It's just it's huge, big.
No, that's exactly how it is. The plane at some point would have to go down. It has to. There is no way that the plane does not have to dip its nose on a board.
Dude, gravity is pulling it down. You do understand that, right?
Towards the center, yeah, but not around the curve. So when it reaches the curve, it would dip. It has to dip. On a curve, something has to dip. If you're telling me it doesn't dip, then we're on a straight run. As simple as that. It has to dip at some point. That plane, when it goes up, is like a giant in the sky because it's covering more area of the board. So it should be able to see the curve, as we say. So at some point, it's going to reach a point where, just like the ship goes down. Exactly the same thing. So like if you tied a rope from the ship to the plane and they both went at the same time, as the ship goes down, obviously the boat, the plane would take longer but it would go in the same motion. It would start to go down, right? And that's what that doesn't happen, right? And that's my point. That's a very good point I've just thought of just there and then. If you connect the ship to the aeroplane and they both go forward, okay, and you see the boat disappear over the horizon, from that moment of the boat dipping, the rope you should see the rope kind of turn with the plane, but the plane would go straight, you see, and the boat, what you thought was going down, is not really going down, it's going straight. Thank you very much. I don't know why that just came to me just now, you see, and that's a good point, what you're talking about, planes and boats. And you expect to see the ship go down like you've been telling us, and you would expect that the rope would turn connected to the aeroplane. Thank you very much. I need to refresh. I'll be back in one sec.
I'm not sure how to explain it any simpler. What's up, Jeremy?
Okay. Does that make sense, Negator? Tim? You don't hear me?
Well, you do agree that a plane will fly up to a certain altitude, right, and pretty much ride that out.
But what I'm trying to say is, if you have the boat and you tie a really thick rope from the middle of the boat to the middle of the underneath the plane, and they both go forward, the rope is connected, it's a solid piece of rope, and they both go forward. As soon as that ship starts to go down the horizon, that should make the rope also tilt a little.
Well, first of all, this is a theoretical because we would need a boat that's going to go 550
No,
miles
you
an
don't.
hour
You
plus.
need to use your brain. Use your brain.
The boat wouldn't need to go 500 plus miles an hour?
No, use your brain. You're going normally over the horizon. You see the ship go over the horizon, starting to disappear. That means it's going down the horizon, what we've been told. Now, if a rope was connected to a plane, that rope should also tilt with the plane. The plane should also... Yes, it should.
No, dude.
What do you mean, no? Of course it does. And that just should...
The amount of degree of the tilt, as you call it, we would not be able to perceive that.
No, but I'm saying the more it goes, the more tilt you get. It's obviously not immediately, but obviously when that ship has disappeared and you still see the rope should not be straight. The plane should not be straight. Either way you look at it, it should not be straight once that ship has disappeared, because the ship is
now... What do you mean by straight? Do you mean level, or what do you mean by straight?
Vertical. The rope should not be vertical from my point of view. When I see that ship tilting forward, going down the ball, right? If there was a rope going up, the rope should correspond with it and should tilt. Everything along with the ship. If it's connected, it should all tilt. It doesn't matter if the rope goes all the way up to the sky. Everything is connected. It should all tilt. So if that
it would. But like I said, the degree to which it would tilt would be so minuscule you wouldn't be able to perceive it. I mean, I don't even know where you're going with this. It's kind of like when people were saying buildings should be tilted from like 90 miles away or something, like you'd be able to see.
Hello, Jeremy. You know exactly where I'm going, because if that rope was connected to the aeroplane and connected to the ship, and that ship had completely disappeared, the rope should not be straight, like vertical in the sky.
Well, like I said, I don't understand how it would be connected to the plane when the plane has to go like 500 miles.
Play childish games, you know what I mean, and you not just cleared it up because you know
just do a helicopter. Just say a helicopter or something, man.
No, it needs to be as high as an aeroplane. It needs to be as high as an airplane, because when that ship disappears, that plane should tilt just like the boat. And that's
okay. All I'm saying is then the boat would have to go like 400 to 500 miles an hour. I mean, if we're gonna do this in real life or think about this,
what on earth are you talking about? You talking about speed or distance?
Speed. If
Why would, Oh,
Because the airplane would
I
fucking
see.
drag the boat like
No,
a
no, no,
motherfucker.
no, no,
dude.
no, no, no. Listen to this then. Let's say the plane is, on top of the rope. This is a really thick piece of rope, enough to hold it. It doesn't have to go at 500 miles an hour. It's just on top of the boat, connected. Or so let's put the plane on the boat, then up, still connected, but it's all the way up. It's not 500 miles an hour. So it doesn't matter what. So are you saying it has to be 500 miles an hour for it to stay straight and not to curve? That is silly. It doesn't matter how much speed, because
No, I think we're talking two different languages here, but really, you're talking about a basic 5 mile distance with 26,000 mile in circumference, basically.
look,
I mean,
if we can notice,
we're talking about a very, very small amount.
if we
curve,
notice
dude.
the ship go down the horizon, bottom first, that means it's starting to. That means something. If it disappears from the bottom first, it means that it's tilting. There's no other way. The boat is starting to tilt, starting to go down.
No, if it would be tilting, it would be tilting forward ever so slightly from the perspective of where whoever is
Yeah,
standing.
from my perspective on the beach, that boat is going down,
Okay, you could do the math on this very easily. Let's say you could see 5-10 miles, dude. Compare that to a 25,000 mile circumference circle, dude. You're
No,
talking
because
about
we don't
such
need
a small degree of dude, it's ridiculous.
No, we don't need that. The boat disappears, boom, finish. There's your curvature. There's evidence of curvature. Ship disappears bottom first. So that measurement, that's all I'm interested in, is in that measurement, that it disappearing at. So that means it's tilted. Whatever you want to say, it's minuscule, it's measurable. Yeah, it's measurable because you can see it's disappearing. The fact that you can see it disappearing, it's not an illusion, it's not mirage, it's not refraction. The ship is actually disappearing. Or is that not true?
Well, you just said a statement that
Well, I'm asking
you don't.
You're telling me it's a mirage.
No, do you not believe in mirages?
No, I'm
not
asking
believe
you.
in-
When the ship
Do
disappears,
you not believe in Fata Morgana? Do you not believe in that? Did you throw that
I
away in the
believe in
trash
those
can?
things, but you're changing the way the way people are thinking.
But that was part of your question, though.
So
If it was a yes or no question, I would have entrapped myself in several different claims.
look, why are you trying to confuse me and just not, get? Let's
Well,
just
you're
get it off.
trolling me. Maybe that's a
I'm
likewise
not trolling
gesture.
you. I'm trying to ask.
You
Look, the
think
game's
there's
gone
going to be a
quiet.
tilt at like 5 miles away to the perspective, dude? I mean, give me a break, dude. Seriously?
So I'm asking you: is it an illusion when the ship disappears, or is it going down?
It matters. It matters the situation, doesn't it?
See? Are you telling me I'm trolling you? You're standing at the beach, the ship disappears over the horizon. Is it going down or is it an illusion?
It could be several things, but yes, it should be the curvature.
So now we don't even know if the ship going
Dude,
over the horizon.
you understand. I mean, Cathexis was just in here. He always talks about atmospheric conditions, swells and waves. All right, so there are different conditions, heat and temperature and moisture in the air, all these different things. I mean, pirates were talking about the Fata Morgana ghost ships floating above the ocean long ago, dude. So this isn't part of the conspiracy. Sometimes you see shit that isn't really what we should be seeing, or what really.
So
is
how
there.
can we trust any scientists then? If they can't tell us if we're really seeing something, and we can't tell ourselves
Well,
if
look,
we really see.
look. If you were to go and see on most days, try and look at the Chicago skyline, you wouldn't be looking at the kind of imagery you saw in the actual the Superior Mirage. So that would be an inkling that that was a very rare event that he caught in a time lapse. You can go watch it. It actually grows quite a bit.
That didn't make any sense. You're just trying to
How did it-
confuse.
How
You're
did
just
it
trying
not?
Because you're just trying to confuse me.
Is English your first language?
You're trying to confuse.
I don't think English is your first language, is it?
You see? Negator understood me very well and answered everything clearly and concisely and precisely. And you are not being direct. Either the
Okay,
ship goes,
what do you want me to be direct about?
does the ship, when it goes over the horizon, is it going down or is it going away?
Both.
You see? There you go.
Is that trolling? Both. It is going away from the perspective of the person standing wherever, and it is also going down because it is a spherical object that we
So
stand
what
on.
conditions satisfy you that when something goes over the horizon, it's going down? Or does that never satisfy you?
Say that again?
When something is going over the horizon, when do you say, it's going down? Or do you say, maybe it's... When are you satisfied? In what conditions satisfy you that when something goes over, like a boat goes over the horizon, that it's going down?
I guess the appearance of it is that it's going down. Is that
So
reasonable?
you're saying it doesn't... So this is what I'm trying to clarify. Either it goes down or the appearance like it's going down.
Okay, so yeah, it appears to go down, yes.
Right, thank you. So it doesn't actually go down anything, it just goes away.
And this is where I was trying to say atmospheric conditions, because they range, first of all, and second of all, I couldn't say excuse me, either way because they exist. So.
Well, this is the problem. This is the problem with scientists today, and this is why, people are going to go away from this and say, yeah, it's flat, because you're asking a simple question. Negator's struggling over, the lower you go, the more refraction, or the building, you see more of the building. This is insanity. How can you see more of something the lower you go? Of course you can't. So this just seems like you're just scrambling. I don't know if you're working together. I don't know what it is. But now I'm asking you a simple question. When the ship goes over the horizon, is it going down?
Dude, this isn't even seriously, this topic, I didn't even learn in school. So when people were saying in Flat Earth, we all learned this as a proof for the globe, I never even learned that, right? So I've seen several different videos that show me different effects, as well as boat going over the horizon, as well as people zooming in, and you can see most of the boat again. So I don't know what to know. I don't know what to think, because most times people don't even like to document their own analysis of what they're doing, like the perspective height. Like sometimes they stand on cliffs and hey man, I can see 100 miles. It's yeah, because you're so fucking high up.
Let me tell you something. The only reason why you're answering the question like this now is because of my got you question with the rope and the plane. You realized that...
Dude, you didn't get me. It's totally unrealistic to begin with, because like I said, the boat would have to go 500 miles an hour.
You've completely changed the goalpost because it's a got you question. You knew to say that the rope should tilt and the plane should tilt, and you're thinking, well, I can't really say that.
Dude, to a degree that you would never be able to see. Seriously, how small do you think the Earth is, man? Can you imagine 25,000 miles? Have you ever driven or flown very far?
I tell you what, it's small enough to see the curve.
You're talking about 5 miles, and you think that the rope is going to be facing, fucking all the way down or something, dude. How much of a degree of change do you think that would be?
My point of reference is from when the ship disappears. That's the beginning of the, let's say the top of a slide. That's the point. The top of the stairs. That's the point when the descent begins.
So have you ever figured how much that is? 5 miles, 10 miles? Does it matter about atmospheric conditions at all, or no?
Well, as long as the rope's connected, it doesn't matter, does it? It's connected to the plane. Everything should follow in order. The boat tilts, the rope tilts, the plane tilts, everything tilts.
Why do you think there's so much tilt over 5 miles?
Listen to this. If someone stands on my shoulders and they go all the way up to the moon, listen, someone on my shoulders, someone on his shoulders, someone on his shoulders, going all the way, let's not say the moon, but as high as what the moon would be.
Let's get back to real stuff. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but this explains it, because it's like everyone's gone to a child again. And if I lean forward, are you saying
hypothetical?
You see? It makes perfect sense. I've got yous. I've got yous. I've got yous. I've got yous. They're
You've got me that people are standing on people's shoulders up to the moon with that reference, dude. Give me a break.
I just said it doesn't have to be the moon, but people are standing on top of my shoulders really, really high. If I lean forward,
That's impossible.
If I lean forward, the person at the top, are you saying is going to be vertical, or are they going to be leant forward? Thank you very much. That's what I'm saying. That's the same principle.
What are you talking about, dude?
That's the
I have
same
no
principle.
idea what you're talking about. Seriously.
And that's the silence.
Negator or Gem Panda, do you understand what he's saying by people standing on
He's
their
totally-
shoulders?
He's
Listen,
totally got you here, Tim. Totally
I've
got
got, they understand
I
it.
guess, dude.
I've got you. And that's the point, you see. If I lean forward, the top person leans forward. If they're all connected, tight, everyone's connected.
What?
All right? So the same
What
thing
does
with the
this
boat.
prove
What's
the
the
shape
boat?
of the Earth? I don't get it.
What's the point?
I'm proving the shape of the Earth on my own here.
How?
Wow.
I've just got you. I've just told you. A rope connected to a boat and a plane. The boat goes over the horizon. The plane should tilt. It doesn't. The plane would go straight. And the
Hey,
rope-
Negator, what's the degree of change of tilt, so to speak, of like 5 to 10 miles?
5 to 10 miles? Is that the question spur?
He thinks that
My
there should be a
questions are
noticeable tilt.
my questions are like,
Oh.
I don't know. They're like,
If the plane were flying literally flat and not level, the tilt of, say, 10 miles would be 0.15 degrees. Do you know what 0.15 degrees looks like?
it doesn't matter. The further it
It
goes,
doesn't matter.
No. The reason why it doesn't matter, because I say the further you go, the more I lean forward, the more the top person leans forward. So the
But
further
that's
the further that boat goes away, the more the plane will tilt, and you'll never ever see that plane tilt ever.
But it doesn't need to tilt.
Yeah, it does need to tilt.
Why? It's always level with the ground below it. Because that's where the tilt
No.
comes from, right?
The
The
It's not
reference
level
is
with
the ground below
No,
it.
stop. It's level with the boat, connected to the boat,
So what?
not with the ground.
The rope will never tilt.
The rope,
There'll
the
be
boat,
no
the
tilting
plane,
whatsoever.
listen to me. The plane mirror images exactly what the boat does.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And relative to the boat and the surface below it, neither will do any tilting whatsoever.
Yep, the boat tilts when it goes over the horizon. It goes
Well,
down
only from an observer looking at it.
Exactly. So from the observer looking at the boat and looking at the plane, they should see a tilt, and that would never ever happen.
Well, you do see a tilt.
Not with the plane, you don't.
Yes, you do.
And now you're just lying. No one
No,
sees the tilt.
no. I am. See, here's the thing. No one sees and no one perceives are two different things, right?
You can't have
Both
tilt.
of them.
Hold on,
Both of
whoa.
them tilt.
Listen.
The problem, though, Spur, is
Listen
that
to
you
me.
think the
Listen.
tilt should be
Hold
immediately
on,
obvious.
Gator.
Right?
You can't have tilt in the sky. There is no tilt in the sky. It's any direction. You only have tilt on a surface.
No, you have tilt. Tilt is a relative term, right?
No,
Doesn't
you
matter if you're in
can't
the sky or
tilt
on the ground.
in the sky. How can you tilt in the sky? You only tilt over something, like
Relative
over
to
the
the
edge,
ground
over
below
the
it.
curve. Yeah, you have to have a ground for it to tilt.
That's our point of reference, right? There's a ground below the plane. What I'm getting at, though, is that the amount of tilt you see is so
Look, I
minuscule.
didn't study science or go do these things.
That's what I told him, dude. But he
I'm
said he
blowing
got
these
me.
out of the water every time. I'm already blowing you out of the
You
water.
got me. I was telling him for like 10 minutes how the boat would have to go 500 plus miles an hour, and he.
Oh,
didn't
you've just
understand.
established that it doesn't have to go 500 miles an
Yeah, it
hour.
would. The plane does, dude.
Yeah,
If you
screw
wanted
it.
to. Go ahead.
No, hold on. a
You're
minute.
missing
Whoa,
the
stop.
point, though.
Hold on, look. This is
No,
the.
no,
Why
no,
do you
no,
have
no.
to pick the plane? Why not use the boat speed? If
It doesn't matter.
Why do you automatically jump to the plane and not say?
Because the plane would stall and crash into the boat, dude. If it was going like 30 miles an hour, man.
Doesn't
Give me a
have to
break.
even be turned on. You don't have to turn the engine on. It's going to be.
Well, how would it even fly then at
It
40,000
doesn't even have to
feet?
fly.
Spurs?
It's connected. It doesn't even have to fly. It's connected to the boat through rope or a stick or tree or wood, whatever
So
you
is
want
it
to call it.
dragging it in the water then?
It's on
Is the
top
boat
of.
dragging? How is it flying?
Oh my god. Are you being serious?
Yes. How is the boat, like, you're gonna really drag a plane with a boat for an experiment, dude? I
See,
really
this is
don't
Charlie's
get
behavior of the ball earthers. You see, he knows exactly what I mean. I've got him. I've got him. I've got him.
it.
Got him. I feel good because you can't even. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The boat,
No,
the
I
plane
don't.
doesn't have to be flying. It doesn't have to be even turned on. It just needs
Okay,
to be
so
connected.
is it laying on the boat with a rope attached to the boat, or how is
No,
it? What is it?
imagine-
Or
All
what
right,
is it doing?
let me set the scene. A boat, and then you have like I don't know, like a tree-shaped object without all the bushes, just a stump, but really, really high. Then there's a plane on top of that, right? Flying height, 30,000 feet, whatever. Then
That's
the boat,
even more possible than the 500-mile-an-hour boat, dude.
then the
You
boat
should-
goes
you should have went with
forward.
that.
The boat goes forward, goes over the horizon. Then the plane should immediately start to tilt.
It does.
You won't see that.
It does.
See, the
You won't
gauge is
see
saying
it.
it does, and Tim can't even answer that because he knows he
Well,
can't.
after
Sure.
10 miles from the perspective, it would tilt very, very little, very, very
Right.
little. You
Yes,
wouldn't be able to
Spurs.
perceive it with your eyes.
Exactly. Spurs. The problem, though, is you're conflating what's immediately obvious with what's actually happening. Right? You're conflating you're trying to be too literal.
Now you're telling me
Right.
planes tilt.
They do, but to a degree that you can't tell.
No, I don't believe that. Planes fly level.
Well, they fly level with the ground below it, but our
They have that
tilting,
thing. They have that
Spurs.
thing. Listen, on
our
their
tilting
dashboard,
point
their
of reference
dashboard,
is
listen
an
to me.
observer that's not moving. Right? It's an observer that's not moving, watching the plane fly away. To him, that plane is tilting. However, it's so minuscule he can't tell. Right now, to an observer directly below the plane, like the boat that's following the plane above it,
Well, if it's that minuscule,
There's
it's
no
not
tilt.
a tilt. That's not what.
I mean, it either is or it isn't. Right?
No, it isn't. Then it's not a tilt.
But again, it either is or it isn't.
But it isn't a tilt. If it's not tilting, it's not. It's not a tilt.
But it could be 0.011111 degree tilt and still a tilt.
No, that's not a tilt.
Why not? It's above zero.
Well, it's still
Yes,
a,
that would be tilted.
It's like asking me if I had any money, and I said I have 3 pennies, and you told me, well, that's not money because it's not a dollar. Well, I do have money. It's just 3 pennies.
yeah, that's nothing. What can you
I
get with
know.
that? What can you
But
do
it's
with
still,
that?
is it money or isn't it?
It's
Money.
but that's not the point. That's not the point.
The point is that the round Earth of the dimensions that we know it is will not allow you to see
hold
a
on.
tilt.
These silly little gotchas with the money. That's not what I'm trying to say. That makes
That's exactly
no
what you're
sense.
trying to say.
No, that makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
You're
because-
trying to say that because a number is really small, it's no longer a number.
No, I'm saying if it's not observable, then it's a waste of time. If I can't observe that curvature, then if you say I've got money and I can't observe it, and you say, well, yeah, I have. It's just, it's just somewhere.
Pennies.
Yeah,
Well,
but
that's
I was saying, yeah, I can observe that. Then I can agree. But if you're saying that this curvature is 0.1 or whatever, and I can't see that,
Mhm.
then it's not observable. It's not observable. Yeah.
But
So
you're,
why
you're
are city
saying that-
skylines under the horizon? I don't understand. How would that happen on a flat Earth?
If what?
City skylines like Toronto or Chicago, how are they regularly under the horizon from afar?
They're not under the horizon. They're just away from. You just can't see them.
So you could get a telescope and bring it back in?
Absolutely, yeah. There's nothing in the way.
No, you can't. No, it's under the horizon.
You can
That's-
see
that's-
as far as
You could prove curvature to
I
yourself
see.
right there, or you would go with atmospheric conditions, swells and waves.
Yeah, that's what prevents you from seeing things, atmospheric conditions. But you can see as far as the eye can see, and that's very far. You can see far. It's just depending on the conditions.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
when you
prevents
magnify an image with the camera, it's not going to bring back the bottoms of the buildings.
because you can't see through a mirror image. It's impossible. You can't see.
What does that mean?
You can't see through a reflection. Like when you look at the road and you see half a man or half a car, that horizon, you can't see through that, like, that mirror look. You can't look through it. It's impossible. So it's not.
So how is that not curvature on a proof to you?
It's not curvature. You're looking at a reflection. How can you see through a reflection? It's impossible.
So when does it change if you were to have a boat and go towards the skyline? When does it change from reflection to reality? How far? When does that happen?
Well, like you've been saying, it depends on conditions. Because if the conditions make it strong enough to make like a strong mirror image, then you will get like a strong reflection of the object.
I'm talking on a very calm condition day, cool, and pretty much every day where the Chicago skyline and other skylines are under the curvature. So
They're not
that's what I'm
under the
talking about.
curvature.
Well,
What are
okay.
they doing again?
They're not under
Go
the
ahead.
curvature because, like that Chicago skyline, when Rumpus was showing it, there's a part, the horizon is like white. It's like a mirror. That's the part that you can't see through.
But that's not always true in the pictures you look at.
Yeah, all it is you can't see through them. You can't see. It's not the water that you're looking at. That's not water. That's like a mirror image that you're looking at. Yeah,
But we're
so
saying
the horizon is reflecting the top of the building. So that's what's happening.
So let me ask you this. If I could produce, let's talk about proof, right? Like if I showed you footage of someone going from 0 magnification, where an object is half obscured, right? Like a boat, you only see half the boat.
Yeah.
And he goes from 0 magnification to say 50x magnification.
Mhm.
During that zoom transition, he should gradually see more and more of the boat, right?
No, you won't. The closer you zoom in on that mirror, you will see more and more of the mirror image, not the through. I told you can't see through the mirror. That's the problem. It creates a mirror from the horizon line to you. There's it creates a mirror. The sky
Mirrors
reflects.
involve angles, right? Like an incident angle. If it's between you and me, and your light comes in at 30-degree angle, then I see it come out the other side at a 30-degree angle.
That's why I said to you, listen, that's why I said to you, if people were looking at the Chicago skyline and I was standing, we did a circle around it, yeah, and I asked you how far would the last person or the other, until they didn't see that building. You said, I don't know. Well, that's because the further you go and you go around that mirror becomes, it starts to disappear.
Yeah, but how does the mirror work?
Well, now that's where your science boys come in,
Well, that's where we tell you that there's no such thing.
I can only give you so much. But that's why you can't answer certain questions. You can only answer.
That's because you're making stuff up.
No, I didn't. I asked you. 6-foot man next to him, right and left, people standing all around him, next to him, left and right. What is the distance when they would not see Chicago skyline as a refraction? You said you don't know. The reason why you don't know is because you know that not everybody will see that image. There'll be a point where one man will see it and one man won't. Yeah? Now you won't.
I don't even know what you're talking about now.
Yes, you do, because we were just speaking about it before, earlier on. I said a 6-foot man, next to him's a 5-foot man, then a 4-foot man, and the other side is a 10-foot man, and then a 11-foot man, and you did this all the way along the beach, for as far as you could go, right? And then we said, how far until one of those guys didn't see the Chicago skyline? They would see nothing, yeah? Because what we're looking at is a mirage, right? Mm-hmm. What you're telling us. So the original guy who took the picture is looking at a mirage, an illusion. So the guys left to him, you said he would also see the illusion. And I said, how far then left until the guy doesn't see the illusion? And you said, you don't know. You said, that's a complex question.
Yeah.
And yeah, so because the reason why it's complex for you, because you know there'll be a point when one guy sees the illusion and then one guy doesn't. And you don't want to answer.
No,
Yeah.
no.
There you go. Another answer. He's saying no. You saying yes. The Earth is flat.
No, please stop doing that. Okay.
Well, you just said no. You just said you don't know. So what? You're all arguing amongst yourself. Well, we know it's flat.
Are you saying that Tim's disagreeing with me about I don't know?
Yeah.
So I do know.
No, he just said something opposite to you.
I said I don't know.
We don't have like agent correspondence or anything like that to get our story straight.
You are singing from the same hymn sheet. You all believe in a ball. You should all have the same ball knowledge. Everything.
How can you disagree with me when I don't know?
You load your questions, dude, with several different fucking aspects.
Everything to
you
do
may
with
not
the ball.
agree with one aspect, so no.
Listen, everything to do with the board, you should all have the same. Not one of you should disagree about about numbers when it comes to do with the board.
As we know, not many people know about the Earth that we live on, man. We were taught a very rudimentary thing in school, and some people have excelled more than others, and they actually do shit, and others just take it as a hobby. So not many people are that interested beyond Kardashians and television these days.
That's true.
We know this.
And Tim said no, and I said I don't know. That doesn't constitute a disagreement.
No, I said to you that one man would see the horizon and one man wouldn't. You said yes, and he said no.
Well, hold on. Everybody sees their own horizon. What do you mean by that?
I said if a 6-foot man is standing let's go through it again. 6-foot man looking at 250-foot object, fine. He sees refraction. The man standing next to him who's 5 foot, he will see no refraction. 4-foot man sees no refraction. So let's go down to 3 foot. So then
it's all wrong, though.
No. See, that's why I said no. You loaded up
we
too
agreed
much.
earlier on that you said you don't know negator. Now you have an answer.
That's because this is a different question.
It's exactly the same question.
You're not doing a good job of repeating it. Look, we agree.
So anyway, listen. If you were to have a person, what is that huge building on Dubai, right? Looking at the sunset as it goes down at his horizon, eye level, right at the very top. Yeah, it is different for somebody that is on the ground, or even if they were literally put their face on the ground.
No. I said my question was 6-foot man. Next to him is a 7-foot man on his right, and on his left is a 5-foot man, and on his left is a 4-foot man. So you go down to
There's no difference in refraction, dude.
So you go down to 3. So you go down to 3 foot, and then you start to go back to 4 foot, back up to 6 foot, then 10 foot, all the way. So it goes up and down, all the way along the beach. So I said, how far left and right before the last guy says, well, I see this building, and the guy next to him says, I don't see it. Oh, again, you see, silence among the masses. You see, these are the type of questions that you haven't been answering. You've been wasting time telling us about, space and the ISS, when the real questions are, who sees refraction?
First, let's get this real, man, because you're taking hypotheticals of planes being attached to boats on trees, and you're taking hypotheticals of people standing on each other's shoulders up to the moon, and now we're all holding hands, and we all range from 2 foot to 10 foot. So, you know what? Maybe we haven't conceptualized things like this yet because they're absolutely bizarre and ridiculous.
No, I'm doing it in layman's terms.
You didn't beat us with your nonsense.
No, other people have asked you these very same questions, but they haven't.
Nobody's asked us these questions ever.
Yeah, they've all been asked, but you've all jumped around them, didn't understand them. I put it in a way that you can't deny. You understood them, and now you're just running away. These are the same questions that they've asked in such a technical way that you didn't.
Are you thinking that you would see, if you just kneeled down and looked at the Chicago skyline, you would see a different amount of refraction as if you were standing up?
According to Negator, according to Negator, if that photographer, let's say he was 6 foot, the guy who's 5 foot, according to Negator, the 4 foot guy would see more of the building.
That's not what I said.
You said they would see more.
Multiple times.
You said they would see more refraction, more of the building. You said it would go higher and higher and higher.
Yes, okay, look, I said, first of all, right, you got to get that out of your head right now. I clarified that multiple times, all right? What I did say is that you get different amounts, right? Like if the amount is a multiplicative equation that you input the distances and heights into, the closer you are to the Earth, you get different amounts of refraction. It doesn't mean you get more refraction.
Very simple then. Let's say the 6 foot guy can see the top window. The 6 foot guy.
We agreed to all this already.
Are you saying the 5 foot guy will see the top 2 windows?
Well, we agreed that the closer you are, the less you see, or the closer to the Earth you are, the less you see.
Right. So now, Tim, what are you asking? That's what we were clarifying. I'm saying that the less you go, you're not going to see any more, and the lower you go, you're not going to see anything.
Right. What Tim was saying though is that I'll let him say it, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
go ahead, Nigger.
Yeah, because I've got yours both, and that's because you understand the gator. The lower you go, the less you see. You can't tell me you see more building. There's no way that you can see more building the lower you go.
Nobody said that.
I'm just clarifying that you're clear on that. You cannot see more. Yeah. So now the guy was at ground level. How is it he can even see any refraction of that building?
Doesn't
When the
matter.
guy at 6
The being at ground level doesn't automatically mean you don't see anything, right? Refraction still happens.
But how can the guy at ground level see any or more refraction?
Why shouldn't? Okay, stop saying
That's
more.
a trick question.
All right,
That's
nobody said more. All right. Why shouldn't? Because refraction is just bending around something. It doesn't matter how close you are to the object. The light can still go around it and reach you.
So listen then, the 6 foot guy standing in his position, he moves out the way, the 5 foot guy comes in. Will that 5 foot guy see refraction?
They will all see some type of refraction. Yes.
So the 4 foot guy will see refraction, yeah?
Oh my goodness.
Dude,
Is that-
it matters on
I'm
the day,
clarifying-
first of
I'm
all,
clarifying the rubbish.
but you're talking
I'm
a
clarifying
difference
the
in
rubbish
2
that
feet,
it's
man.
skewing.
No,
Yeah.
it's not
You're
gonna be
seriously
much
saying that the
different.
4 foot guy, the 3 foot guy will see the same as what the 6 foot
Right.
guy.
And
There
no,
you go.
Spurs,
The
let
earth
me
is
let me
flat.
let me
They're gonna-
qualify
they're
something
gonna
else
lie-
to you.
Look, they've run away. They're going to lie to you at any length to tell you rubbish.
We don't even know what you're
Everybody
saying.
everybody knows that the 6 foot guy sees at 20 miles. So anything that he sees, refraction or not, the 5 foot man has no chance. The 4 foot man, forget about it.
Unless
3
there's
foot-
refraction. Unless there's refraction.
But how can he see beyond 20 miles? How could that means that refraction would be at 15, 10 miles? He can see that building at 10 miles, is that what you're saying?
I think you're misunderstanding what. No. There's
No,
no.
are you
refraction doesn't
saying
change
no?
the
Are
distance
you
the
saying that
object
he can see a
is.
refracted building, refraction at 10 miles?
No, what I'm saying.
Why are you
is
saying
that
refraction? Go ahead.
he keeps equating or conflating refraction with magnification. I think.
No, you know exactly what I'm saying. You're trying to just make yourself look. The lower you go, that means the horizon, the same height of that building.
Mhm.
Are you saying that the refraction goes up into the sky the lower you go?
Well, yeah. Let me. It curves around. Let me show you something. And I know I've done this before, but I'll do it again.
Oh, so check it out. Hold on, before you answer that.
Uh-huh.
So you've given me the equation that without refraction, the 6 foot man can see the 250 foot building at 20 miles. So what about a 3 foot man? It would be half of that, yeah?
Well, no, not. It doesn't. The math doesn't work out exactly like that. No, it wouldn't be half.
It's exponential, I guess.
I don't know what the math is, but it doesn't. It's not that simple.
It would be half.
No. Perspective height? No. 3 foot to 4 foot? No, it wouldn't be half. How?
Yeah. Do you remember?
6 foot man sees 20 miles. 3 foot man sees 10 miles.
No, that's not how it works. You remember earlier where I
Dude, he can jump. Listen, he can jump Negator and see 10 more miles, dude.
No. I said that for you to tell me then how far the 4 foot man would see.
Well, Spurs, I even said this. I said the difference in 1 foot at 22 miles is about 10 feet in how much of the object you can see. So a guy
So
that's
you
a
said
guy
that
that's
4 foot man
Uh-huh.
could see that 31-mile object with refraction. Is that what you're
no. What
saying?
I'm saying is that if a 6 foot man sees 10 feet of an object, right, that's 250 foot tall, that's 20 miles or whatever, a 7 foot man will see 10 more feet of that object, and a 5 foot man will see 10 less feet. So if it's, say, a 30-story building, right, and the 6 foot man can only see the top 2 stories, well, the 7 foot man can see the top 3 stories, and the 5 foot man can see only the top first story if each story is only 10 foot tall. That's what I said.
Right. So, and this is why I was saying the islands, the 6 foot man could barely see them.
Hmm.
So,
And the other picture, it was taken from like 200 feet up.
yeah, that's different. isn't it?
Yeah, on a dune.
No, he's talking about the Oahu to whatever Hawaii. I don't
Gotcha.
remember.
So, all you have is refraction and gravity. I think the user would like a better answer though. I think if you could come up with one. But that's all you have. So you just have gravity and refraction. That's all you have.
Well, no. I mean, they're real, right?
Yeah, real thing. No, gravity.
Okay, let me show you.
Refraction is real, but it doesn't explain these things that you're trying to explain away.
Am I presenting? Do you see my screen?
I see your screen. I don't know if you're presenting or.
And you just click on my name. This video is not copyrighted or anything. I got the music turned off. Have I shown you this one before? Have you seen it?
No.
Okay. So what this guy's got, right? The video, the camera's tilted, and he's got the black object is a round trash can, and he's got a picture of the Chicago skyline taped to the side of this round trash can. And so what he does is he backs the camera around the curvature of the trash can until the skyline is no longer visible.
Go on, let's see.
Right? I'm sorry?
Let's see it then.
Are you watching?
Yeah.
Okay. So he backs the camera around so he can no longer see the skyline picture. Right? Kind of like what we see in real life. And then what he does is he puts this a prism. It's a triangular piece of plastic with water in it. He puts this prism, and the water refracts the light around the trash can. Right? And the way it works is the bottom half, because it's triangular shaped, right? The point is here on the top side, and the two lower points are here on the bottom side. The bottom half, right? It's thicker towards the bottom of the triangle, so it bends the light towards the camera. If he flipped it, so the point of the triangle was facing the trash can, the light, the image would go the opposite direction, right? So when he takes this away, he can. Where do you do it? There we go. He takes it away, can't see the skyline. Right? Puts it back, sees the skyline. And then he shows you a picture of what he was using. So let me pause right here. So this lower part of the triangle, because there's more fluid, right? It's thicker here than it is up top. It's very thin up top. Light will come in here from the left and go down, right? Because that's how refraction works. It bends towards the thicker portion of the medium that it's in.
You can do like tests on refraction now then, yeah?
Yeah, like I said, if you were to set up a test in an environment where there was little to no refraction, right? Like you pick a time of year that's not humid and it's close to nighttime and there's no storm and the water temperature is just right, and you do all these things, you can take a picture and you get a control, like a standard. And then later in the year, you take another picture when it's very humid and all these other problems come into play. And you compare the two to see what the non-refracted or low refracted image looks like compared to the high refraction image. And you'll see a difference. All right, and so that's how you could do it. And that's why when people bring up the Chicago skyline, I always reference photographs of the Chicago skyline that show no refraction at all. Right? They show exactly as much as you should see. Like when you work the math out, just like you said, you shouldn't see these buildings at X amount of miles. Well, most photographs, they show the buildings exactly as you should see them. Right? There's no refraction whatsoever. The amount of visible building lines up perfectly with the predicted amount based on around Earth.
But we're not seeing them at the correct distance. That's the main thing, right?
Well, no. What I'm saying is most photographs will show you exactly what you would expect, right? No refraction whatsoever, or just a very small amount. Right, and that's why I brought up Rob Skiba, because when he went out there to prove that the Chicago skyline pictures were refraction. And what he did was prove that they weren't refraction, he went out there to prove that they were not refraction, they were actual photographs. And he did the opposite. He didn't realize it, but he proved that they had to be refraction because the photographs he took depicted exactly as much building as you would expect. And in fact, he took them.
Isn't that funny that I think they still under the belief that it proves that it's flat Earth? Like everybody I hear, they still say that.
I don't even think they understand the math behind it, or I don't know what they did. But the kicker, the obvious kicker without the math is that the amount of buildings that in the picture he took is equal to the amount of building you can see in the refracted images from 60 miles, right?
He proved Chicago skyline was refraction.
Well, he doesn't realize it, but he did. I can explain it later. I can actually break the math down to you, show the buildings, show you the building heights.
Did he admit, oh, I've just proved refraction?
No, I think he thinks he's still under the assumption that I don't know what he did.
No, you just said he proved the opposite, and he proved refraction. Did he say that he did that in his video?
He thinks that he proved that the Earth is flat.
Right. So why did you mention Rob Ski?
Hang on, I'm sorry. Caitlin, that's broken glass, baby.
It was from a rock. It had black on the outside.
It might have been stuck in the rock.
Glass stuck in a rock.
Yes.
That was completely.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was still transmitting.
No worries.
I think, Tim, that you know it's flat, and you're just pushing the flat earthers to do more, give more. And you're just like, you know, what have you got? Don't just say this. Give me more. Give me more. And
Yeah, I told Mark Sargent a year and a half ago almost now. It's time to basically sugar up the pot. Like we should all come together and figure out how to prove this one way or another. And you know, if we could crowdfund something, not just a balloon that fails or whatever, like I would be totally down. You know.
Yeah, I think you think it's, but I think you just want more.
No, I do enjoy the social aspects of the whole movement, mostly because it does show how gullible people are and how neglecting of certain information they will become if they are that emotionally involved in it. So, pretty interesting.
I don't think anybody would get emotionally involved unless they. I mean, this is not the kind of thing that you just convince yourself of. Nobody just. You don't. It's not an easy thing to take, is what I mean. It's not an easy thing to follow. It's easier just.
No,
to say,
you know how easy it is for most. They watched Mark Sargent's Clues, and that is a bunch of nonsense. So. Yeah, so that's pretty easy, dude.
It's not easy. It's not. You know, he can make that video and people would just say, no, it's rubbish. But it's made people think. He hasn't even said, you know, all he's done is made people ask questions. It's not even like he's presented any evidence or anything. You know, he's just said, ask this, ask that, why this and why that. You seem to think that you have the answer to those whys. Like, well, maybe it's because of this, because of this, because of that. Now,
no, a lot of his evidence has actually been debunked.
But it's not evidence.
Information.
Yeah, this is it. It's not evidence. He's asking questions.
No, that's not all the Clues was about, dude. There was tons of misleading things. And I mean, you remember how much he talked about Admiral Byrd and stuff? Of course, that's evidence.
No, that's not evidence.
What do you call that?
No, that wasn't evidence. He said why, after he went there, they didn't return. Isn't that strange to you? So how would you answer that? You would probably say they didn't need to go back. Well, anyone else would say, well, that is strange. If they found all these resources and they didn't go back and they put up a treaty, they made a space, international space station, you know, all these things. That's the question. Now, to you, that might seem normal. But to everybody else, that's like, how can that be? And all he does through the Clues is ask question after question about the flights. Why does this flight, and all of a sudden, you know, we're getting strange flights now that happen that didn't happen before. So all it is why. It doesn't mean it's flat. It just means why do they do that?
What other flights have been added since Flat Earth?
Again, it's not just that. There's a whole section of questions. Every single one of those questions, they have what ball earthers think is, well, we've answered them. And if you don't like the answer...
No, he doesn't understand how GPS works in the Southern Hemisphere. I'm sure you don't either. So that's
But I've been on
probably why.
plane. I've been on planes, and I before I even got into flat Earth, I wondered why the plane disappeared from the back of the seat, the television. Why does it go down for 10, 20 minutes, whatever? I didn't think of it then. I just thought it was just normal. But now I think, well, why did that happen? Why did it go off radar? Why? I want to watch the whole. Not that I wanted to watch it, but I mean, what if somebody wanted to watch the whole journey from point A to B, track exactly where they are, but they turn it off? Just a question. Why? And most people have the answer.
It's kind of like when journalism questions why didn't the astronauts throw golf balls on the moon to each other? Or why didn't these things? They're not there to prove to flat earthers or.
No, they're not there to prove. But the more oddities that you have, the more things that accumulate like this, then people will start to answer it for themselves. So something as silly as golf balls, I look at it as if it was me or you. If you was on the moon, are you telling me you would just follow protocol? You would have no desire to have any kind of banter. It would be a straight.
They played golf on the moon and they rode rovers around, dude. Totally what guys would do.
No, I'm not necessarily. It doesn't have to be golf, but I'm saying you would do something significant that to be the first. People want to be the first of everything. The first, when it snows, people want to be the first person to walk on the snow to christen it. Everything is the first. So I know that the first people on the moon would want to try and, it doesn't have to be golf, but there's a lot of things that they'd want to do on the moon first. I was the first person on the moon to do this. And when you try to belittle such a, fantastic feat as, oh, it's just the moon, why does anybody want to go and do that on the moon? Then you're just belittling the whole thing when they wanted to go, the whole expedition. You're belittling the whole expedition when you're saying, well, why would they want to do that? Who wants to do that? It's a serious science thing. Yeah, but you're going to the moon. Hello? And, a lot of these things just add up. So if you don't give us the answers, we just make our own answers.
Yeah, that's kind of it. You kind of have a compilation of things that go for your confirmation bias. So,
not confirmation bias.
That's what I was talking about cherry picking earlier. You cherry picked something earlier, and then I come back, and you're cherry picking that NASA document that I've seen so many people cherry pick. And it's just funny because, just like I said before, how many other documents would they have included math or whatever for the curvature of the Earth? But would you put that in there as well? No, because you've cherry picked one document that says what you want it to say, and then you present it.
It's not about cherry picking it. Again, the question is, why would they put that out? It's not cherry picking. It's the question. And if your answer is, well, you're just cherry picking, well, that's not gonna please anybody who's investigating this, is it? This is not cherry picking. People, flat earthers, are looking for everything and anything now, like a detective. If you find a hair, forensic, you're gonna say, oh wow, they just found some hair, they're cherry picking. No, you want every detail that you can muster.
Now look, I think I've seen either that one or a similar one, and what's funny is basically it's an argument from incredulity, because you guys don't understand that sometimes they create an equation and then they say, yeah, this is for a linear straight Earth. So if you were to put in for a simplified version, they put that out, but if you were to actually really calculate everything, you'd put in air density, you put all kinds of stuff in. So these mostly when it starts out with if, they're putting an if-then statement, and it doesn't mean
there was no if in this statement. It was the report details. There is no if. This was a document that was tested, completed. They wanted a summary. and then they gave a report. It was completed.
So do you think this NASA document was just leaked out, or did they accidentally? I mean, what is your explanation for why the Earth would be flat? And,
They're not hiding it. Those who want to know will know. If you don't want to know, you won't know. So it's not about like how you can't cherry pick something that you can't cherry pick fairies and say, well, look at this document that says this supports fairies. There's nothing that supports fairies. Nothing that supports monsters.
What if there were 1,000 other documents that supported said fairies? You know, that's what I'm saying is that you cherry picked one that went along with your confirmation bias.
You can't cherry pick from NASA. Anything from NASA is not a cherry pick. It's NASA. It's from NASA. Like I said, you can't cherry pick fairies because there isn't an industry that specializes in supernatural.
Listen, this is the point. If there was 1,000 documents that said the same thing but said that it was a round Earth, and there was one document that said that it was a flat Earth that you presented, is that not cherry picking out of the 1,000 others that you could have picked that said the opposite of what you're saying? That is cherry picking.
No, because I'm asking you the question: why have they got this document that says the flat Earth? What was the point? Is it ridiculous? I just want you to dismiss it. Why would NASA bother doing this? That's what I mean. That's what I said. Mark Sargent, they asked questions and I also asked questions that you cannot answer. That's the problem. No, you don't need any evidence. You don't need a model. All you have to do is just answer a question, and then you just crumble, and that's your ball gone. That's it. You don't need anything. Mark Sargent was correct in the way that he approached this by not trying to present, I know everything, and just ask you directly, what about this? What about that? What about that? Until you get so tired and worn out and broken and you can't answer correctly, it's obvious.
That's not even what the clues was about, man. It was a lot of actual statements that have been debunked, man. It wasn't just like Jeranism is more like, do your own research, don't believe me kind of attitude. But Mark Sargent's clues were not like that, dude. I don't know what you were watching, man.
Yeah, I remember at the end he says, just ask.
At the end of hours of false information, you're gonna cherry pick at the end, huh?
I don't understand your false information paradigm when he's asking a question. He hasn't told you the Earth is flat. He said, ask why this, why that, why this.
No, he didn't say why this, why that. Like I said he actually put a bunch of false information out there, and he was debunked on it. And he doesn't answer emails or talk about emails of actual people trying to get to him, talking about his information being incorrect. So he actually has a show where he goes through fake emails that he probably writes to himself. He never does go through any of the Glober side, So it's a very one-sided echo chamber that you put yourself into, and that is why you don't know simple things like geodesy and very simple things like star trails.
I understand Mark's position because you're going to get a lot of haters.
Mark is a shill. I really don't understand how you couldn't figure that out.
I'm not saying that I'm in support of him. I'm saying the way he approached the flat Earth subject is delicate, more delicate than anybody else. Like I said, because it's non-threatening if you're asking a question. That's it. You just ask the question and you look at the response, you see the breakdown, and you watch the world crumble. It's very clever how he's done it. He hasn't said. In fact, he said, don't use the words flat Earth. Don't use them because that would just incriminate yourself. Just ask the question, why this? What about this? And this is where yous have all fallen down because yous are saying, even if he is a shill, he still asked the question. So I'm interested in the answer. Yeah, either way, I want to know the answer to these questions.
I've told you three times that he wasn't asking questions. He was actually giving false information throughout his series. So I still don't understand why you keep saying that he's like some kind of a skeptic. The guy explains everything with a game design.
I haven't watched them in about like a year. I will watch them, and the questions I will come back, not now, but I will ask the questions that he is asking if you think they've been debunked, because I want to know what is the answer to these things. simple questions that you think you've answered or debunked. When he hasn't even brought evidence, I don't see how you can even say that. It's clues. It's like a detective work. What about this? What about that? Let's put the pieces together. And that's how people have come to this conclusion, because they also haven't had the answer. That's why we're here now, years later, because you guys cannot provide. Look, if you're going to treat people like they were born yesterday and just give them like how you would answer a child, like if adults are speaking and the child is like, what's going on? You're like, oh, just go to your room. They're like, oh, they don't. If that's how you think you're going to treat other people, then you're not going to get anywhere.
You're asking silly questions and then standing on them as if you've won the conversation, when it's just like we don't even understand what you're talking about half the time with your theoretical stuff. You've claimed victory over conversations that we don't even know what you're talking about.
You're supposed to be intelligent. Supposed to be. I fell for the flat Earth a year and a half ago or more. Okay, so I understand the inconsistencies and why it doesn't work. Because I actually went out. Because this is why I went out and I did my own research, and I have concluded that there's way more evidence and proof that we are on a globe model, from star trails to how the sun and the moon work, everything, dude. So that's where I'm at. I've already explained the star trails to you. Stars going one way, one direction.
No, they do not.
So you're saying the sun changes direction?
I said stars.
Right.
I'm talking about distant stars, unless you're trying to trip me up and say the star that is ours.
I'm telling you that stars, the moon, the sun, everything in the solar system, celestial business, goes the same way.
No.
The Earth spins in one direction, rotates.
Yes, the Earth spins on one direction, but from a perspective on the top of the ball, or anywhere on the northern hemisphere, from the difference of a perspective.
No, they don't. They all move.
Yes, they do. Dude, even Globebusters had to come out and have to retract this nonsense.
Well,
Gem, take over.
I can't imagine the sun, the moon, going to the right and then seeing stars going in a different direction. That's impossible.
That's not what we're saying, Spurs. And I think you know what we're saying.
Listen, I asked him, everybody in the world sees the moon at night.
All right, forget about the moon. What we're talking about is the stars. And if you imagine...
Because the sun, the moon has to travel across everybody. Everybody sees the moon. Everybody. So at the same token, the stars that move along, they have to also, they have to see the stars behind them.
What?
Yeah, well, you've got two different motions going on there.
So are you saying now then that the sun, the moon, moves like not with the stars?
Yes, of course it does move not with the stars.
So you're saying the stars can go to the left and the moon can go to the right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right, thank you. That's what I'm saying. So
but the best thing to do, mate, is to understand what we are trying to say, is to completely forget about the moon and just think about the ball Earth surrounded by another ball, another sphere, the celestial sphere, that is the stars. And if you stand on top of if the ball is turning, is rotating, then if you're standing on the ball, the stars will appear to rotate, right? You understand that, don't you?
Okay.
That from your point of view, they apparently rotate. So if you're standing on the top and you look upwards, the stars will be rotating in one direction. Now, if they continue to rotate, that whole sphere surrounding the ball Earth continues to rotate in that direction. And you change your position now to the bottom of the ball. So you're effectively upside down from your first position. And now, even though those stars are still moving in the same direction, as you look up from the bottom of the ball, they will appear to be moving in the opposite direction.
How can you look up at the bottom of the ball?
Well,
to their perspective, it's up. Okay.
Yeah, from your perspective.
No, you'd
So
be
if
looking
you're,
down.
well, let me put it this way: if you're in Australia and you look up into the sky, then
Yeah, any southern.
Yes, but if they were to see the stars, like if let's say the Earth was like a glass ball, you can see straight through, and they looked at our stars, they would see what we see.
that's yeah. Well, if they looked on the ground, they would. But you can
Right.
demonstrate this yourself. I'm sure you've heard this one before, where if you, I'm sure you have, where if you just if you just turn around on the spot, you turn your body around, if you look upwards at your ceiling, and imagine the ceiling is rotating and you aren't, its direction will be rotating in the opposite direction to how the floor is apparently rotating. You know, if you look up,
so I have a problem with that actually, because say I use this example as well, because say you're looking at your ceiling fan that's going, just say clockwise.
right.
If you're right under it and you look at it, it's going clockwise. If you look the other way and you look up at it, it's going clockwise. That's what we see here on Earth.
What do you mean if you look up at it, it's going clockwise?
If the direction of the fan is going clockwise,
Right.
and you switch your body around, is it now going counterclockwise?
No, it's always
The direction of the fan itself, is it now going a different direction if you move your body to the other side and look up?
It's always going in that direction. It's going in the same direction, is what I'm saying. And this is where the problem lies, on what I was about to say. You think that we think that the stars are moving above us, and you think we're moving around the stars. Yeah? So there's another issue that we have to clear up. Because I don't think we're moving around the sun. I think the sun is moving around us. And if you can understand that, then it'll be a lot easier for you.
Okay, so let's just say the Earth is flat, from the sun's most northern trajectory all the way down to its south. In the south, it would have to move twice as fast. Do we see 6-hour days in the southern hemisphere countries where people live?
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. You guys are
Flabbergasted at these things. You're like, goodness me, this
No. Listen, this all works on the model that we believe in, dude. Like it actually works. So if you had problems with the globe model or the heliocentric model, you should bring them up, because they are empirically what we see.
I don't think
you can go into Solarium. You can go and look at this shit, dude. And you know what? You could listen. You could even make it yourself. And if it was so complicated, you couldn't make it yourself. You'd have to have, it would be a mathematical construct. So if you were to go into a program, create a ball, create all the stars in the sky, make the ball moving, and you as an observer on the ball, you would see exactly what we see in our sky if you had the stars correctly. And you wouldn't if it was some just crazy mathematical construct like it would have to be on the flat Earth. Or I'm not saying, I understand you guys don't have a model. Just saying, on any kind of flat Earth, no matter how you put it, it just doesn't work with what we see empirically, and the globe model does.
I'm starting to realize this doesn't work thing. I'm understanding what you actually mean now, because I'm baffled that you don't even attempt to, make an equation for it. And in order for this to
make
work,
an equation for what? Make an equation for what?
Exactly. In order for this to work, it would be magic, supernatural stuff. It's like this is impossible. What force is causing these things to happen? And that's why I think your issue. I'm starting to realize that the greater issue here is it's about the force and the force. In order for them things to happen, like you said, the sun to travel quicker on the outside, this would just destroy everything that you've ever known. So I am starting to feel the panic, like it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Wait. It doesn't work on the flat Earth model.
No, it's not. It doesn't work. It's work. No, listen. It's working. It's happening. What I'm realizing is, as I'm hearing the words, it doesn't work. It's like I can't. How can you say it doesn't work when it's working? So what that means then What that
Oh,
means,
so your argument starts with the premise that the Earth is flat, is what you're saying. I think you're
yes,
the question.
exactly. You got it. So what I'm trying to say is, you're kind of, when you say it doesn't work. What you mean is, this is magic. This is supernatural. There's no way a force could make these type of things.
No, we're saying this isn't what we see.
No, that's not what you're saying.
Empirically see every day, every year, and what people have seen for thousands of years.
No. You'll say it doesn't work. The words "doesn't work" mean.
Listen, I'm saying I don't understand why you don't understand. I'm saying that it doesn't work on a flat Earth model. So take the southern hemisphere countries on any flat Earth model. All right, they're seeing the Sigma on Tanctus, all the same, or well, pretty much. When it's
so on a flat Earth, that would be magic, like Negator said. That would be magic. That would be supernatural. That
would be impossible.
I've just told you, magic. That would be supernatural. That would be
it would be supernatural.
Unexplainable. So that's what I'm realizing now. Like I said, that's what we're dealing with. You guys don't go into the supernatural, and if you can't explain,
but look, I'm saying if the sun was in its most southern trajectory on any kind of flat Earth, it would have to go almost twice as fast, which means that we would have like 6-hour days in the southern hemisphere countries. And we don't see that empirically. What we see is exactly what the globe model actually predicts.
Well, it doesn't have to do that. If it goes higher, you get more sun. The lower it goes, the less sun, the less light, or the less it would cover.
So can you do you have any proof of the angular size of the sun in the sky being much greater than the northern hemisphere?
No, you seem to think the sun follows a track. Well, it just follows a track, but I mean, like on a flat Earth, it just goes around and around and around. It goes up and down. So it doesn't have to go faster. It just needs to go higher. That's it.
Yes, I was talking about Cancer to Capricorn. So is that what you're saying? Is
I'm not into my zodiac and astrology and all these things. I mean, I haven't really looked at those. You know.
So the most northern point that the sun is trajectory, on the flat Earth, like is most near the magnetic North Pole, supposedly, is actually moving half as the speed as if it was.
I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I get you. I'm trying to think how it would travel all the way around the outer edges. I mean, I don't want to say speeds.
And even if Jeranism's video where they cut off for a little bit for the whole 24-hour sun or whatever, it still doesn't explain the ice rim that would get like 2 hours of sun. I mean, there's plenty of sun there that they are picking up, so it doesn't prove anything either way. So these are things that debunk the flat Earth. Like
no, it doesn't debunk. It
absolutely does.
No, you have to just think on. That's all.
But it seems like you're attempting to abandon your responsibility to provide an explanation by just saying,
no, I'm trying to think.
Oh, well, it's supernatural, or it's.
No, I'm not going to go. I'm trying to think of how it would travel around the outer edges.
Well, let me give you a hint. So, we're actually on this sphere, and it goes around the sun, dude. It is nuts. Trust me. It doesn't make much sense when you actually think about it. But it's the existence of our reality. It's based on impossibilities to begin with. So either way, whatever we're on, it's beautiful. It's amazing.
But I don't have an answer for that. I can't make sense. Like even if it was magic to make sense of it going around. But there will be answers. There will be. Look, if you guys don't tell us the truth, we're going to end up saying things like Pac-Man Earth, right? And I don't know, portals and two suns and all this kind of ridiculous. Yeah. I think that's what you want.
Hey, man, that's why they've gone to all this, because all of their claims from the beginning kept getting debunked. I mean, do you remember the beginning of Flat Earth movement? Like, the claims were so ridiculous, and then they started getting a little more sophisticated. You had Bob come in with Globebusters. He's talking about gravitational flux lines and shit like that, man. You're all like, damn, he's onto something for sure. But then you're like, this is all just empty rhetoric, man. It's all just word salad. And really, when you step back and you look at it, there's absolutely no proof that the Earth is flat.
No,
But
listen,
there are
this-
distinctions
this-
that
this-
you can make to
this-
yourself that we're on a globe, dude.
this
I
is your
promise
this
you.
you've got me kind of thing, because but I won't just jump back to the ball though. I know it's on a ball, I know it's not spinning, but that is a very strong argument. I mean, I don't know if
You know what, Spurs? Just you even like admitting that and even looking at it, it really, like, you were at a 1 before in my book, and you're much higher now. Like, seriously, that, because truthfully, I've dealt with flat earthers and they want to believe what they want to believe, but you're actually looking at it and say, hey, you know what? That doesn't make sense. You know, somebody will figure it out.
I'm gonna push that question, and you know.
Well, actually, Bob is supposed to talk about it tomorrow. He's also supposed to talk about Star Trails, but we'll see if he's on my.
I don't know why you think that before, Negator. This could have ended a long time ago. That I don't know what to say. I mean, I can't even think of how it would get around the edges quickly and then back into the middle. I mean, you're gonna have to start thinking of bizarre.
Well, that's really not the most damning thing about it, truthfully, Spurs, because really it goes to the middle or back up like very, very slowly throughout the year. So, I mean, really what this is, what we're looking at is literally the globe squashed down to a flat Earth model, and then now the sun and the moon work in the way that they do on the flat Earth model. I mean, it is pretty interesting. And that's why it's so easy for Lord Stephen Christ's model to actually work and be somewhat accurate, is because
I
he's
feel a little
actually
bit nauseous. Hold on a minute.
he's inverting the truth, which is much easier than flattening it. But flat Earth would spread so much easier within the conspiracy group because it just makes more sense to most people. So his model, I mean, it would technically work. But then again, you start talking about, you know, glass in the sky and mega-cry meteors and all this nonsense. I mean, it's ridiculous. I promise if you saw some pictures of the conceptualization of how the stars would have to work on a flat Earth,
No, the stars.
or any kind of flat Earth.
It's not about the stars. It's about the sun.
Well, look,
Hey,
listen.
hold on. I've just thought of something.
Go ahead.
What about if because we have long summers and short summers. That might explain when, let's say, when we here in England, when we have summer and it's like it's dark later, then it's on the outside. They must have early nights. And when we have,
Well, there's also daylight savings that has something to do with that too.
when we have long nights, like let's say when it's dark at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, that means the sun has shot off to the outer regions. There's your answer. I knew it. You see?
That doesn't explain it, man. Not at all, dude.
Yeah, long nights and long days.
Even you know that was crappy, Spurs.
It was a good try, though.
Yeah.
After I gave him a compliment, he had to really stab me there. Oh Lord, it just doesn't work, man.
It doesn't, I'm afraid.
I wish you'd go back to the globe and just be skeptical on it again, and actually like look at the models to see if that's what you see in your sky, or maybe your friend's sky. Do a time lapse with him. See if these things actually match up, because they do. You can predict them for years. And like I was saying, I mean, with the moon also being flipped from the northern to the southern hemisphere, is another the perspective wouldn't work like that on a flat Earth. I mean, it really does make sense with the globe model. It all does. Unfortunately, it was a fun conspiracy while it lasted, Spurs. You know that. There was just no truth in it, you know? And a bunch of fucking shills making little fucking
Well,
bullshit
you need to
shows.
give. Look, just because I can't answer that, somebody must be able to answer that, surely. I mean, it's just me.
Jem is a smart guy. Jem, can you figure out how the sun would work on a flat Earth?
Well, I think what Spurs came up with, I think the idea that if it rose as well as, rose and fell, sort of in altitude, I mean, then I guess if it did it in a certain way, it might be possible that it retained the same angular size throughout its motion. Do you see what I mean? You know, if as it was moving closer to you, it was getting higher up.
Yeah, but then at the
You know what I mean? Then it might keep the same angular size as it. But no, that wouldn't work because it only worked for you personally.
I think because we're in December, when we November, December, January, when we have early nights, it's summer in South America, in I don't know, the Caribbean, in South Australia, whatever. It's really, really hot. It's just that we don't realize, like other people's, like, I don't know, weather, temperature, whatever. We don't feel it. So we don't know the effects of it. So obviously when we think it's night now, I think it's night for everybody. Obviously it's daytime for people in America or the evening or something. And I don't know.
The problem we're trying to solve is that as we look at the sun during the day from morning to night, it doesn't appear to change size at all. Now, I mean, sometimes it does because of glare and things like that. But if you looked at it through a solar filter throughout the day, the object you're looking at would be the same size throughout the day. Now, if it's moving in a circle around the flat Earth, that means at the start of the day, it should be a long way away from you. At midday, it should be directly above your head, more or less. And, at the end of the day, it should be a long way away from you again. So it's moving towards you and then away from you. And if it's doing that, you should see its size change because that's...
And quite a bit, too, because we're talking about something that would have to be, or is proposed to be, like 30 miles or whatever, and not very big. So if it's not very big, I mean, yeah, it would change drastically. And you can't say it's moving up or down because that would be perspective. Oh, somebody's 2 miles in front of me and I look up and it's gone up to me, but it's,
you're right. I hadn't considered that. And I sort of, that clicked with me at the end and I thought, well,
I think it did. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, it only works for you personally then, doesn't it?
Yep.
It would work for me, but it wouldn't work for a guy in France then.
The sun would have to be something like completely different. Like something, not in our understanding of physics. And
that's what I said. It'd have to be magic and mystical.
It would, but it works on the globe model. That's kind of where we're like,
without
got a disconnect. Yeah, without the magic, it's perfectly explainable.
And those are the conclusions. We tend to go with the most parsimonious conclusions. The ones that don't require assumptions and aren't overly complicated. And if you're throwing in magic as an explanation, then it gets really complicated because you've got to then start trying to explain the magic.
Exactly, and that's what I think the problem is. The force behind that, not the magic, the force. What is causing that to happen?
But what reason do you have to stick with the magic explanation and the naturalistic one?
I'm not saying. I think there's an equation for it that you're not telling us.
Right, but that wouldn't be magic. That would then be a naturalistic, physical explanation.
I didn't say it's magic. I'm saying to you, it's impossible, so it would seem like it's magic. But I think they have an equation for it already.
But when you say to you it's impossible, I mean, wouldn't you agree that we all share the same reality? I mean, you might not agree.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. So
But if we all share the same reality, then the laws of physics are the same for you as they are for me. So, you can't say, well, it seems like magic to you or to us.
I was like you said earlier.
It must also seem like magic to you because you don't have any laws of physics to explain it.
No, but I'm saying, like you were saying before, you're coming from a flat Earth perspective. So if I was only saying, well, I'm on a flat Earth, it is a flat Earth, and it all works. So to explain that would be, it's like an illusion. It's unexplainable. It's impossible to explain what happens. Like you've just been saying, the change of the size of the Earth. You can't explain that. You don't even want to attempt to explain it because it's phenomenal. It's like what? It's like this is not real. This is not real. This is how can we? Because everything relates, doesn't it? If you were to explain the sun like in a mystical, magical way, then that you'd have to explain almost everything that way, and you don't want to go there. That's the problem.
Well, that wouldn't be an explanation.
No, you could do it in a.
I think if you invoke magic at any stage, you're abandoning the idea of an explanation.
It doesn't have to be magic. Any force or anything can have with numbers connected to it. So you would have to find. I'm saying I think this math is too big or too much for our minds. We can't deal with these type of numbers or this new science or new math.
But there is no new science. What you're offering is your daydreams. It's
it could.
You know what I mean? What you want it to be. Your starting point for this is what you really fancy, what shape you fancy the Earth to be, and then you want everyone else to provide explanations that will fit your invented model.
And that's where the emotional investment comes in. Because
yes.
You are emotionally invested in it when you can talk to people and they're telling you, hey, you can look at Stellarium, you can look at these things that actually predict not only what's going to happen tonight, but it can for years in advance. And that the flat Earth can't even be modeled. It cannot be modeled what we see in the sky. So not even for one day. Okay. So there is more proof with the globe model. If you want to believe it's a conspiracy, space isn't real, or we're on a geocentric Earth, I would probably say that's a better idea. But yeah, the flat Earth it's not going to go anywhere because there's no proof. There's nothing that can prove this sophism. It's a logical fallacy to begin with. You're not going to prove it.
This is a terrible moment
I think geocentrism, as Tim says, is a much easier position to defend.
Yeah, because really, I understand the Earth does travel 186 million miles, and over 300 million miles or whatever, and the stars are relatively the same. I understand there are seasonal stars, and that does comport with the globe Earth model completely. But the thing is you do have to understand that these stars are trillions and trillions of miles away. You have to then kind of believe that, the galaxy is going this fast and, all this other stuff. So really, that all can be, you can probably say pretty confidently that could be hogwash, but not the shape of the Earth. I think that's been determined for.
We need help. I need someone like Poncho or someone with a bit more knowledge. You've got me into a corner here.
No, we haven't, Spurs. We haven't.
I can't, if I say now, okay, it's a ball, it's going to look.
Listen, Spurs, all you need to do for yourself, it doesn't matter what you say or what we say. We're not trying. I mean, we're spending time here. We're not getting paid for anything. It doesn't matter. What really I would like you to walk away with is that the ball model, the globe heliocentric model that we were prescribed, just have it in your mind that could be what we live on. Okay, a lot of flat earthers are like, well, maybe it's something else. We're definitely not spinning. We're definitely not going around here and blah blah blah. Well, that's where the evidence points, and you're denying the evidence. So I would just say, just have a doubt that maybe it's not flat, because a lot of flat earthers, you'd be ahead of the pack at that point.
Back to the ball, man. It's like I don't know.
What is it like?
I feel like I just don't have the answer. That's all. I feel like the guys will say, well, why didn't you say this? Why didn't you say that? And like I feel like the attack, there's like using all intelligent, knowledgeable about both sides actually, both sides. And
well, I've been around this quite a while now, Spurs, and as has Tim, and we've both been in debate type conversations with a lot of flat earthers. And I don't know about Tim, but I really haven't heard any great compelling arguments. I think the ones I've heard that are the best are probably ones that go at philosophy a little bit, and it's kind of attack your starting point. I think they can be quite useful. I think JLB did a reasonable job defending geocentrism.
Nice, yeah, that was a pretty good conversation, man. For sure.
Yeah, but
just because you understand that there are kind of some fishy things that the flat Earth has brought up to attention, that we all would have been walking around our daily lives thinking, without even knowing a quarter of this stuff. So it is cool that we did, learn some things. And
right.
And if you don't want to believe that you can figure out the mass of the Earth with a torsion balance and some lead heavy balls, then that's your bag, and it goes the same with the other side of the debate. You believe that's fine, but it does, a lot of things do hinge on a lot of interesting, just kind of circumstantial people that just kind of came up and did, great things,
Well, I will ask that question more than normal, more than usual. How does the sun? There's an answer. I mean, whether you find it, acceptable, I don't know, but I'm sure they.
Well, I tell you what the answer is, Spurs. I can tell you. What most flat earthers will do is they'll claim that the sun does change size.
No.
You could see videos now on say David Weiss's channel that say exactly that.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God.
I'm not asking about the sun changes. I'm talking about going around the south of the edge of the Earth. How does it travel there and then get back into the middle? That's what you're saying, right, Tim?
Sorry, say that again. What was that?
You were asking how does it go around the edge? Does it go really, really quickly around the edge? Speed up?
No, I'm saying that it would have to go about twice as fast as.
That's what I'm saying. You're asking, does it speed up around the edges and then slow down in the middle?
Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it would have to. I don't know if you, Jeremy. Which one's Capricorn or? What is it called again?
Tropic of Cancer.
Cancer and Capricorn. Yeah. Which one's the north one?
I think it's.
I always get them mixed.
He Googled. Cancer is north.
Okay, cool. So when it's in the most northern trajectory, that's called the Tropic of Cancer. When it's in the most southern trajectory, and that takes 6 months for it to travel down there, right? So that's Capricorn down south. So when it is down south, no matter what, it would have to go faster than when it was up north, because we still see day and night is still the same.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
So on a flat Earth, when it moves from Cancer to Capricorn, it's moving from the inside of the disk to the outside.
Yes.
And therefore is traveling further.
Faster.
I'm going to ask that question. I'll ask the community, and see what
Well, what you'll probably get is that the sun is like a record player, and it goes around and around, baby. That's what I got.
Yeah. There was Aaron Dover tried to come up with his sort of yin yang thing, didn't he? Did you see that? I don't.
No, wow.
That was some sort of an idea for it that he had. But of
Well,
course,
isn't
another big
Go
problem
ahead.
we have, Spurs, I think, is just the fact
No,
that.
hold on. Let me just say
Well, hang on.
something.
Go on. Sorry, go on.
In your when you're saying this to me, you're saying this the sun is at 93 million miles away, and on the flat model it's a lot closer. So if it's a lot closer, if those two distances are so huge, that means that there's a lot going on between a closer sun and a sun that's 93 million miles away. Yeah. So if you're talking about the size of something, you're talking about that size at 93 million miles away, and the flat earthers are saying, well, no, it's right.
No. The size doesn't particularly matter in just the thought experiment.
Yeah, if
of
something
the-
is
from the
90
north to south.
million miles away, right? Literally 93 or 90 million miles, whatever.
Yeah.
Then that's going to have a huge difference.
That's on the globe model. I'm actually specifically saying on the flat Earth model, no matter how high it would have to be most correct, I'm saying that it would have to go quite a bit faster because the southern trajectory
My point
is
is
much longer.
My point is, if 93 million miles is wrong, and science have got that wrong, then everything is wrong.
But that kind of makes it worse for you because it during the daytime, during a single day, if the sun is small and close, then the angular size difference is going to be greater than if the sun is big and a long way away.
Yeah, there's no getting past that. And when I asked Jem, how would that work on the flat Earth model, he said, well, you have to go up and down. And then we both thought probably about the same time that, well, that doesn't work with people being different areas. So it just, yeah.
Unless we all have our own personal sun.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, just give us time. I mean, I feel, I don't want to say I don't want to answer when I don't really have.
No, you're good. Hey, look. Say you could ask me 100,000 questions where I'd say I don't know. I have no fucking clue, dude.
We're not here to try and catch you out or.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't just go, all right, guys, and it's a board when I know they probably have an answer for that.
No, what you're going to do now is you're going to do and try to find the answer for it, and you're going to be stronger for it either way. So, yeah, we're not trying to bring you down, dude. We're just saying there are a lot of problems in our eyes with the flat Earth model, and then there are a lot of things
that doesn't satisfy you, an answer.
What's that?
The reason why it goes around and it goes, if there's an answer, like there was a guy, he says he has a flat Earth model and everything works.
Who's that?
He was on here, I forgot to get his name.
I bet I know who that is. It's the Australian guy, right? A&D.
I'm not sure where he's from, but he says he has a model. But the only problem I had with him, he says he believes in a boar still, but he has a flat Earth model and everything works, but he still believes in a boar. So I said, why would you give us a model that you don't believe in? And I didn't take it because of that.
That'd be pretty funny. A working flat Earth model coming out from a glober.
Yeah.
It'd be ironic as hell, dude.
Yeah.
Has it?
I don't know. I mean, I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, and I can't figure out any way that.
Yeah, dude, I'm so open-minded. I don't care, man. I'm after the truth as well. I just find more truth, obviously, in the heliocentric model. Like, that's the best thing that explains it. But if somebody comes out in the flat Earth, I swear to God, dude, it would take some serious evidence. But I would convert overnight, dude. Seriously, it doesn't matter to me. If there's proof, I'm down. But I just don't see proof. I just see a lot of logical fallacies and a bunch of just arguments from incredulity, truthfully.
So basically, you're accepting everything that NASA produces.
No. See, remember, I'm the guy that was saying I don't, and Jem probably accepts a lot more than me, but I am very skeptical about NASA. I don't really know what they're doing, truthfully.
But NASA is the one who provides us with information about the Earth.
Well, what I would say to that is, I mean, Tim's right. I generally accept stuff from NASA, but I would also agree with him. They are definitely up to things that we don't know about, and that's evidenced. You know, we know that has occurred because they've existed long enough for stuff that they've done in the past to have been made public. So, I've no doubt they're involved in defense stuff that we don't know about.
Well, did you ever hear the supposedly the same day? I haven't really verified this, but supposedly the same day that they went up to the moon, they were having some deep sea, NASA themselves having some deep sea submarine or something down there, and nobody would have figured it out supposedly unless I guess it turned up at some guy's junkyard or something.
Right.
Have you heard of that, Jim?
I haven't. I have heard of some deep sea project, but I don't know. The one I do know about that's just been made public is a thing called the MOL, the Manned Orbiting Laboratory, and this was a sort of add-on to the Gemini program. So it was before Apollo, before they went to the moon, and they came up with the idea that they could stick a couple of astronauts in a small space station orbiting the Earth, and just get them taking photos of Russia every 90 minutes, So yeah, and this was using NASA technology, which is been developed under NASA's budget, its science budget, but it's being used for defense. I mean, they never built it in the end because they got better with unmanned satellites and it became unnecessary. But it's an example of stuff that they were up to that they shouldn't have been up to. That it's not part of their remit, and it doesn't seem right.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, for some reason, that Bart Sibrel movie or something where they have this compilation of things that if it's put well together and you have a conspiracy mind, you're going to fall for it. But that I got explained the whole camera, how it actually went up as the rocket goes up or whatever from the moon. Have you seen that?
Right. Yeah.
They failed I think 3 times before or something. Finally got it right.
That's right. Yeah. When you see it, you actually see it on Apollo 15 and Apollo 16, which are the other ones that had a rover, and the rover had a lunar rover, and the rover had the remote control camera on it. You see, and you see the guy who's operating the camera get progressively better through the 3 missions, but he was using a stopwatch, which was common in television production anyway. I mean, he was a NASA guy, obviously, but so I believe that story. I think that's believable. But with Bart Sibrel, I mean, I've been through that thing, and it's bollocks, mate. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of these flat Earth ideas, or a lot of these sproutings of NASA being disingenuous and stuff, is based a lot on that and some other conspiracy material that has been debunked.
That's so true, because you know what? I'd never actually seen a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I had seen many times the actual clip of, the supposed smoking gun footage where they're filming the Earth through the window. So I'd seen that a number of times, but I'd never seen the whole thing. And a couple of weeks ago only, because I was making this presentation thing, it kind of came up, and I watched the whole thing, and I couldn't believe it. One thing, how dreadful it was, but the second thing was almost everything that's been said to me about the moon landings. It was word for word from that bloody movie.
And they've never watched. I'm always like, hey, have you ever watched the 100 hours you can watch basically of uncut where
Right.
they're doing all these, approaches and all these things. I mean, no, so what kind of material are you going off of? Well, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. So do you know that that's been debunked by a person named BD True Talk and other people? No, we only look at material that fits our confirmation bias. So there you go, a truther that is not really actually in it for truth. They're in it for the feels, what makes them feel good. So it's unfortunate. It's a total charlatan move. Like these conspiracy people, they know there is a market for it, and they exploit it. And these people are victims of lies and misconceptions. And me personally, being a conspiracy theorist for many, many years, I think it's detrimental to somebody's mental health state to be so skeptical that they don't believe anything is real anymore.
Right.
So I think it's dangerous, and that's why I still have talks sometimes, really.
You guys should check out a video on YouTube. It's one of my favorite Apollo, debunking moon hoax videos. It's called "Irrefutable Proof: Lunar Gravity." Irrefutable proof we landed on the moon, lunar gravity, or something like that. If you Google those words, it'll come right up.
I saw that there. Is that the one with the sort of swinging object?
The swinging pendulum, right? And I thought that was a very clever way to show, hey, look, if they're going to simulate gravity in a studio, and they have no way to simulate gravity in a studio, this pendulum would be swinging much faster if it was on Earth. And if it was, and if they were fast forwarding the video or slow motioning the video to make the pendulum swing as slow as it would on the moon, now the astronaut movements doesn't look right. You can just, the human eye is very good at detecting when something looks unnatural, and you can immediately see, now the movements on the astronauts don't look right anymore when it brings it up to the speed that a pendulum swings on Earth, where it's like, well, how did NASA do this like in the 60s before digital compositing? It's like, if you look at any movies from that era, any of the Stanley Kubrick stuff, nothing looks flawless. I've never heard any of the Apollo moon hoax people give any kind of a reasonable explanation for that, other than they're saying that NASA had much better, they had digital video technology, 30 years before the freaking Hollywood industry did. Some crazy assertion like, well, what's your evidence for that?
Right.
Well, I've also heard that they had a lot of money in the creation of CGI for that first space thing that they had, and I forget what it was. But I've heard flat earthers say that they had something to do with Photoshop as well. So.
In the early 90s, they brought an IMAX camera up on a shuttle mission to do an IMAX movie.
Your mic your mic is kind of fucked up, man.
I know. I was messing with it last night, and I'm in a really echoey room too.
Oh, that's much
now
better.
It's good. Yeah,
oh, okay, it's better there. Sorry about
Right.
that, guys. Yeah, this microphone sucks on this laptop. They did a IMAX movie on the shuttle, and
No,
it's like,
not
okay,
like that. That's terrible. Go back to how you were before.
I actually haven't moved. I don't know if it's the software that's doing something. But I was saying, go watch any of the early CGI from the 90s, when like Terminator 2 or any of the times where it was just pretty terrible. And it's like, okay, you're going to tell me that NASA filmed this IMAX movie and made it all CGI, and it looks better than freaking Gravity did in like 2015.
Yeah,
But people, they'll still just say, hey, space is fake. But it's like, look, I have a neighbor that's like 5 doors down that worked for Rocketdyne for 40 years. And he knew a lot of the Apollo guys because they were sort of working their way out when he was, rising up through the company. And whether they were just twiddling their thumbs, like he tells me about how much work went into these projects. And it's like, okay, these people were all twiddling their thumbs for like a fool's, essentially. All the conspiracy theorists will tell you is, well, no, these guys, they are real scientists. They did all go and get their doctorates, and they studied all this stuff, but if they studied it was all bullshit. And then only a few people knew that it was all fake. And everyone else, they were just basically on a fool's errand, but they never figured it out that they were on a fool's errand. And when they were getting all that telemetry and looking at all the shit that was constantly breaking on these through the research and development, they are just like, well, I guess it's just a master conspiracy to fake all these people out. But then it's like, oh, it's not just the U.S. that does this. Freaking China does this, and freaking North Korea does this, and freaking Japan does this, and freaking the European Space Agency does this. And
Yeah, they do
no
it
one
worse
figures
too.
it out along the way.
that China moonwalk or the spacewalk, the first spacewalk was, I'm pretty sure, fake.
Well, I mean, China is notorious. I mean, they're the ones. I don't know if you guys remember this a few years back. They had they did supposedly fighter pilot training video or something, and it was like snippets from Top Gun. Do you guys remember that?
Sorry, I just lost you there. What was it? Hello?
Yeah, your mic sucks, dude. Kind of cut you out. He's muted. Negator, you there? You allowed to talk on the internet tonight, Negator?
Oh, sorry, guys. My mic got jacked up. I was saying a few years back, I don't know if you guys remember this, but China released a video claiming to be like their fighter planes or something like that. And then they were like, oh, that's from Top Gun. It was like snippets from Top Gun.
I know that North Korea did one, didn't they?
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it was North Korea next.
Well, they had like this new stealth fighter, and that they totally faked. It was a model that they produced.
Yeah, it was like plywood with black paint.
Yeah, it wasn't big enough, and so, aviation experts were looking at it. They looked at they could see the controls in the cockpit. You could just see they'd faked them. So yeah, I mean they do fake stuff, don't they? I don't know though. I mean, I think China's doing some real stuff in space.
Oh yeah, China's definitely doing real stuff. They got the money, they got the manpower. That's for sure.
Don't they have a rover on the moon, dude?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So I think Google is doing some kind of like you win $3 million or something, but for people to have something to go to the moon.
Yeah, there's three launches next year. They're all private companies.
God, I hope they go up there and there's no bullshit. And what's gonna happen is the video that we get, there's gonna be several jump cuts.
Right.
And of course, there's not going to be a wide angle, or there is going to be a wide angle lens, so the flat earthers will be like, "Oh, it's fake," and then, yeah. So I wish, and I've never found one, to find a rocket on a camera on a rocket from when it lifts off till it gets into space without any jump cuts. I've never found it.
Right.
Which doesn't prove anything.
I think there's some from the shuttle. I think.
I mean, it depends what you call space. I mean, I've seen this video where it's on one of the boosters. So it goes, you see it go all the way up and then fall away and then fall all the way back down to Earth again.
Yeah, that one I was debating just the other day on, I think. That one has a jump cut. And Pew and all those people were like, well, so what? Does that mean it's fake? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, dude, I'm just saying, it would be interesting to see if there's ever, and you know what, some atheist comes in and starts telling me, he says that it's too boring to watch a whole rocket launch, so they cut it to make it more interesting. And I said, how long is a rocket launch? Do you think that the most magnificent fucking creation going up into supposed space is not cool to watch the whole thing? This guy was like, no, people just want to watch the good parts. Like, no, dude, we want to see that shit.
You're only going to be, I don't know, about 3 or 4 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be very long, is it?
I think it's more like 12 to 13 or something like that, all the way to orbit.
Some of them get pretty quick up there, man. I thought it was, around 5
Well, I think 12. I think, as you say, 12 minutes. I think to be actually in orbit, but I think to just to be sort of past the common.
Yeah, I mean, you could do the you could do the calculus for it. I mean, they got to get to 17,000 miles per hour, and they average 2 to 4 Gs throughout the flight. So I don't think you can do that within 2 minutes or 3 or 4 minutes.
So do you think we could get like a nice camera to actually see a rocket launch and actually see it after the boosters, the actual pod actually go further and further and further? Like, is there video of that?
I believe there is. I've never looked for that. I've never gotten into. I've never had a formal debate with someone for like a flat Earth thing, so I've never dug around for that.
Well,
But I
the
think
way
there
to
are-
beat a flat earther, is just go and watch Mark Sargent's Clues and go and check out Jeranism, piddle paddle around, Globebusters and shit, and figure out what they believe, and then come and debate them on what they believe, because what they believe has no bearing on what we see empirically every single day. So I mean, it's game over at that point.
Yeah. And really, you know, what I find is I don't think I've heard any ideas in flat Earth apart from the no trees on flat Earth or no forests. Apart from that, everything I've heard is pretty much from Dubai, really.
Well,
I don't know where he got it from.
All of that is lifted, yeah, from Robotham and all
Yeah.
those characters. And it's also ironically funny that it's a Freemason conspiracy with NASA being Freemasons and, you know, devil worshippers and shit. But really, like, Robotham and all these people that have ever brought up the flat Earth throughout, and it's a recycled psyop. It's come up in the 1920s, I think, and other times. They've all been Freemasons. So it's just hypocrisy. They're walking hypocrisy. It's quite enjoyment to watch, really.
We lost Spurs.
Well, I'm glad that he, you know, something actually kind of made him
Resonate.
question. Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I think it did. I really think it did. That's
That
the
was pretty
first
good.
time.
Yeah. He's one of the pro ones too. Like,
Yeah, he is.
you know, like if Pete was on here, there's, you know, me trying to tell him that people died on 9/11 or, you know, piss might not be the best thing to drink or whatever. Like, that's it's just not gonna get through, you know.
You're a master of understatement, Tim. He might not be the best thing to drink. That's one way of putting it.
Yeah. Well, you know, on Google, man, you can find pro this and, you know, con this, the same subject. So there is plenty of, you know, homeopathic remedies and research of people, you know, or there's all these anecdotal, you know, experiences where I had
Sure.
cancer, or I had, you know, I broke out every day and had acne and I drank my own piss and everything's cured. And I mean, some of them that actually do that think it's a fucking cure-all. Like, they're going to be the healthiest person because they drink their own urine. And it's like,
Right.
what is in your urine that's going to make you more healthy? I don't know. It's weird. But Patricia was one of the first people to bring that up on her show, like, a long time ago. She got a lot of heat for that. And then I think Antonio has even gone as far as to explain the methods as to which is the best for ingestion. And
Really?
yeah, he said in the shower, just, you know, tinkle and capture it or whatever, and, you know, just drink up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude. Jesus. I don't know. These conspiracy theorists will have you eating borax, snorting lines of baking soda, Arm & Hammer, and, you know, drinking your own urine in no time, because you will be the healthiest motherfucker out there. You'll be
I've heard them say that cigarettes aren't bad for you. That's
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that, you know, 28 years of my life I never smoked one, and now I fucking smoke like a chimney. So I'm hoping, I'm going with their research here and saying that, you know what, there's no detrimental effects to my smoking cigarettes. Yeah, Antonio said that you have to take the filter off, and then it's healthy. So. They have a converter, I guess, in there. The filter is actually like this conspiratorial filter that
right,
actually
yeah.
filter. Yeah. See, it filters all the good, and then it makes it bad. I don't know.
Oh man, I love YouTube.
Yeah, I know. It is funny. I thought it was going somewhere a couple years ago.
What I don't get is,
Go ahead.
with all these flat earthers, is like they're going to doubt the technology, Apollo technology in the 60s to go to space or go to the moon, where essentially you're just putting some people in a metal box, essentially a lightweight submarine, and launching like basically a big freaking bomb or firecracker, oxygen tanks and gas tanks and stuff. I mean, it's all stuff that we can all understand, and you light the fire and get it up there. But they don't question their freaking iPhone, which has like 14 nanometer circuitry that's like 1/60,000th the width of a human hair, in order to make it as compact as where it's like freaking barely wider than a credit card, but it can do all this stuff. They don't look at that and go, well, how the fuck did someone build this, right? They would, if someone told them about it and they couldn't play with it in their hand, they'd say this is fake as fuck, right? And it's like
not only that, they actually
complicated as that. That phone, by the way, that phone has way more technology in it than a freaking Apollo mission did.
Well, that's a fallacy in and of itself, but it does clear up a good point. I mean, really, when they say that all schooling is indoctrination, I mean, I would say 99 or 90% of school has nothing to do with indoctrination. It has to do with trade schools and, a plumber being a plumber and a mechanic being a mechanic. So we build off of each other and off of history, what's happened in history. So that is why we have the technology we have, but at the same rate, they say that all schooling is, indoctrination. So, but at the same time, they use Google Hangouts, they use all this technology. So I totally understand where the point is. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, and saying that it's more technology. I mean, I guess like you were saying, that could be kind of a fallacy in there, but it's like you were saying, we build and build on top, and we have to. And the other thing we have to do is we have to trust other people that the stuff that they figured out a long time ago, that it's good, and we're going to trust it, and we're going to rely on that, and we'll know that it's good, because if it keeps doing what it's supposed to do, then there's no reason to think that it's not going to, right? We verify it all, but I don't know, it's like they're thinking there's no way, there's no way that we could send human beings to a whole other body in space, like there's no way. But it's like,
well,
the
problem is their premise, because they think that NASA or even the Russians had never done anything unmanned to the moon. So they're thinking quite literally, and if you think about it, yeah, that would be right. If literally they're like, let's build a rocket and let's go to the moon. They obviously tested quite a few things about the dynamics of our ship before we sent humans up there.
Right.
So that's part of the ridiculous thing. I mean, what is it, 10 years before they were, Russia was launching shit, flying around the moon and stuff, supposedly. So it wasn't just this, blind mission where they're just like, fuck it, let's try it, man,
Yeah.
They tested it.
Monkeys, they sent, no, you're good. They sent monkeys, they sent all different types of shit. And what I'll hear is, well, the first ones, the animals came back and they were completely melted or whatever. And I haven't really seen that research, but I'm sure that could happen, because obviously they probably sent them up in pretty rudimentary things to begin with, and then started to build on, how to, the amount of technology that they do, it's amazing, because flying through the atmosphere, coming down, there's a whole science to it, like the approach, the actual material that's on what's falling, and I mean it's quite amazing, and all that science didn't just spur on some conspiracy. It obviously is using the physics of our world. So I mean, to just completely deny satellites' existence and all that kind of stuff, it really, what they did is then just said, oh no, they could be balloons. Then I'm like, dude, those satellites are going really, really fast past us. So how in our atmosphere does a balloon or any kind of material hold up? Or how do we even keep it up there?
Yeah, and you can see them.
Yeah.
You can see them. And they move a hell of a lot faster than anything else does in the sky.
Well, I think
There's a guy.
Sorry,
go ahead, Jim. No, go ahead, Jim.
I was going to say that I think the best evidence for Apollo is really from Earth, because so much of the space operations were just witnessed by people, and not just astronomers. I mean, people getting off the bus saw fuel dumps happening and things like that, and or the translunar injection burn, where they actually leave Earth's orbit to go to the moon.
Well,
People,
their contention is though that they go, they have the parabolic maneuver, obviously for obvious reasons to people that understand the science of it, but they think that it's just a show basically. Then they go over the ocean and then it just drops in the ocean, and
right? But,
it's a big
but
show.
beyond that, I'm talking about once they're in orbit, they had to do fuel dumps, and that created like a cloud in space that could be seen from Earth. And then when they actually left Earth's orbit and went for the moon, they do the translunar injection burn, where they burn the rocket motor again. That could be seen from Earth. And then people with telescopes could actually see the spacecraft. Now they're only seeing lights, but like with Apollo, once it was on the way to the moon, you ended up with a number of objects in space. So you'd got the command and service module and lunar module joined together, and then behind it you'd got the spent rocket booster and like 4 sort of panels, four adapter panels that were on the top of it, and they're sort of blown off it. But all of this stuff is heading to the moon. So, it's quite.
Hold on. Can you see the rover with a telescope then?
Not the rover, no.
No, you can't. There's no telescope large enough. If you ever took an astronomy class, you can calculate the resolving ability of a telescope. And unfortunately,
well, hold on. We can see a gap 40 miles wide with our eyeballs. You're telling me we don't have a telescope that can see even just a
no,
not
like you can't see the Apollo landing. Like you can't see all the stuff we left behind on the moon with a telescope on Earth. It's just too far away, and so the result, even like the best telescopes like the Hubble telescope and stuff, they cannot resolve something so small that far away.
But you can see it on the LRO images.
Yeah, but when they send a satellite, just like you can have satellites that take pictures of the Earth and that you can see your own house and you can see your truck parked in your driveway. When they sent the stuff to the moon, several different agencies have videoed the NASA sites, and you can see the tracks that the astronauts left behind. You can see, the stuff, the lower stuff they left behind.
Yeah, and
you can see once they put a satellite there, you can see it, but you cannot see it with a telescope. That's a common misconception that flight operators say, well, why can't I see this stuff with a telescope? Why has no one seen it with a telescope? Well, you can do the math on it, see the optics. You cannot resolve something that's only 20 feet in diameter from 200,000 miles away.
But I think the images from the LRO are really quite good, especially if you ever go to that site, Tim, the LROC site. They've got what they call them flip books of the landing sites. So where they take the same image but in different lighting conditions as the moon phases during the month. So and then they overlay these images on top of each other, and you can just slide through the images. So you get to see the objects in different lighting conditions, and it really brings out the 3D of them. And it looks really cool. In fact, I'll show you one if you like, just to
nice, yeah,
boring.
Because obviously it could easily be faked, any imagery, but
right. I mean, what I've been able to do is verify some of these images with the Chinese, Japanese, and Indians. But so you've got to throw them into the conspiracy as well.
Yeah,
but
well, I mean, there is.
I suppose that's
something to be said about the Cold War. There's something to be said about the Cold War propaganda, and there's something to also be said about how we have treaties with all of these countries, such as the Antarctic Treaty. We have.
Right.
We're complete friends with people on the ISS. I mean, there are certain areas where we are completely working together, but then there are certain areas where there's a fear aspect, it seems like, that they try to push. So there's conspiracy theorists a lot will believe that, conclude, I guess, that they are all pretty much working together in some form or fashion.
Right, can you see this?
Yeah.
This is Apollo 17 landing site. So if you flip through it, now this probably isn't the best one actually. No, you can see these different. I've seen some better ones than this.
How big do you think those craters are?
Sorry?
So this is another question I might bring up with you, Jen, is how come all these crater marks look like they're coming in from a 90-degree angle from the Earth, which wouldn't really make much sense? And also, where is the material that hit it? I mean, does it just completely burn up?
Well, no, I mean, some of what they brought back is what they call ejecta. And I mean, you can see it. You know, if you look for some of these craters where you get these, they call them star craters, you know, or ray craters, you know, you get rays coming out from them. And that's like the ejecta from the impact. But I think if you look at it close, hang on, let me get a closer image, a more detailed image. And you see what you then start to see is a lot of irregularity in the craters.
So some are oblong, some are skidded, kind of. Then.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they are still pretty round, but I think you see a lot more. I mean, just I've got a good Google image here somewhere that I can use.
The only thing I could think of that would happen is space debris coming in and just basically start in orbit around the moon for, you know, as long as it needs. Then finally, whenever it comes down or close enough, it just, you know.
Yeah, one of the things to remember too, though, is that, you know, this stuff that's coming in from space that's getting caught by the moon's gravity it's traveling really freaking fast, and when it hits the surface of the moon, there is a tremendous amount of energy coming in. So every single impact is like, and lots of lots of amateur astronomers have video footage showing they'll be just recording the moon, and then you'll just see like a flash, like a little speck. It'll flash when a fairly large impact occurs, because there's just so much energy. It's literally like a mini nuclear explosion. And because there's no atmosphere, it doesn't, you know, that object is full size when it hits the surface. It doesn't burn up at all. So it's basically like, you know.
Well, do you understand what I mean? How the moon is tidally locked with the Earth, and how it seems like most of those asteroids come in at a 90-degree angle, which doesn't seem, I don't know, it just doesn't seem plausible.
Well, what will happen is, if you have the object, if you're like, you know, think of it like if you're shooting a gun towards the moon, all you have to do is get it within a range where, well, number one, if it's traveling really, really fast, the Earth's gravity will not be able to slow down that projectile enough from it carrying where it wants to go. And then on top of that, it's going to curve towards, you know, if it gets close enough to the moon, it's going to curve towards the moon and get caught by the moon's gravity more so than the Earth's gravity once it gets close enough to the moon, right? Because even though the Earth is a lot bigger than the moon, we know that gravity is reduced with the square of distance, right? So as it gets closer and closer to the moon, the moon's gravity becomes a much stronger force than the Earth's gravity.
Do you understand, though, that it would, I mean, I'm trying to think of how it would, with it being tidally locked, how would it come in at a trajectory to hit at a 90-degree angle in the front face of the moon, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I think the misconception there would be that, number one, that it would come in at exactly a 90-degree angle. I don't think any of these hits are actually occurring at a perfect 90-degree angle. I think the reason why, even though the craters are kind of oblong, some of them, they're kind of weird, they tend to be kind of round, is what you need to think about is that crater is usually many, many, many times bigger than the object that hit the moon. And so since every impact is kind of like its own little massive explosion or semi-mini little nuke,
no, I could see that. It wouldn't.
See what I mean?
It's
kind of like, even if it comes in, even if it was to come in at a skim, once it makes impact, it transfers so much energy instantly to the surface, it kind of blows a hole in it.
Okay, I could see that. It is a lot of energy and inertia and shit happening. So I could.
Yeah, if you do the math on the energy, I mean, some of this stuff is coming in at like 30,000 miles per hour when it touches the surface, right? So it's like that's a tremendous amount of energy that's going to instantly transfer to the surface.
Yeah.
Here's a bit of Google Moon. You can see a few odd craters here. You know, they're kind of roundish.
Also, I just hopped back in. Can you hear me?
Oh no.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, consider a couple other things too as well. Consider a stop sign, right? 200 meters away on the other side of a field, and you're shooting at that stop sign with a rifle. How far away to your right or left would another shooter have to be before the bullet holes in the stop sign became oblong? Right. I'd imagine they need to be, a half mile to your left or right. And then turn that into, scale that up to 250,000 miles away from the Earth.
Right.
You'd need to be 250,000 miles left or right of the Earth before. Well, even then, let's see, that's still only. Yeah, even if the meters are coming in, that far away, left or right of the Earth, they're still coming in at almost 90 degrees, real close. And the other thing to consider that I don't understand why folks don't consider is, we have tens of thousands of craters on Earth you can reference where all of the projectiles came in at an angle, right, between World War II and pretty much any war since then. Right, mostly World War II because you can look up overhead views from the bombers that were dropping the bombs, and the craters themselves are all generally circular, but the bombs came in at an angle because they have the forward motion of the airplane. Same thing with artillery. I can personally vouch for artillery coming in at lower than a 45-degree angle, creating a crater that's still generally circular, just for the reason that epistemology said that the explosive force of the object is what creates the crater, not the object striking the ground. Like if I were chucking grenades at a beach, the force of the explosion of the grenade would overtake any amount of forward force I put into throwing grenade, and as far as when it struck the ground, right? Like it would strike the ground and cause like a divot, but then it would explode in a circular fashion.
It's like don't think of it like the grenade. It would be like the difference between if you had like a very wet, muddy field, and if you were throwing duds around, yeah, they'd probably make some weird shapes as they come in at different angles if you're throwing the dud. But if you're throwing live grenades around, the little scrape that it makes in the dirt as it goes off is nothing compared to the crater that the energy of the explosion causes, right?
Right.
So with that explosion, there's no soot or any kind of dark matter that comes from it. It's just, it looks like the moon afterwards.
Well, you can see like the blast lines coming off of it on the moon. And by the way, because of the moon's low gravity, quite a bit of that material actually just gets ejected and either put into orbit or sometimes even gets sent to Earth. Because Earth is the next strong gravitational body. So there's lots of moon that, stuff that got blown off the moon and got caught into Earth. There's even stuff on Earth that got blown off of Mars. If it gets hit hard enough, it'll eject some of those rocks all the way into orbit and exceed escape velocity for the planet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The stuff that is deepest, at the deepest part, or the stuff that's ejected from the deepest part of the crater, actually ends up on the crater rim. They know that from testing crater formation, I guess. But that's why on Apollo, they didn't have to do a lot of drilling to get minerals from deep within the moon, because they're just able to pull them off the crater rim.
Yeah, baby.
Gotcha.
If you've got a deep enough crater, you're getting, mineral samples from a long way beneath.
So do you think you could quantify somehow in mathematics an explanation for the relative size of the moon and the sun and the distances between Earth, sun, and moon? I mean, is it just a coincidence, or is there actual can you figure it out that gravity would want to do that, to have certain things, certain distances to? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they
I think
match up
that's
pretty.
coincidence. I think. but
Go
I
ahead,
could
buddy.
be wrong. I don't
What's
know.
that?
Do you know, Neg? Or
I
technology?
mean, you can mathematically determine how large they look based on distances, but I don't really understand the gravity.
Well, just because of our placement, the sun, moon, and the Earth, our placement, would that have anything to do? Because obviously our placement does have to do with gravity and shit flying around everywhere. Would that have anything to do with why they are similar sizes in our sky?
No. The similar size thing is purely coincidence.
Really? That's pretty hard to believe, almost, really.
That one is 400 times bigger, but 400 times further away.
Exactly. There's
It
got to
does
be
seem like a
some-
happy coincidence, doesn't it?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I have to think about it. I mean, the gravity, like where they are based on, if you're wondering why they're there, why they are there, and you're trying to factor in a bunch of some other stuff. Let me throw a couple other things out there, and I know I'm kind of rambling right now because I'm trying to get my thoughts together. You would need to know like how it got there in the first place,
yeah.
and like where it came from. But for instance, if you were to slow down the Earth's speed around the sun, then I would think that the sun would be able to pull it closer. I'm not 100% if somebody wants to think about that one for a minute. Like if the moon made a rotation around the Earth in say 60 days instead of 27 days, it seems like it would be a little closer.
Yeah, so you're getting my point. Is that I think there is some relation between distance and different factors that I can't really think of at the time. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Interesting.
Right? Like, I mean, yeah, there's math for determining how strong something has to be to keep something else in orbit around it, but that math is also related to how quickly that object is going. Because the faster it goes, like if Earth doubled its linear velocity, is that the? Yeah, that's right. Around the sun, I would assume that it would get further away. Maybe I have to think about this one.
Yeah, it would have to change in something. I mean,
well, the same.
there's
So
an
if you had like a rock on a string, right? The faster you spin the rock, the more force that, or rather, the harder you have to try to keep your hand in one spot. If that makes sense, because the faster spinning rock, the higher angular velocity, wants to pull your finger away from the center point, right?
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I wonder if there's anywhere else in our solar system that has a coincidence such as that. Say you're standing on Saturn and one of the moons is basically the same size as the sun, even though it's millions and millions of miles away. Because
they've got quite a few moons to choose from. Those gas planets, haven't they? So
yeah, aren't those amazing though? I mean, if everything is true as prescribed, which it seems to be more and more so nowadays to me. I mean, it is just unbelievably amazing, really.
Yeah.
And that's what always got me is that flat earthers would say, we're more special and we're more special in our ant farm and stuff. And God created it; it makes it created. I think that God could have created something 1,000,000 times more spectacular than an ant farm, and that would be billions of different galaxies and all these different just physics and I mean I think that's way more wondrous and way more special than being in an ant farm. But I guess they perceive how special they are by the size of their surroundings. I don't really know.
Right. I mean, I think maybe Carl Sagan is perhaps to blame for some of this because he did this thing about how we're this insignificant planet on this insignificant galaxy sort of thing, and I think people sort of they've sort of bought into that idea quite a bit, and I don't know. I don't see it like that. I think even if there's there's a suggestion there's life everywhere all over the universe, even if that's true, I still think we're really special. I still think that makes us special.
Oh, dude, this world that we live in is so perfect. I mean, and they say these numbers like, oh, if it was, 500,000 miles closer to the sun or 500,000 miles further, or if it was, not tilted, or all these different things, we'd have drastically different weather and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it seems like it was made for us, and not only that, it seems like we're not really exactly meant to escape. If you think about it, I mean,
right?
Going across an ocean, you got to bring your own water because it's you can't drink that water, and going up is hard because the more weight you have, the more fuel and resources you need to use, and it's just like it kind of like, hey, gravity's keeping you down here. It's like it seems to be where we're supposed to be, truthfully.
I think I kind of see it in a way the other way round, in that we're perfect for the Earth, which is what you would expect from evolved creatures, and I think that's how I see it. Any intelligent life that exists anywhere would always consider itself to be in a position that living in an environment that appeared to be designed specifically for it, because that is the nature of evolution, if you know what I mean. You could only consider an environment that appeared to be perfect for you, because the environment would have to appear to be perfect for you in order for you to evolve far enough to be able to consider things like the environment. Did that make any sense?
Yeah, it does.
The anthropic
But
principle, I think they call it. I'm not explaining it very well.
There are definitely some places on Earth that you don't want to live, but
Well,
go ahead.
You couldn't consider Mercury perfect for you because you can't live there. You would die. Same for Mars and same for other planet, right?
Right. You would only evolve. Intelligent life could only evolve in a place that's hospitable enough for it to evolve. And,
so
and that being the case, once it evolves to the point of intelligence, it could only consider its surroundings to be. They would appear to be designed for it, when in actual fact it was designed for them. For it, the organism was designed for the environment, if you like.
Isn't it kind of hard to believe that there's been millions of different species that have lived throughout the Earth's history, and we're the only one that has a frontal cortex, or actually the ability to do the things that we do? I mean, doesn't that in and of itself make you feel special on the Earth? I mean,
well, exactly. Yeah. That's why I think that's why I really hate it when they say that about you believe in Darwin, and you just believe your pond slime and all that, and as you say, 99.9% of species that have ever lived have died out, and we're still here, and we've built rockets and shit and iPhones.
Yeah.
We're special. That makes us really special, I think.
But nothing else even compares. I mean, I think there's some monkeys that I've heard that start fires.
Right.
Started maybe from watching humans or something, cook their meat
Yeah.
up here. But besides that, there's nothing that even comes close to our abilities, our hands, our feet. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, there have been other ape-like human species, Neanderthals, we all know about, and there have been some others that we don't know much about, but they may have been closer to us.
Do you think we started out as, and I'm saying through the evolution process, do you think that we started out not eating meat? Because, I mean, really all of our physiological aspects to our body says that comparatively to all other, herbivores and carnivores, we have all of the aspects of being an omnivore and not a carnivore.
Right.
I think, I mean, even monkeys, I think will do some cannibalism on some weird shit. Like, I mean, I've seen some pretty bad stuff, but on the general, they're not meat eaters, you know, and they don't cook their meat either. So.
Right. I think, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably true, but I think, you know, evolution has probably played a role there, though, because, you know, we know it has with, what do they call it? I don't know, dairy tolerance in adults. You know, how, you know, half the planet can't drink milk as adults. We can only digest it as children. And that is said to be you know, an evolutionary development that's you know, basically happened in Europe as we started to you know, farm dairy cattle.
Yeah, it is extremely odd to drink another animal's, you know, basically life-giving source for their own, you know.
Right.
It's kind of weird, but
But if you think about the evolutionary advantage in being able to digest milk as an adult, if you're in a time of you know, drought or you know, where food is scarce, if you're able to digest milk, which is, you know, a almost perfect food in you know, nutritionally, because it's for babies, you know, and so it's got a good nutritional balance that will keep you alive for a long while just drinking milk, you know. So I think that, you know, that's where the evolutionary advantage comes in.
yeah, I think I've even heard before that us being able to start to cook food actually made us able to eat more calorie-dense foods,
Right.
which in turn helped evolve us into, obviously, I guess, more smarter beings, I guess, supposedly.
Right, because I think if you're eating just vegetables and fruit and stuff like that, you've got to spend virtually all of your day foraging, you know,
Yep.
to get enough food to last. So, as you say, yeah, I think if you're taking more concentrated protein in one hit. And plus, it's probably quite a lot more fun hunting stuff.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were so just attuned to not only nature, but just the craft of what they had to do to get the job done. You know, they would trap, they would, you know, build spears and all different types of stuff. That kind of knowledge is not exactly needed anymore, but it's almost like a lost art, you know.
I saw this documentary once about, I can't remember where they were. There were these kids in some part of Africa. I think it was Zimbabwe, I think, actually. And they were out in the bush sort of thing. And they were very, very poor and had very little food. I mean, they lived off the land. And there was droughts and, you know, there was very little wildlife. Most of it's already been eaten. And what they did, they went and got this gum from this gum tree, and then they took the gum to a little water hole thing, and they spread it on a rock and waited till a bird landed on it, and the bird got stuck in the gum, and they captured the bird and took it home and cooked it.
Nice. They're probably watching spiders.
I mean, it's a tiny little bird that they got, but you know, it took them all day to go and get this gum. They had to climb up the tree, you know, to get this stuff, and then to go to the pond, they had to sit there and wait. Oh God! And you know, you realize how time-consuming finding food is if you've got to get it yourself. Gosh.
Yeah, and energy is your
right.
natural resource, and if you're burning more energy than you're taking in, you know, it's not very conducive to living. But
yeah, I think if I had to feed myself, I think I would head for the coast. You know, I think
really?
you've got a better chance catching fish. You know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, mostly
find the right
nowadays,
spot. You know, it should
I've heard
to feed yourself on a coast.
I've heard we've killed off like 75% of the animals, like wild animals, since like the 70s or something like that. So
Right.
I've even heard, I've watched documentaries and stuff of people that, old timers and stuff talking about Africa, and talking, you can drive for hours and you won't see anything at all anymore.
Right. I know. I mean, that was what the problem was for these guys in Zimbabwe, because their economies collapsed there and people can't afford to eat, and they just ate the wildlife, and now there's none left. They've just eaten everything because they've had to survive.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, because really with the technology we had 10, 20 years ago, I mean, we could all be having sustainable houses and
Right.
totally different system. I'm not going to say that it's everything's going to be perfect, but the way that we live, unfortunately, is very unsustainable. And I'm not going to go with the global warming or anything like that, but it's obvious when you see the trees getting cut down, is a huge forest that will never get back. And it's amazing. They want you to pay carbon taxes, and it's just it's such a hypocrisy in and of itself. I mean, wouldn't planting more trees technically help the carbon problem?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're planting a new forest here where I am.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like acres and acres and acres. Well, probably tens of thousands of acres of it.
Wow.
But obviously, it takes generations for it to. But it is happening. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, the fishing is unbelievable. I mean, they go fishing now with these fucking enormous nets.
Yeah.
And they're like 10 miles around. And they draw them in, and of course it catches absolutely everything that was in the ocean.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's vast pursing.
You would think the ocean is just too big for us to really fuck with, but man, I've seen some pictures of fish they used to pull up, dude.
Right.
Oh my God, they were gigantic, bigger than people, and those are pretty hard to find nowadays, really.
Right.
And nowadays they have a lot of the Asian countries doing the farm, the farm fishing and shit, and that's even worse, because they feed them like pellets of, basically chemical pellets, and I mean, in America, I don't know if it's bad over there, but there's a problem with like a pretty high percentage of fish that they say it is not actually being that fish, like salmon and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird kind of scam they got going over here. Chinese seem to have taken over the world almost.
It is. I mean, it is amazing though that, I mean, consumer power is very strong in this, and like for instance, John West. You've heard of John West, haven't you?
Yeah.
You have that brand, yeah. I think. Well, when some documentary came out that showed the nets that they use for fishing, and they're pulling in dolphins, and everyone loves dolphins, don't they? So once this hit the public, it almost finished John West overnight, because everyone stopped buying the product because everyone likes dolphins, and it really had a big effect on them. And then they had to start doing line caught tuna, which you see quite a lot now. And that's a different, a very different process when they do it when they're line caught. I mean, they still catch fucking loads of them.
Oh God, yeah, they'll pull up everything they can. But isn't it
I
funny
mean,
how
literally just flicking the rod into the water, and then they flick it back out, and it's got a tuna on the end of it. And then they flick it back in again, and flick it back out, and it's got another tuna on the end of it.
Yeah. I've actually fished at a stocked pond before, where it had like 5 or 6 different little channels, where it'd be like, these guys are small, these guys are a little bigger, a little bigger, a little bigger, and
Right.
they were so hungry that literally there was no sport to it at all. You would throw it out and you would have one on it. I mean,
Right.
it was insane. But I think it's kind of a hypocrisy how people they really need to come into terms with if they do eat meat, which I have been, for probably 6 months now. But it is kind of funny how, if you touch a dog or a cat, or a dolphin or a horse in certain countries, it's just like it's blasphemy. I mean, people have so many emotions over a dog, getting his leg hurt or something, but they don't realize what they're doing, and every single meal basically is revolved around meat, and
Yeah.
that most of that industry is absolutely atrocious. It's nasty, and people don't want to see it. Like I used to try to show my family that kind of stuff. No, they don't want to see it, because it's like, at least I've gone out and killed animals before, and you got to do it yourself, because you got to see the process of the harm or good that you think that you're doing in this world, and it's interesting. The cows here in America.
We could certainly all be vegetarian. It wouldn't be that difficult, and it would be a lot better use of land.
Oh God, yeah.
It's much better to grow vegetables than grow vegetables, feed them to cattle, and then keep cattle on the land.
Yeah, feed them corn, shit they're not supposed to eat. I think it's funny how Al Gore will go on about climate change, but I think someone asked him a while back. He likes his steak and he likes his meat and stuff. Someone's like, there's more carbon emission from just the animals in America than all planes, trains, and automobiles together, basically. So he's like, shrug it off. We got a troll. What's up, troll? You think the Earth's flat? So is Earth Discussions even in here? He's been like popping in and out.
Oh God. I don't think
I kind of find myself, obviously a troll, but like at least I'd make some people laugh sometimes. Like, can I speak to someone? These childish trolls that come in are just myself, ridiculous. Like, I'm 5 years old.
Yeah, I agree, Tim.
Good thing I can spam him. He's not gonna be able to talk. What?
Can someone hear me?
Pretty good Elmo impression, really.
I think this is going to turn out to be someone we know.
No, there's random trolls that just look for hangout links in the search bar. That's what I used to do. So if you look at hangouts.google.com and then push live, you'll find all the lives that have links that you can just click and go into their panels. So
Right.
I used to do that all the time.
Hello.
But at least I'd bring like some good porn or something, some classic, just nice porn, or I don't know.
Yeah, you've got to have some sort of style and make some sort of effort in your trolley.
Yeah, dude. Not just like, hey, I'm gonna come in with like this high pitched voice and just disrupt these people talking for absolutely no reason. There he goes. He didn't want the mute ban. Nice. Anyway, have you heard Chris Truth Seeker at all yet? He was a flat earther.
Yeah, he was actually one of the first flat earthers I actually ever debated.
Oh, what? Debated?
Well, I always keep saying that word, and I shouldn't. I was in a hangout with.
Nice.
But it did get very heated, actually. He blocked me, but he cropped up again, hasn't he? And I went in a hangout the other day, and he was in fact, I think it was J39s. I can't remember. But anyway, I went in a hangout. He was there, and he unblocked me so I could get in. And
oh, yeah. That was just the other day. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, and we made friends again.
Yeah, I think people like him, It's pretty important for those people to tell their story because there's not been many people that have admitted and gone in and been into the comments of the flat Earth, been very pro flat Earth, and then actually take some time off and to collect their thoughts and then come back. So there haven't been people like that. So it's good. John LeBon's doing his show because I'm sure he'll have him on, and it's going to be good. I mean, there's going to be more people that wake up to this, and
He's still flat, isn't he, Chris? Or is he not? Is he?
No, he's definitely not flat. He actually says there's absolutely zero evidence of it being flat. Yeah.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Isn't he like a John LeBon who he says that, but then also claims we have no idea what it is and it can't be a sphere?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, it is.
There was a Chris that came on today who said he used to run channels. I don't know if it was that Chris. He's
English guy, northerner.
Yeah, he's still a flat earther.
Oh right.
No, he's not.
He came on today.
I've talked to him for a couple hours.
He was on today, earlier on.
He's not a flat earther, but he doesn't believe a lot of the NASA and the space and stuff like that. So he's not a flat earther, though.
Oh, he
Unless
sounded like he was
mind.
when I heard the other day. I don't know.
Unless he changed his mind overnight, which who knows? It could have happened because he did delete that live hangout that had John LeBon, me, and for 8 hours. Pretty good show. And then so I don't know.
I think there's just a lot of unanswered questions still.
I agree. But I also agree that me asking those questions is me begging the question for an argument of total incredulity, because I don't really, I shouldn't claim to know anything about the subject about and I understand it's not really falsifiable. A lot of the NASA and space stuff is not falsifiable, so you can say that's not science, but like I said earlier, there's plenty of empirical evidence that leads one to believe it's not flat.
I mean, I don't know if you know Matthew. He says some guy NASA somebody who's saying or her something. He has a model. There are models out there, and I just see it. I can't easily accept a spinning ball when you're just using math to prove it, not physical. I don't know, like an instrument to say, look, see, there's spinning. Look, there's gravity. Look, there's the ball.
Well, our perspective is obviously changing. If you say look up at the stars or the sun or the moon. And what was the second thing you said?
Well, I'm just saying there's a lot of things that still need addressing, I think. Yeah. Well, I think the best thing to do is go back and do some unbiased research on the globe, because a lot of flat earthers think that they've done globe research through videos through YouTube. So that's not sufficient for any kind spinning,
of
that's what I'm saying. Instruments to prove these things. Yeah.
Well, we can logically deduct that either the sky is moving or the ground that we stand on is moving, just with using the instrument of a camera and star trails. So either it's moving up there or we're moving. I mean, that's one way, right? Either or. Can't really be anything else, can it?
Well, again, in order to believe that, you would have to believe in the Big Bang.
No. I believe I'm in a sphere, but Big Bang, no. The Big Bang is to me.
Only a Big Bang would make a ball.
No. Actually, gravity in a giant object could not. I mean, with the physics that we observe here on Earth, a flat Earth would literally crush into a ball. I mean, that's what gravity does.
So you don't believe in the Big Bang. So you're so contradictory. You don't believe.
No. Listen, the Big Bang is it's a theory, but it's also a mathematical construct. So yeah, they can do parallax and all these different things to reverse time, basically billions of years, to get, inch closer and closer ever so much, nanoseconds and shit. I don't believe that, because I don't believe in a uniform universe. I don't believe that we could say that because this is moving this much, we can backtrack it and say that it never, had a slow period, or it, just stopped, or was a certain size and expanded. I mean, you can't just say rewind the tape billions of years after just a couple hundred years of observing these things.
So you've got arguments with flat earthers and science. So you're kind of like a lone ranger in this.
Well, they're different though, because any of these guys like Negator or Gem, if we start talking about building 7, a little fire, basically making 38 steel columns collapse at virtually the same time, they're going to believe that side of the story, and I'm not going to believe that side of the story. So we're going to disagree on things.
Whoa. You believe 9/11 was a conspiracy?
Absolutely.
What the heck is going on?
Dude, it is. Sandy Hook was probably a hoax. The Boston bombing was a laughable movie scene. And I was in the truther movement for many years before this. And then when I saw the plane crash in Taiwan split up the truth movement, or so-called truth movement, and then the flat earth came out, split up the truth movement even more. So, I've been around, dude. I don't believe the mainstream media at all.
So, at least you understand 9/11 was a hoax, yeah?
I guess hoax is kind of a strong word, but it definitely wasn't what we were told, right? I mean, the box cutter guys from a cave with Osama bin Laden on all the, everybody standing down and all this nonsense going on. No, that's
basically nobody died on that day.
Yeah, I don't believe that. For a second.
In fact, what we saw on television, the only live shot that we saw on television was the buildings going down.
I heard you say this before, but I mean, it's like we weren't there, first of all, and you'd have to assume there were people there. So, I mean, there are people, and they could be shills, but there are people that say that they saw. I mean, obviously, when one plane hit, people are going to be looking from all over the city at the building on fire. And then, of course, when another one comes in, you would have to think that, at least 100,000 people were pretty infatuated with the situation going on at that point.
Well, that's the thing. How do we know that the first one, nobody saw the first one? Nobody saw what happened. All we see...
Well, there's the firefighter Paris story or whatever. Those guys got a glimpse of it. But if you're going on the basis of it being completely CGI, then yeah, you're right. Nobody saw anything.
Yeah, I think the only thing that was live was when the buildings went down, because they went down in the same fashion as Building 7. So all 3 buildings, exactly the same thing happened, and that's why people are confused with Building 7, because they say, well, a plane didn't hit it, but it went down. A plane hit those buildings and they went down. But
the explanation that they give is that fires. And it wasn't engulfed in fires by any means, and structural damage, which there are videos and pictures of Building 7 before it fell. It was not something that would completely obliterate 38 steel columns. I mean, that's why there are thousands of architects and engineers that do question Building 7, because
if you look at any building collapse, right, there has to be a series of bombs for that building to collapse. So let's say the plane was one big bomb at the top of this building.
But you said there were no planes.
No. I'm saying if the people who believe it was real, they have to understand that for a building to collapse, you would need detonations like poof, 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 poof. So they have to believe that one big bomb hit the top of the building and that caused the demolition.
I see.
Yeah, and that's not possible, because any building to come down takes a series of bombs. You have to blow out the columns, like boom, 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 boom. That has to happen. Doesn't matter where you hit the building or how big of the bomb, For it to all fall, you have to hit each column. Yeah. So even if we accept one big bomb hit the top, the bottom still wouldn't fall. Yeah. Wouldn't
Well,
collapse.
it's that goes along with the whole pancake theory. You know, they're going to believe that it all pancaked. And
Yeah, but the only way
basically,
you can
what
pancake-
that means is that the destruction basically went in the path of most resistance. So
No, they wouldn't.
basically, what we're saying is physics stopped for a day for these.
No, that would never ever happen in any position of that building. Anything hitting that building, anything, even if anything, for it to fall like that, you have to have different. You have to have a series of bombs, like.
Yeah. Well, there was that basement guy that had worked there for like 20 years or whatever. He still has the key to the basement areas and stuff like that. He's got stories. I mean, he's one of Rosie O'Donnell's friends. She talks to him and stuff, has videos with him. But he talks about how there was an explosion before the building even hit, and there were people from the, I think, basement level 6 or something that were coming up with like skin hanging off of them.
I think
basically-
that possibly was real. Again, we don't know, but I mean, I think the explosion at the bottom, that had to be real. But when, we don't know what time. None of it was live. Like I say, it was too frantic, too many camera angles, you know, and we didn't see the
Also,
first.
the sky changed colors in like every fucking film, dude.
Exactly. The scenery is different. Buildings are missing, and building 7 is the key for me.
I think so too. Yeah.
If that didn't go down, then I would probably still be wondering, maybe, possibly, like you say, on that day, physics goes out the window. But no, nothing touched building 7. The woman told us it was going down before it had gone down. And they've got no.
Well, it's like if you damage the side of a building, I mean, it's just not going to come all down almost at the rate of.
I guarantee any not just a building, any structure. If you make a house of cards, and like you destroy it somewhere in the middle, even if you smash it in the middle of those house of cards, the bottom does not fall. Any structure. If you poke like a solid pencil through it or metal pole, anything, the bottom will not crumble like that. Doesn't matter about the size. And these people expect us to believe that the columns, no, it's just ridiculous. Not going to happen.
Well, I mean, just stack on 100,000 more coincidences. Just like, say, finding one of the box cutter wielding men's passport, or all of the passports perfectly on the ground, obviously planted. The planes being diverted before the situation. Being told to stand down, all the drills that were going on. I mean, these aren't conspiracy theories. These are, I mean, at least the drills that happened that day. And they can say, oops, you know, whoopsie daisies. But we have like a, you know, several $billion-dollar NORAD system where you know, these planes flew around for over 40 minutes, unabated. I mean, you know.
But for me, listen, I don't mean to be rude, but it seems even if you convince anybody of 9/11, it doesn't mean the Earth is flat. So it's pointless, because for me, all these things are connected. All the lies, all the conspiracies from.
No, I think that you're connecting them, because there is a possibility of different factions or groups doing what they want. So what you're doing is making a faulty connection to, and that's what I had a problem with Morgau and stuff. You know, you think your government will, you know, pull off 9/11 and they won't, you know, fake the Earth being flat. I mean, that's a non sequitur. There are you know, motives that they obviously wanted, several motives that they wanted for 9/11, and it really, none of it had to do with the Earth being flat in any way possible. You know.
Well, this is the thing. This is where you don't probably go so deep into the rabbit hole, and you still got a lot of digging to do.
I've gone too far, dude. I know all the conspiracy theories. Trust me, dude. Quiz me.
No, it's one thing. It's one thing knowing the conspiracy theories, and it's another thing knowing why and where is it leading to. Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you're
but really,
just-
that would be your own perspective of why you think is what it is. You're not the arbiter of truth. I'm not either.
No, but I'm just trying to say that you're just accumulating all these conspiracies and saying, yeah, the governments are bad. They're telling lies to us. But no, I'm saying it goes deeper than that. It runs much deeper than that. I'm saying that everything is all connected for a bigger goal. It's all for all this disaster. Anything that goes wrong on this stage is for a reason. Anything major is for a reason. They are all connected. Everything is connected on a major level.
I can agree they obviously push agendas and obviously they hoax media events. That's not really to question anymore.
Right? They push more. That's what you're saying. You're saying the agendas, like the agenda in England and the agenda in France or America, is a different agenda, or the agenda in the Islamic countries a different agenda. No, they're all pushing everybody, even the Chinese people, everybody towards a certain goal, and that one goal is that everybody will kind of I don't want to say the word worship, but like this one world government. It's all for that, and in order to get that, you have to have chaos, and you can't just have your regular chaos. You have to have maximum chaos. That means I think it's flat, you think it's a ball. I believe in Christianity, you believe in atheism, and so on and so on.
Full spectrum dominance. Yeah, I totally agree.
Right, so they have to have all these different. This is why I say it is a psyop, but not in the sense of that it's a lie, but they're pushing it, knowing the reaction from people. So they're pushing two agendas. In the mainstream, they're pushing the ball. On the underground, they're pushing the flat earth. So you're going to have, if they get as many flat earthers as people who believe in aliens, you're going to have a problem. Yeah, because 50% of Americans believe in aliens.
No, I agree, but I mean, really, with aliens, the probability of them being there is extremely, extremely likely. So,
aliens.
Yeah, absolutely. With the model that we're prescribed, with billions of stars, billions of different galaxies, we have one star, and we are one planet, and we have life. So we have this solar system to observe. So we have 9 planets, whatever. One has life. So you then extrapolate billions of different galaxies and stars. The likelihood of that there are some alien would be even us, another human living, in Alpha Centauri or whatever.
No.
So yeah, it's likely.
No, it's not. There's no
likely.
chance. There was no chance there was other life anywhere.
How?
Because we would have been contacted already.
No, they could be way before. They could be all animals, dude. They could be all animals. They could be.
We're supposed to have been here for millions of years, right? And if that's true, you're going to be waiting another million years if you think there's life on life elsewhere.
But dude, space travel with what model were prescribed? Space travel.
You can't get out of low orbit. When you talk about space travel, there is no space.
I'm saying what we're prescribed. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. The thousands of people that are actually in this, arena.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
Let's entertain it. You're saying there could be life out there.
Oh,
but
yeah.
You just said you don't believe in the Big Bang. So in order for there to be the big, it just contradicts you having a conversation with you, because how can...
No, aliens and Big Bang have nothing to do with each other, though.
Yes, because everything would have come out of that Big Bang. Every planet has come out of that Big Bang. Every star has come out of that Big Bang. So when life was created on Earth, at another time, you're trying to say life was created on another planet somewhere else. And it's all
I'm saying it's highly likely with using rational odds. Like you would be able to easily say that, yeah, it's likely that there is other life throughout this universe. Absolutely.
It's called the Drake equation.
Really? Is there an actual equation?
Yeah, it's where basically he does a I mean, it's hotly debated, but he does works out, roughly how many stars there might be, and from that extrapolates how many planets in the Goldilocks zone there might be amongst those stars, and then how many of those may have had life that could originate and become intelligent.
Yeah,
You
it's
still end
highly
up with
probable.
billions of possible worlds that could support
I'm not
life.
talking about some bug or some kind of worm. I'm talking about like a humanoid or whatever you want to call it.
Right. I mean, I think that's going to be rarer, but
Because this is it.
than just life. But I still think it's pretty likely, given the number of
No, this
opportunities.
is the trick. This would be the trick, because you think life on Earth started like in soup, primordial business. You believe that. So the way you see it is, in order for us to find life on another planet, it have to be the beginnings of life. So we're looking for microscopic bacteria. Then we can say
we're looking for a planet
that's
with water on it.
Yeah, why? You should be looking for fully grown people.
Because we know that water supports life really, really well, and is essential to all life as we know it. Allows for evolution, I think, to take place to a certain extent.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you're looking for. So what yous are doing, it's quite interesting when you think about the way yous are going about it. You're looking for the beginnings of life, not life out there, of our life, to prove our life. So what you're trying to say is, if we find water, then we can show like it was similar here, then the state. So that's what I'm trying to say. You're not looking for the fully grown humanoid. You're looking for the water first, then the bacteria, and then you're going to tell us. Say, for example, if you found water, you would say, right, well, look, here's water, and now there's no other life, just water. You're not going to get these things, because in order to have water, you have to have somebody who drinks it, or somebody.
Look. No, hold on.
We know there's water.
If we can't see the rover on the moon, if we can't see that with a telescope, these stars and other planetary systems are trillions of miles away. So just to even think that we would be able to see live humanoids walking around is preposterous.
No, I'm trying to say, you're trying to find water. Think about it. In order for there to be water, somebody has to make use of that. There's not going to be just water in a random planet or a random place, out there. Somebody has to make use of that water. Everything. This is why I said evolution doesn't work, because every living thing has to eat off each other. So whether it's a bug, like a bee, the bee can't survive unless there's flowers. The flower can't survive unless there's the bee. So they have to be together there at the same time. You can't have over time, the bee evolving and there's no flowers. Or you can't have the flowers evolving and there's no type of bee. You have to have them both at the same time. So if you're talking about water, in order for there to be water, you have to have humans or fish or something that deals with water.
No, you don't. You should look up the golden jellyfish of Palau. You should look up the golden jellyfish of Palau.
It doesn't survive in water.
It does survive in water, but it was it's a particular species of jellyfish that lives on this Pacific island, which is actually like an atoll, a blown off, a volcano with the top blown off, that leaves a ring of rock, and inside this ring is a lake, and all of this was covered in snow during the last ice age, and when the ice melted and retracted, it left this lake with these jellyfish trapped in it and various other species. And eventually, all the other species ate each other and died out, and just left the jellyfish. And the jellyfish are now in a lake with nothing to eat. and they actually evolved, or during this previous process, they actually evolved. They carry a type of algae that is found in this water, and they actually carry the algae on the top of the jellyfish, and the algae produce sugar from sunlight. So what the jellyfish do, this is so cool. So the jellyfish, they got these jellyfish, they spend all day swimming from one end of this lake to the other as they follow the sun across the lake. And the algae that live on the top of the jellyfish produce sugar from the sunlight, and the jellyfish live solely from the sugar on the sunlight, the sugar produced by these algae.
It's amazing how life wants to live. You know,
Listen,
the inevitable.
Hold on, that's my point. So the sugar, sugar just wouldn't produce unless it had a use.
But the point is, you can get symbiotic relationships between species.
On Mars, right, there's nothing but dust. Nothing eats dust. So dust doesn't eat dust or whatever substance is on Mars.
But it's really, really strong evidence that there was water on Mars, and still is. But I mean, it's obvious there was water on Mars.
In order for there to be water,
anyone could see that.
In order for there to be water, there has to be either a cloud or something producing water.
No, dude, you're working off the specifications of our world,
right?
Like you're saying, it has to be there has to be people if
not
there's
people,
water.
Something has to be using that water.
No, not at all.
Well, why would the water just? Why would the water? Water has properties like memory, stuff like this.
But if there is water, then there's a good likelihood that there could be life. As long as there's water and there's sunlight, then
exactly water. That means
that's all we need, really.
Yeah, water. That means there has to be life. So you're not going to.
It doesn't mean there has to be life, but it means there's a good chance that there is. But this is a thing that we haven't really been able to put to the test because we haven't really found water anyway. I mean, we have, but we haven't really been able to test it fully. And when we can do that, then we might start finding life, and we may find that life is a lot more abundant than we thought. We may find that wherever there's water, there's some form of life. But
look, we have scoured the cosmos. We know every planet that is within a good few million miles or whatever. If there was water on one of those planets, we would have found it.
Oh well, we know there is. We know
we don't.
We do. We know there's water on Mars. We can see it.
Drinkable water.
Well,
or liquid.
That's drinkable water. There's strong evidence. There's really, really strong evidence that there was water, and there's strong evidence that there is water. They can see it seeping up through the rocks, and where it's rolled down slopes, and they can see this changing over time during the season. So
that could be anything. That could be anything.
Well, it could be, yeah, but there's a reasonable guess that it's water. But you only have to look at the Martian terrain. It's obvious there was running water there. It's obvious beyond no one could deny it. It's just intuitively obvious. You can see it in the rocks. You don't need any geology training to know you're looking at a riverbed or you can see that.
No, because when you're looking at the desert,
and then there's Europa, which is one of the moons of Jupiter, which is frozen water. But again, there's evidence that under the crust, it's not frozen. Again, they can see, if you like, water volcanoes almost, where it comes up through the surface.
Yeah. Hey, Spur.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in too. I'm sorry. Aside from what Jeremy just said about seeing where water has run, right? You see like a drier lake bed, you can see where it went around rocks and cut paths and things like that, and seeing that on Mars.
But that doesn't necessarily mean water was there. I was going to say, on a desert,
Well, it
all
meant the
kinds of things
fluid
happen.
was there, right?
What?
I meant the fluid was there to make those patterns, right?
No, you don't know that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, how about this then? Have you there? We got photographs of Mars, of a
Look at your picture. Look at your picture. There's
hang
a
on,
path.
hang on.
Would you
Yeah,
say
there's a path.
that path, water ran down that path?
No,
Just
that path was cut by
like that.
humans, but
Hmm?
paths. If you spend much time in the woods, you see these paths everywhere. That when it rains real hard, they cut paths through downhills in the woods,
So
and that's what we
by
see.
looking at this, you would say your picture that water made this path. That's what you're trying to say.
No, water did not make that path, but
I
if
know
that,
it did. Of course
right,
it did.
well, because I know that humans made it. But what I am saying is, if you were to walk that path and look around, you would see others that were made by water. But that's not even the point of what I'm getting at. We've got pictures of the surface of Mars, of a gel, almost a jelly-like substance, right? And different shots, different times show almost a tide, right? One shot will show this goo receding, a couple of meters, and then a day or so later, it'll have pushed outwards, right? Based on some kind of wind, or I don't know why, right? But it is a fluid of some kind. It's not water. It's too thick to be water. But it.
What is? Hold on, sorry. What is older, Earth or Mars?
I have no idea.
Oh goodness me!
That's
Yeah,
a
I
trick
mean,
question. They're both.
Do
the
you
same
know what I'm
age.
talking about, though? Have you seen
This
the imagery
goo-
that I'm discussing?
No.
Can
No,
I
it's not-
show
it's-
you? Let me show you a quick image that I've got. Hang on.
It's. I mean, I call it goo because they don't really know what to call it, but they do know it is a liquid substance and it is moving.
This isn't the goo, but this is Mars. Can you see this, Spurs?
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah. And if you look at this rock, you can clearly see this is sedimentary rock. You can see the layers, and we know that this sort of rock is formed by moving water. And for me, when I just look at this, you can just see the water running over it. You can. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too imaginative, but
No,
that
that's
to
what I'm
me,
trying to say. That's how far that we have to kind of, I mean, for argument's sake, let's say it is Mars. We don't. For argument's sake, because I don't want to get down that path of how do we even know. But let's
yeah.
just say,
Well, thank you for being so charitable.
let's say it is. This would have to be recent to make these kind of markings. This is recent. So if water is running down these hills, this is in the last, I don't know, 500 years.
No. There's no reason to think that. I mean,
So what is older, the Earth or Mars?
I don't know, to be honest.
How can you not know this?
I'm thinking, well, I don't know. I think they're
Wouldn't
probably
they-
about the same age.
Wouldn't they both be the same age?
Yeah, I was thinking they're going to be roughly the same age. Well, let's ask Google.
Yeah. So while you're doing that, can you present me real quick or unshare?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Find the goo.
Do you see? Am I presenting?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see your screen.
So this is one image. It looks like this was taken over the court. I have to read a little bit to find out how long the time lapse was taken. But watch the
Right,
discoloration.
What I was thinking of. Well, this is water coming up. Is that what they think it is? Frozen or water?
I'll read in a minute, but
Right.
you can see where it's running.
You see that,
downhill.
Spurs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and I'm saying, does this come from inside the planet or is it from clouds?
No, I don't think there's clouds on Mars, is there? I guess there are.
Yeah, I
Where
think they're.
what does it come from?
Let's see. They think it's the result of hydrated salt flows that contain liquid H2O. Close, let's see.
Earth and Mars are probably formed about the same time.
Let's see. So while low atmospheric pressure and freezing temperatures on Mars would quickly dissipate any pure water, water with a high salt content could remain stable in liquid form. And usually when people talk about water, they're talking about ancient or frozen water. They're saying that this could be unfrozen because of a very high salt content.
You know, man,
and then you've got
NASA's been
these-
saying different things for a long time, though, haven't they? I remember them saying that there were ice caps on Mars. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I think you can see them.
Yeah, there are ice caps.
Well, if there's ice caps, that's water. Why aren't we showing the ice caps then?
Well, the point of this was liquid water. That was
Right.
what was special about it.
You talk about liquid water. Water is water. Water is liquid, right?
Well, is ice a liquid?
Ice,
Ice is a solid, right?
right? But it's still water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, liquid water is running, solid water is ice, and gaseous water is vapor, right?
So liquid water is running.
Let's not. Oh my goodness.
So why did you speak to me about solid ice? I'm saying liquid water. I'm saying it's just normal running water, isn't it?
Well, that's what they're saying they found.
But ice is also water. It's just not
Yeah.
liquid water.
Obviously. But I'm
That's why
saying-
Nate made the distinction.
So where did this water? Oh, you're saying it's come from the salt.
Yeah, very very high salt content water doesn't freeze quite the same as low salt content water.
Right, that's why we use, you stick salt on your driveway, or
Yeah.
your roads.
Yeah, and they're calling these hydrated salt flows. So very little water and a whole lot of salt, but just enough to make it kind of dribble all over the place.
If this was real water, you would have life.
Well, that's the quest, isn't it? I mean, there may well be life in that water. That's why it's interesting, because on Earth, wherever there's water, there's life. I mean, it doesn't matter. It can be, it can be on the edge of a volcano where there's, geothermal springs coming up, and there's still bacteria in it.
And water, it can't. It has to be like a lake, a river, an ocean. It can't just be like when water was on Earth, as it is now. It was in abundance. It wasn't like it didn't start off like in little. In fact, the way that water has formed here is completely different to how it would have formed on a board. Completely different.
Well, we don't know really how it. I mean, there's ideas.
Yeah,
about how
we do. It
got
has
here.
clouds here. It has oceans. We have rivers. We have lakes. None of that is here.
Right, but in order for that, that wasn't always here.
What wasn't always here? Rivers.
All the rivers, lakes, and all that stuff.
It's mostly water, Jeremy.
Right.
It's always been here. Always, always, always. Water would have been here almost immediately because of the clouds and the.
No,
Well, because
you
the
don't.
clouds
You're
were
not. You don't know how the Earth formed, though. It wasn't a very hospitable place at first, dude.
right. And,
But it
and
would have
had
been
a-
water everywhere.
had
Water.
like a methane atmosphere where
Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that there was lots of land and then water?
We don't.
I'm trying
know.
to tell you that this is something that we don't know lots about.
No, you know. I'm saying Big Bang, Earth is formed. Are you saying now that it was all land and then the
No,
water
it
came?
was a molten ball of forming matter, dude.
Yeah, rock. But yeah,
Check this out. Listen to
I
what-
think initially no water. Yeah, I think that would be true.
So check it out. The core in the middle would have been created first, yeah?
Well,
The material coalesces. We can look
yeah,
at this.
it would be.
Questions that I ask.
No, it would be. It would when you get these. They believe, and
No, you
again,
can't
this
have
is
it both ways.
sketchy.
Listen
So they
There's
believe
no
that
both
planets,
ways.
planets are
Hold
formed
on.
from accretion
You
disks.
can't have it both ways.
There's no both ways. It's
Well,
not an
exactly.
either or. No, it's not a.
Well, let me
Hold
try
on.
to ask then. You can't have it both ways. Either the Earth was bang, like out of the Big Bang,
It
all
was
the planets.
it didn't come from
Listen,
the Big Bang. You
let me
missed-
finish. Out of the Big Bang, all the planets, the stars, the sun, the moon, everything that we see. So, like the moon is in the same form as it was when it was first created, right? So, the sun is in the same form. It's a bright light. So when it came out of the Big Bang, it hasn't changed. Nothing has changed, right? And the
Yeah,
Earth.
they have.
But
They've
from
changed
the,
drastically, actually. Just
The
the
sun-
formation of our moon from the Earth. I mean, at least that theory
right.
doesn't really make sense. I mean, the moon is obviously pelted with something all the time. The sun is burning
listen to what
off
I'm
its
saying.
energy and also
You know, like we have the
contracting
star
or-
formation of Aquarius, Capricorn, the zodiac. So when the Big Bang happened, bang, all the star formations would have gone into formation. Everything that is in formation now would have been in
No.
formation then.
No, that is
but
not what the Big Bang says. What the Big Bang says is that as space as the expansion occurs from the singularity, what you get is energy.
I know how it works.
Hang on. No, you don't. No, you don't, because you're misunderstanding it. What you
No,
initially
everything
get.
everything is
Hang on. Let me
expanding.
finish. Let me finish. What you initially get thrown out is hydrogen and helium. That's all you've got. There's no stars. There's no planets. There's nothing. There's just hydrogen and helium. And then when that stuff starts coalescing together over millions of years,
It doesn't matter about
eventually you get stars forming.
Jeremy,
Wait for
slow
it. Hang
down.
on. There's more. There's more. And then those stars have to go through their evolution and eventually blow up, and all the stuff that has to get thrown out from that star, and then it all has to coalesce again into another star, and then you've got our solar system.
Well, how I see it is there was nothing, and then like a spark, and then everything that blew out of that spark was what was in its form. So
Well, that isn't what
No.
the Big Bang
Look. Let's not get hung up on the Big Bang, because that really it's nonsense. Truthfully, and we can't say how it formed at all. It could have been 100 million different ways that this whole system that we live in right now could have formed.
no, well,
the
we have
best
to talk
guesstimate.
about the Big
Well, I
Bang.
think it's better than nonsense, but I would agree. I don't think it's really worth having
Well,
to.
if we were to look at the Big Bang in a
You don't
time
know
lapse, like you can do with the sun and the stars, and see everything move like forward quickly, you would see the Earth in its original form coming out of that Big Bang.
You wouldn't.
No, that's not. I mean, really, if you're going with the Big Bang, you'd go with what more Jeremy is saying. It's different elements coalescing over
You can't tell me that
long
things were
periods of
added
time.
to the Earth. Like it was the core, and then a layer added around that, and another layer added around that, and then another
Why
layer
not?
added.
No,
Yeah,
what you get at the start is an accretion disk. So you get if you like a swirling disk of stuff, and that would have. So the core would be at the center of that swirling disk, and the stuff that makes up the mantle and the crust would be towards the outside. But there's a whole lot.
No.
Hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Hang on. Nearly there. Let me finish. Yeah, but there's a whole load of geology that has to go on after that formation to end up with the Earth that we've got now, with stuff.
No, well, I want to know in a time lapse formation. I want you to give it to me like boom, 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 boom.
Well, I can't.
We don't know. We don't know.
No, we don't know enough about that. There are ideas about how planets form, but we don't actually.
Well, we're talking about billions of years, supposedly.
Give me a time lapse. I don't care if it's a trillion years. Time lapse. Time lapse.
Dude, we've been thinking about these things for a couple hundred years.
Well, you don't need to, because I'm telling you, the Earth was in.
We don't know.
I'm telling you, there was water just straight away on the Earth. Everything was in its form, just like you see animals. They're birthed in their normal form. Everything was straight out. Otherwise, you have to tell me that the core was first, and then they got a layer wrapped around that core.
No, that's not how it works.
Exactly.
Basically, your favorite word, gravity, actually makes shit coalesce. It's not like it just builds this core, and then it just like starts, creating more and more layers. That's not. Nobody's saying that.
So
basically, we're all stardust, man.
So the question was then, was the what I was saying in when the Earth, however long ago, the water on Earth, where did it come from?
Well, that's hotly debated, isn't it? I mean, some people believe it all came from a comet.
See what I mean? You guys are insane.
Dude, we can only theorize. How the hell are we gonna know how some of these mechanics happened 3 billion years ago, dude? We weren't there. We weren't even close.
No, we can make guesses. We can make even educated guesses, but that's all that. I mean, no one. We can't go back in time, can we? We can't really.
So the wisest men on this planet do not know this answer.
That's correct. We don't. We don't.
We shouldn't ever claim to know either, because it's much greater than our physical and mental capacity to try to understand these things, in my opinion. We can model them and we can get it pretty right, but I'm not going to tell you that.
So why does science bother with anything?
Big Bang happened.
So why does science bother with anything then? If science was to have your opinion, Tim, why would they bother with anything? Trying to get to Mars.
Well, science has many different fields, you know. So I mean,
but I think science is happy that there's stuff it doesn't know about. You know, I mean, I know this isn't how you guys characterize it, and you know, and I'm not saying it's perfect. You know, it doesn't always get it right, but
is the Earth alive?
Yes, it is a giant organism.
So it would need water. Everything needs water. Everything would need water, no? If it's living.
Well, I mean, there are planets without water.
How do you know?
And as you've seen, there are planets where there's good evidence that there once was water, and it's.
Do they have atmospheres?
Mars does.
What is that created from? Dust, or water previously being there?
Well, you know, you get. I think what I was trying to describe was, I think the idea is, and I mean, I don't know too much about this, but I think the idea is that you get solar systems forming after a star has exploded.
Yes.
So it's when you get a second generation star that you start to get solar systems forming.
You shouldn't say the word star has exploded, because it means like it's disappeared.
Right, it has. It's actually become a nebula, a cloud of gas, and from that
and we can see those too.
Right.
Happening right now.
And from that cloud of gas and other elements that were formed in that star, from that you get planetary formation.
But all this is from the Big Bang, right?
Well, like I say, from the Big Bang, what you get is fusing energy fusing into helium and hydrogen, and that's all you've got for the first, I don't know how many billion years, is just really, really hot helium and hydrogen.
There's absolutely no way to tell what happened at the beginning. We can, like you said, we can make a guess, but we can actually watch the, in real time creation of new stars and new, shit. So it is pretty cool that, basically we are, and everything we live on and everything we use and touch and everything is basically supposedly star.
If you don't believe in the Big Bang,
exploded star matter.
If you don't believe in the Big Bang, that means you don't believe in evolution. If you don't believe in evolution,
no, you bring up so many non sequiturs, man. These are different issues, and I have my own opinion on different issues. They don't coexist or link in any way.
Well, they have to, because Big Bang, everything in science has a certain order. They have Big Bang, primordial soup, bacteria.
Well, there is evidence for at least our evolution as a human species. I think you can at least agree to that, right?
I didn't hear a word of that.
You can agree that we've evolved as a human species?
No. I'm saying there is no evolution. I'm saying everything has to eat or survive off each other.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's another non sequitur. That doesn't really follow the.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. Doesn't mean evolution can't happen.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it does, because the evolution that you're talking about is from one thing to another to survive. Strongest will survive, so to speak.
Well,
That's
no,
why
that is
things evolve.
it. Doesn't.
Well, survival of the fittest isn't exactly.
And that's the reason.
Darwinism.
That's the reason why evolution happens, because the weaker one died off, and the new one.
It's a byproduct. It's not a direct correlation, but yeah, it is a byproduct.
But survival of the fittest means survival of the organism that is the best fit for the environment. It doesn't mean the one that's been down the gym or, the one that's meanest. It means the one that is the best fit for the environment is the one that will survive. That's what evolution is the gene pool of an organism reacting to the environment.
And humans.
Yeah, I mean,
humans
it's
don't.
evident. It's evident with the Galapagos
Humans
Islands.
don't do that, because if that were true, and our psyche or brain or I don't know, metabolics, whatever, thought like that, we live more dangerously than ever. Yeah, we're involved in accidents. We do more adventurous sports. People are. You'd think like sports people. If what you're saying is true, then the children of sports stars or anybody who does something dangerous and wild, we would we would have harder limbs, harder, stronger heads.
But evolution is observed in populations of organisms.
Because evolution is information in nature. So me or you, we don't decide what should be better. And when an insect, it doesn't say, "Oh, I need wings." Okay, nature, information, something invisible tells it you don't survive or you can't fit in that environment. We need to improve you, right?
No, there's no consciousness to this. I mean,
no, I don't know if it's consciousness, but my point is something triggers that species to improve in the next generation, right? So if that were true,
part of the reproductive process as you go from one generation to the next, it's imperfect. That process is imperfect,
but it's all information, isn't it?
And part of that imperfection is the generation of gene mutations. These gene mutations occur from one generation to the next.
No, they're triggered. They're
not triggered. That's just part of the process. Sometimes
no, they're not. No, it's not part of the process. That's what I'm trying to say.
It is. We can see that happening every time, and we know.
No, it isn't, because
just between you and your parents.
How does the animal know it's in a strongest to survive battle?
It doesn't know. There is no.
It doesn't know that. Yeah, exactly.
All that happens is reproduction takes place. Mutation occurs.
No, Jeremy, stop.
Hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I've only got 3 words out. Mutation occurs during that reproductive process, and if that mutation happens to be advantageous, which is very rare that it is, but occasionally it is advantageous, that means that organism that has that advantageous mutation then has a better chance of survival. It may not survive. It may get eaten straight away.
Let me respond.
But it then has a better chance of survival. And if it has a better chance of survival, has a better chance of passing that mutation on to its offspring, and then they have a better chance of survival compared with the other organisms within that species. And eventually, those ones propagate, and the other ones, no longer exist. There's just more and more of the ones that have the advantage, and fewer of the ones that haven't. It isn't about stuff eating stuff.
No, how does it know?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Most mutations are
what
not.
Tells it then? What tells it?
Well, it doesn't, because as I'm saying, most mutations are not advantageous. Most of them are deleterious, as they call it. They're bad for the organism, and as a result, the organism will have
This is what I'm saying. What
a
tells
lesser chance of survival.
What tells it needs to change?
Nothing. Mutations just happen because
They don't just happen. If it's the strongest to survive,
they do because the process.
No, let me speak then. Let me speak. It can't just happen if every environment is different. So, like the kangaroo is in Australia, it has different information to say like something that's in the Amazon. Okay, but the animal doesn't know that. Something does know that.
It's instinct. You're talking about instinct.
Well,
right?
But in the duplication process, when the gene duplicates, you've got thousands and thousands of these parts to the DNA strand, and because it's very complex, and little bits of it go wrong, and those little bits of it going wrong, they still allow the organism to exist most of the time, but those little bits going wrong sometimes have an advantage, and that is, and then once that. Sorry, Paper, I'll let you in a sec. And then once that organism is operating in the environment with that advantage, that's when natural selection comes into play. And if it's got an advantage, it's got a better chance of survival and reproducing, and so on, and so if it's young, and so on and so forth. Sorry, Paper, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, a very clear example is if you've got a herd of wildebeest, and all of a sudden they get started to be attacked by a pride of lions, they all start running away. Now, there are members of that herd that have weaker legs. Just by genetics, they do not have as strong leg muscles. They simply cannot run as fast as the other ones. They get caught. They get killed, and they get eaten. The ones with the stronger leg muscles, they live on. They escape the pride, and they live on. So the weaker part of that society has been eliminated. That then carries on. And so the ones that have the weaker genes do not get to reproduce because they've been killed. And so you end up, stage by stage, you end up with stronger and stronger members of that.
No, that doesn't always work. I've watched nature programs where birds killing their own, so they kick out the egg. They're not an enemy. Not an enemy. It's like the one bird wants to be fed.
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the other two birds in that egg. The other bird just wanted to take control and get fed by mother.
That's right. This is the classic case of the cuckoo. The cuckoo
where's the evolution in this?
Well, it's development by small increments over thousands, hundreds, millions of years. What you've got to get to grips with is the concept of millions of years. When you think of your own lifetime, it may be 70, 80, 90 years, and that's fine. But when we're talking about millions upon millions of years, tiny little increments over these time periods make a difference.
Increments for what? To do what?
Well, it's natural selection.
But there are mutations
to do what?
But Spurs, there are mutations between you and your parents. You will have mutations in your DNA that they didn't have. No, just in that one generation.
This is not
epigenetics.
Yeah. But this is not evolution, is what you're trying to have us believe, that we go from one thing to another thing to adapt. That doesn't happen.
Well, these tiny changes that we're talking about add up into those big changes.
But also all these animals, most of these animals live for like way less time than we do. So I mean, they have way more generations than we do.
Right.
So over millions of years, I mean, it's ridiculous. The Galapagos Islands or whatever, I mean, a lot of those animals adapted and changed drastically over, probably not even close to that long a time. So right. I could see it happening for sure.
It's been calculated that the average age of a caveman was 16 years. You only have to go into your local graveyards. Go do it for yourself. Go and look into your local graveyards, and if you've got one that dates back to the 1700s, you'll find their average age is around about 30 to 35 years. You'll see countless graves, one after another, age 22, age 24, age 33. You very rarely see a grave that says age 89.
And
You won't see it.
Well, no, graves. It was not something, you know.
Hold on, paper. There, but don't you? I mean, all those people that lived back then. I mean, didn't they live? Like the more famous ones, didn't they live till like their 60s, 70s?
So some did, but like I said, the average age. You look at you can Google it. Average age of man over the last 200 years has gone up by about 30 years.
No, that's only in Europe.
Well, some of that is about the infant mortality rate, because obviously that has a big effect on. But it's not all about that. Another good example.
Evolution. I'm not saying evolution has developed that much over 200 years. What I'm saying is things change. You know, modern medicine, things like that. But you know, evolution happens, and like I say, the average age.
Hold on, paper. Let's not get it twisted, because we began with water, okay, and then I was talking about everything needs to be here at the same time in order for it to survive. Now, you've jumped from water to cavemen, so that shows you.
Well, species go extinct all the time, so that doesn't work out with what you just said.
Hey, Bojack.
I'm talking about it
hasn't been explained.
What hasn't?
Abiogenesis hasn't been explained, and no one claims it has.
I want to know what was.
I'm glad.
You said that we came from apes, monkeys, whatever. What was before them? What did they evolve from?
An ape-like creature.
Yeah, and what was before that?
The bonobo.
Well, it becomes very difficult when you get back this far to say, you know, this animal gave rise to this animal.
That's what people want, Jeremy.
I know, but when we look at the fossil record, what we can say is we can make assumptions around those things, and they can be logical assumptions. We can say, this animal appears to have evolved from this animal, but all we can really infer
you can say whatever animal, you know, at this point it doesn't matter. If you want to say it was chickens before the ape, that's fine, because it doesn't really matter what you say. I just want to hear what you think. If you study these things, you're obviously curious yourself, and of, you know, your own personal thought of what you think was before the ape.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is that we can't really tell that from the fossil record. We can say that these two organisms are similar, and we can look at different features of those organisms, and we can say that this one appears to be an evolved version of this one. But
he wants to go prior to that, and I guess some of the physical problems with that would be we kind of have somewhat of a small body that would decay over hundreds of thousands of years. So I mean, the animal probably before the monkeys or whatever would probably even be, I would guess, smaller, or who knows. But I'm just saying, like, can they even dig up? I mean, what's the oldest?
Well,
Lucy?
one of the ones that people often talk about is an organism called Tiktaalik, which if you search it, you'll get artists' impressions of what it looked like, and so I mean that's one you can have a look at. But all we can really infer from these things is cousin type relationships, because as evolution is taking place, it's quite possible to have a species which is effectively evolved from another species, but they can be living next to each other at the same time. So you can't always tell which came from which, and your own. There's a lot of inference going on, so it's very difficult to say humans came from this animal. We can't really quite say that.
I personally believe that one theory that we were monkeys before, and we found magic psilocybin mushrooms, and that's what made us evolve into being able to think. Have you ever heard of that one?
I think I might have done, yeah.
Yeah.
Psychedelics. People were like,
I could kind of go with that. Right, I'll show you Tiktaalik. You'll like Tiktaalik, Spurs. Hang on. This is gonna piss you off. This is Tiktaalik.
so what is this then?
It's a fossil fish.
It's your great grandpa, dude.
Yeah,
times a million.
Some people say it was sort of a crossover from the beginning of the crossover from marine life to land life. So, this would be a forerunner of kind of everything on land, sort of thing. I think is the idea.
It's like a crocodile fish, something.
Yeah, but I don't want to say this is what humans evolved from. I don't like getting trapped.
Well, yeah, I mean that would actually be even more bizarre, truthfully, because that would be a reptile into a mammal, right? An aquatic reptile into a mammal.
Well,
right?
Yeah, you've kind of
that
got
we haven't
sort
seen.
of reptile-like creatures, though. You do have that. These sort of mammally, reptile-y type things. That are represented in.
But I mean, wouldn't you have to explain at that point how we went from cold-blooded reptile status to a fucking mammal that does everything different than that? I mean, that's quite a stretch right there.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about it to explain that. But I think this thing was sort of amphibious to an extent. I don't know whether it's an air breather or, lived on the shoreline sort of thing.
We're fish people. I get it.
Let me
So,
see if I
hey,
can-
Jeremy, have you ever seen that South Park where they're explaining evolution?
I don't know whether I have.
Okay, I'll have to toss you a link.
I think I've seen most of them.
Oh man, it's so funny.
I love South Park.
Is that still even on?
I think there's a new season on, actually. I was told that a lot of it has to do with me for some reason. I guess it has to do with trolling or something. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be on all the time. But they don't even show it on. Well, they probably show it on Sky, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a couple years at least that they've been off for sure, but it got hit. I mean, it's it's hard to come up with material.
What about it then? That evolution one you want about?
Oh, I'm just gonna send him the link because the explanation for evolution is hilarious in it. He's talking about monkeys butt fucking each other and just all this crazy shit to a bunch of kids. Oh, it's great.
Well, it's a bunch. Yeah.
It's a truly magnificent and amazing thing. Evolution, it really is.
If it was real, it would be an amazing thing.
When you consider the diversity of life on Earth, it's
Jeremy, there's no way you can believe that things happen step by step. It's
well, we can see. I don't have to believe it. We can see that happening.
So all the species on Earth and all over the Earth came from one source.
Well, again, there's some debate on that, really, but
Exactly, it's just baloney.
Well, it's not baloney.
You're gonna say that life started like in this water and that water, all at different times, all around the world at different times. It's just...
Well, I think the problem with that is, once you've got life starting in water, it can very, very quickly be, in a lot of different places, simultaneously, can't it?
It's coming out of
You know,
nowhere.
if you've got something that you're calling life, you know, in some simple form, and it's already in water, then it's pretty much, you know, it's very easy for it to be everywhere, isn't it? Or at least in
No.
places.
No, it's not. How can it? How that's what I'm saying. How can it just spontaneously? You know.
Well, because it doesn't, it can move around quick. It doesn't even need any form of propulsion, does it, to move it around? The water currents will do that for it. So, you know, it could very easily be in a lot of places very quickly, you know, in the space of a year.
Maybe, but
if it's a simple life form that's reproducing,
yeah, and
rapidly,
the word life.
An amoeba is reproducing, you know, every few minutes or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So do you think mosquitoes evolve quite a bit? I mean, those fuckers last like 24 hours.
Yeah. I mean,
you'd have to think.
I think they're definitely the result of evolution. Whether they've evolved much recently, I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean,
dude, check out that evolution video real quick. It's 50 seconds, but it's that transsexual teacher. And what's funny is in the middle is that little creature that you just showed, that little fucking reptile thing. Yeah.
Yeah, all squirrel. I mean, even the Simpsons, they did some kind of halftime American football. I don't know what they call it, but entertainment thing, and they hit the roof and they broke the ceiling. You see, so they put all these things in comedy in the cartoons. I don't know if you saw that episode. You didn't see that one?
Sorry, Spurs, I missed that. I was watching butt sex.
Oh, it's not important. It's not important.
Something hitting the wall? To the ceiling?
No, just showing on Simpsons how they...
Oh, yeah.
It's silly, really.
Well, there's been a lot of references to even recently, like shows under the dome and all kinds of shit. So
yeah.
That doesn't mean anything to you, no?
What?
You don't read into it like the Truman Show. It's just a movie, right?
Oh, I think it's a very powerful movie, but I don't like let it lead me to, you know, it doesn't suggest that we are in that situation to me.
I think it's the other way around. I think it's led you to stuff, Spurs, or at least this whole meme, I think, has been supported by some of these ideas, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I think it's sort of on trend, isn't it? It was in The Simpsons, and as you say, there was Under the Dome, The Truman Show, and you know, there's been a few things kind of along these lines.
Either way, either way that you look at it, if it's a ball, somebody had to start the Earth spinning, give it a push. Anything that moves, nothing just moves mystically on its own. It has to be.
Well, that's kind of part of the coalescing of different elements, but also, you know, then you have obviously, basically, it's almost a star that we live on.
Yeah, but how can anything move on its own accord?
Gravity.
Well, also there's no friction.
How can gravity move? How can gravity move on its own accord?
Well, that's what the law of gravity says, that, you know, one particle of matter will be attracted to another particle of matter.
So, Jeremy, do you think there's a proportion, like a equation to, say, like the spin of the Earth to the spin of Saturn or Jupiter? Like, does a bigger mass have a slower or faster spin, or is it Just random.
Right. Yeah. Good question. I'm not
I wonder.
sure. I did read something about this the other day.
Really, that'd be interesting.
I can't remember what I read though. I should stop doing research when I'm stoned.
Come on, how can the sun be on a course just randomly like that? And,
Well, it's
and everything is for us.
It's not random. There's nothing random about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's moving according to, the laws of planetary motion as we know
Yeah,
them.
but who sets those laws?
Well, they aren't. Well, in my view, they aren't set. I mean,
So they're just random for
people
you.
have described them. Like Kepler, for instance, have described those. We call it a law, but what it is, it's a description that works every time.
But Jeremy, you're expecting us to believe magic now.
No, why am I? I'm not. This is maths. You can make calculations of this stuff. We can calculate how.
Yeah, once it's already began, of course you can calculate it. But who pushed it? Who kick-started it?
Well, that's the age-old question, isn't it? I mean, I don't have an answer to that.
And-
I don't believe there's an intelligent.
You guys have to have an answer.
Well,
No, dude. No.
I don't believe there's an intelligent entity involved, but
I'm
I
not
think
saying that.
Tim
I'm
would
saying
disagree with me. I think, but
How did it?
Could be. I don't know.
How could it? Nothing can just begin moving. If you ask me, if I was looking, let's say I was from another planet and it was flat, it didn't move, and I looked at Earth, I would say, how is that moving? That's amazing.
well, I mean, it's a good question, and some people were sort of foxed by this because as we're back to the Big Bang, I'm afraid, but as this expansion occurs and this matter is left behind, some people, some scientists believe that it should be evenly spread, and if it was perfectly evenly spread, then it wouldn't allow for things to coalesce. But as long as you've got some areas where it's thicker and thinner, some areas where the particles are slightly closer together than others, then eventually they will be drawn together, and gravity will pull them together because they have mass, and they'll be drawn together, and then you've got a particle with a greater mass, which is will draw more things to it, and so on and so forth. And then, and ultimately, from all that, over millions of years, you end up with a star, or actually millions of stars, because it's the same thing is happening throughout the universe. And
So
then
check
you've
this
got-
out. Sorry, but this is the answer, I guess. The axis of rotation is different from the magnetic poles. This difference creates force for the Earth to rotate on its axis. The same is the case with all planets in the solar system. Moon doesn't have magnetic field, hence it does not rotate on its axis. So this explanation actually does make sense to me, just because I am into electronics. And,
but the moon does rotate on its axis.
well, hence it does not rotate on its axis. Well, it's tidally locked, so it's not rotating, but it
rotates.
It does rotate. It just rotates once a month. That's why it's always facing us. But it is rotating on an axis.
hence it does not rotate on its axis. Wow.
You didn't know that the moon rotates.
NASA.gov.
Seriously, is that on NASA?
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon turns, man.
Maybe it doesn't rotate on its axis. Maybe it just rotates on something that isn't its axis.
Well, if it's tidally locked to us and we're rotating, obviously it's not rotating. The face is not rotating, right?
Yeah, it is, because the rabbit ears Pancho showed us go up and they go down.
No, it is really hard to visualize this. Let me see if I can.
I know.
And that's why we are not moving, but the moon and the sun is.
Let me try and find a fucking video. There's a good video of this I've seen. Hang on.
I'm thinking of something a ball that always faces another ball as it rotates around it.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, let me show you because it is difficult to visualize, and it took me fucking ages to get this till I saw a video on it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Right. So, let me get this. Can you see this? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is. Let me just. So this is the moon here, and just for the sake of
I thought Pond said it rotates once a night.
ease. It's red on one side and white on the other, just so you can see. So what it's going to show you first is what it would look like if it didn't rotate. So it starts here, and from Earth, we would start to see both sides of the moon, the far side and the side that we always see. So here, this is
Why don't you have the Earth spinning as well?
no, but it's tidally it's locked, dude.
Right,
Its
so-
face is always locked. That doesn't mean that it's spinning.
So,
Jeremy.
right, wait a minute. Right, this is it with rotation, look. And again,
the Earth is not spinning.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the sake of this. So this is it with some rotation. And you can see, again, if it was doing this, we would see both sides of it, which we don't.
Yeah.
And now this is what we do see, I think. It's how fast is it rotating? So it's now rotating again like it was in the last one, but it's doing it at the same rate as it's orbiting. And that's why we always see the same phase.
Okay, so if I was spinning and I had a rope with a ball on it, and obviously the ball would always be facing me the same side.
Right.
This is kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, is the actual ball rotating, or would it be me rotating it and it staying in its original position?
No, it is rotating. Because if you look at what it's doing, look, at the moment, the red side is south, is pointing south. And when it gets to the bottom, or if it came all the way around, the red side would be pointing north. So it is rotating. It's just the period of rotation is the same as the period of the orbit. And that's why we end up with what we get. And now it's put the phases of the moon in as well. So you can see how the phases work.
I don't know about that, man.
No, that doesn't seem right.
That's how it works.
No, because the Earth is not rotating.
Well, that doesn't make any difference, for the purposes of this thing. It does. You could just have that rotating.
It makes every difference.
Well, it doesn't, because you see, this is a month. What we're
I
seeing
want to
here.
see
This is
that.
a-
I want to see the Earth going around the sun and the moon doing what you've just said.
Well, that's not what this is telling. This is showing you about the synchronous orbit of the moon. It's not synchronous rotation of the moon. It's not telling you about the sun.
Yeah, but you should show it with the Earth
Well, that would
going
be a different animation that's trying to show you something else.
You see?
But have a look at it again in this one, Tim. In this earlier one, just let me. I'm going to let you get away here.
Okay,
So,
go on.
this is it without any rotation. So you can see this side always points this way. No, this is straight down the middle all the way.
It's a
No,
good video, but
it's not rotating. Now look at it with the fast rotation.
when was this video made, Jeremy?
I don't know.
You can see.
I've used it a few times.
It's last
And
week.
that's all it's doing, but it's just doing that at the rate that it orbits.
Yeah, I've checked many sources that is said many times. So, I mean, it would have to, but I would, with the rope example with the ball on the end, I'm kind of thinking like the Earth is actually like itself locking it into that position, because this is another thing that's coincidental, right? It takes 27 days for it to do one rotation
Right.
and one whole circle around the Earth.
Right.
I mean,
Although they're not.
but if it's a elliptical though orbit,
Right. Well, they're not perfectly the same. They're not exactly perfect. So that's
if
why.
it's elliptical orbit, wouldn't we see another portion of the moon at some times?
Right, which we do. And they call it lunar libration. So if you look at this, what we actually see is 50. I think it's 58% of the moon.
Oh wow!
So you can see, like, if you think of it as at some point during this animation as a flat disc, you're seeing a little bit more than that flat disc at some points. So this is a total animation, though. It's not.
It looks realer than anything I've ever seen. Definitely the moon landing. Nice.
Yeah, and they call that libration. I mean, I think that's the best evidence that the moon's a ball. I think it looks very bally when we see this, and we know it can't.
Well, man,
it can't be a
dude,
disc because you're seeing more than a.
Yeah, with. I mean, I knew about libration, but I just kind of like conceptually just thought of it, just because we were having that conversation. So,
yeah,
if you're seeing literally, if you can see more of the moon, I mean, that's a pretty good indication that it is a spherical object.
Yeah,
and physical.
I think so.
Along with more evidence, like shadows and stuff like that. I mean, I don't think it points to anything else but that.
And if you're me, photos from NASA and other space agencies around the world.
So
see, that's real easy then.
How do you explain the word sex in the clouds then, Jeremy?
I also drew a scorpion that I found. I also drew a little troll in some of the clouds.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Animals is one thing. Letters, show me a picture, any other picture in the world where 3 letters of any form are in the clouds.
It wasn't exactly 3 letters. It wasn't like, Times New Roman or anything.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. The point is 1 letter in the clouds is extremely hard to find. 2 letters next to each other is almost impossible. 3 letters in the clouds, you would say that's fake straight away.
No, I just don't think that's significant of anything. I think that we look for, what do they call it? I can't remember the word for it, but we look for these patterns in things. And
no, I'm not talking about
see them all the time.
I'm not talking about when I see.
Think how many times have you seen someone that's found a picture of Jesus in their toast? Or
yeah, that's fine. Jesus, like I said, these are objects
in the paint.
Jeremy, these are objects. That's fine. I'm talking about letters in the sky. Letters. If you saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you would say it's fake.
Well, I don't think you do. I don't think it says sex. I think
you have to flip it. You have to really look into it. You have to like cross your eyes a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go. It's clear as day. SEX.
Well, it's clear as day once it's been shown to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, it's there.
I bet you, if I showed you a picture of the blue marble now, I bet you couldn't go to that and find sex in the clouds very rapidly.
Well, show me that sex picture then. Find it.
I don't know I can't remember which one it's on. I don't want to get into blue marbles.
Jeremy, you have to think it is kind of funny that, after all this flat Earth stuff happened, there's been a lot of NASA announcements, and then they went and did another picture in 2016, and Obama talked about it and tweeted it or whatever. I mean, it is kind of odd, isn't it?
Well,
like
where I will agree, I do think sometimes NASA do fuck it up for themselves sometimes. You know what I mean? They do sort of, I don't know. They're just not that clear about, always that clear about things and things like that. You know what I mean? I think that, they create confusion sometimes. Well, like for instance, I think an example was when they.
Or was that clear?
I don't know if you saw the Jupiter
Julian.
photos with the aurora on.
Yeah.
A few people made a big deal of that because it had the actual image of Jupiter was from like 3 or 4 years ago from another.
But you guys are purposely missing the point. Objects, yes. Letters, no. You're not
But it's the
gonna see
same thing, Spurs. When someone finds a picture of Jesus in their toast,
That's
they're not
fine.
really finding a picture of Jesus in their toast.
No,
It's
but
just
that's still But if somebody found the word 3 letters, ABC, X, Y, Z, any 3 letters, forget the word that it says sex. There are 3 letters in the clouds.
but they're not. They aren't Spurs. You know, they aren't. They really aren't.
They're not letters.
Well, no, they're not. I mean, they could be anything. I mean, one of them looks more like a J than
Good.
an E.
Good.
You know
Some
what I
people
mean?
said to me it looks like a Y. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There are 3 letters in the clouds.
It's a conspiracy.
It doesn't matter what letters, A, B, C, G,
They
O,
paint those
P,
clouds on, don't they? Anyway, right?
and they're all next to each other. Each letter,
Jen?
one letter should be over here. One letter.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, it is. They are sort of painted on anyway. Yeah.
Jem, why can't they take a picture of the Earth?
Hey, Julian.
Well, what they are doing, I mean, what they're doing with those blue marble images is they're actually taking really high resolution pictures of the Earth. And the image itself, I think the blue marble itself, if you were to print it out, it would be hi, mate. It would be about 12 meters high. It would print out.
Oh,
to.
wow.
So what they do is they're taking images of the Earth's surface all the time, but then they have to stitch them together. One, because they haven't got it as a whole, because they're close and.
No, not. I'm not talking about those satellites. I'm talking about the ones that actually can take a picture of the Earth.
Oh, right. So what's your question?
Why can't they just take a picture of the Earth? Why are they painting clouds on all the time? Why don't the clouds show up in a picture of the Earth?
Well, they do, but on the blue marble, they have to, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to get all that land underneath in high resolution with no clouds on it.
So how would it look then?
So they pick days. They use images from the days where they've got some part with no clouds, and then they have to stick all the clouds back on afterwards, so that you've got the layered image of.
So they could do it. I mean, literally without any clouds. They could.
Yeah,
do it
you can actually get the blue marble as a layered image and take the clouds off and see all the land underneath. You know.
Oh wow!
So
but-
listen to
Sweet.
this. Why
Right.
can't they just take a normal picture like we take of the moon?
Well, they do on Himawari does, and what's the
That's
other?
the ones with sex on them.
You up?
No.
Himawari didn't have the sex.
Himawari didn't have the
Poor
sex.
Himawari. Still a virgin.
Okay, I got a question for Jeremy. Can you see Venus and what is it, Mercury during the night?
Well, no, you normally see that because they're close to the sun, aren't they? So you see them at, well, Venus you normally see in the evening and the morning, and Mercury is the same, but is notoriously difficult to spot because it never rises very high above the horizon. I think it only ever goes about 15 degrees above the horizon. But I know there are astronomers that have been astronomers all their lives and have never seen Mercury.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I got pictures that people keep stating that they can see Mercury.
I mean, it
Like
is
that.
possible, but I think it's quite difficult. It's not very bright either. But it is possible at times to see it.
So when was it discovered then?
I don't know. Who was it?
That's crazy.
Yeah, because it's it's on the inner orbit, so and you'd be on the dark side to actually see it through the planet. These are on the outer orbit of things. I was reading about neutrinos. You guys know anything about neutrinos?
Yeah.
Not much. They're these virtual particles, aren't they? I think they detect at the
they
North
screw up
Pole.
electronics. Like once you get
they
to
detect it
30,000,
in other.
once you get to 30,000 feet, neutrinos start getting in, screwing up your electronics, and they level out at 60,000 feet. So it's like another
Mercury.
layer. Like you got the oxygen layer, and you get another layer, and it gets more violent after that.
Mercury was first recorded in 265 BC.
Jesus, really? I'm gonna have to tell John Laban about this one.
Timo Charis made the
He's gonna
first
have a field
recorded
day.
observation of Mercury in 265 BC.
Wow. That's I wonder how he would be able to tell that would be a planet back then.
I think
And how-
maybe if there was an eclipse, maybe. I think you can get
That's a good one. You'd only have a transit. You'd have the transit of Venus.
Mercury. We're talking about.
Yeah, Mercury or Venus would both have a transit. You'd be able to see it in front of the sun.
Hmm.
That's if we live in an orbital plane or whatever, or it doesn't matter. Either flat Earth, it comes around every so often that if you got your flat perspective and your globe perspective, so they show up differently in different models, right?
I don't know. Can you tell me how it shows up in the flat model?
Yeah, I'm told that Flat Earth doesn't have a model. That's their new stance.
Hmm.
I don't know.
It's a realm. I think it's a realm. This
I
one.
don't study all the stars or anything like that, or the planets.
Yes, realm is a new word, and then I guess level plane, or they're trying to rebrand because they're a bunch of fucking shills, most of them.
They got realm off Cathexis, I think.
Oh yeah, dude, and he's probably listening right now, dude. Seriously, he's been hitting me up. I'm like, dude, come in here. I know you'll, because we've had too many Globers in here. We need another flat earther or flat Earth apologist, I guess.
Oh, we lost paper, didn't we? Where did he
There's
go?
too much logic in the room.
Too many facts flying around.
Yeah.
Well, we're trying to get somewhere, they're trying to build your model. They're trying to give you what you want, but you keep on jumping on them, not giving them a chance, demanding a model before they've had a chance.
All those annoying things that are required for belief.
It's been a year and a half, man. We should be closer to this whole flat Earth sophism goal, dude.
Not necessarily. No, you've had 500 years and you're still not sure. Okay, we've
that.
No. Keep counting as well, because it's been 1 year, and you will see in less than 5 years, the truth.
Look, bro, I wouldn't bet on it, and I wouldn't seriously, because you're gonna die an old man before anyone proves the flat Earth.
Don't tell him not to bet on it. Do you want a bet on it?
Yeah, look, they won't even take bets on it. If you try to go to a betting shop, they say no. 5 years ago, they took bets on it. You could have put money on a flat Earth. Today,
really? What evidence have you got of that? I'd like to see that.
You can go to you can check out any of the betting.
No, I believe you can't bet on it now, but you could bet on it 5 years ago?
You could bet on anything. When they were trying to promote betting, you could bet on your unborn child to play for the national team.
I know, but that's different, isn't it?
Everything.
There's things you can't, you can't bet on the result of The Apprentice because they know that it's, people know, there's too many people know the result before the show goes out. It's like that, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you could have bet on the shape of the Earth, but now it's too prevalent. You can't. Why?
They've probably changed the law to stop bookies ripping off suckers who make stupid bets.
That's the whole point. Everyone who makes a bet is a sucker.
and make stupid bets. Every person who goes into a gambling shop is a sucker because you're going to lose your money. So flat Earth, they would welcome that with open arms.
Well,
and
some
say,
people win. that's
some
kind of
people
essential that they give out a few prizes every now and then.
yeah, you do get a couple of they're not real winners, are they? Because they're going
Suppose
to.
I had a tenner on the Grand National. I won £8 because it was in each way. So I had 18 quid. And I thought, it's not worth taking this 18 quid out. I'm going to stick it in the online casino. So I stuck it in the online casino. It won 300 quid.
And then you probably put that back on.
No, I've probably spent about 80 on it since then that I've lost.
Yeah.
That's about 5 years ago. So I'm not a heavy gambler.
Yeah.
But I'm still up. I'm still 220 quid up.
So you haven't been back since?
I do. I go occasionally, but very, very rarely. It's exciting gambling. Playing roulette. I get a real buzz off it. Really do. Even though I'm only betting 50p, it really excites me.
No, I only bet on the Grand. I don't really like betting or anything like that because the house always wins. So just for fun, Grand National, the horses once a year.
Yeah.
But anything more than that,
it's great when you win on the National. I wouldn't.
Obviously, when you go to like Butlins or Great Yarmouth, you can go in the Bandits and whatnot. But apart from that, no.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the Venus files, like Venus at night. I'm just cruising through to see, when it appears at night.
So what are you saying? They're not real?
It's called the Morning Star or the Evening Star. It's referred to, isn't it? Sometimes.
Well, it's not that. It's that it's almost impossible for it to come out at night because it's on the inner circle. If the axis is 23 degrees or something like that.
Right. That's why it's called the Morning or the Evening Star, because it's only seen.
Yeah. So.
But it's just
we're always on the dark.
But it's just dark enough to see it, but not fully night.
What time is it?
Yeah, we're on the dark.
Our clock's gone back.
They have, haven't they, mate? Yeah, I've got 2 a.m. The BBC's saying 2 a.m. or 6 minutes past, and so is my computer. But I don't know if it's done its thing yet.
Is it supposed to be now?
It was so much easier when you had to go around and change all your clocks, wasn't it? Because then you knew which ones you'd done. Now it all happens automatically, and then you get in the car and you're fuck.
Yeah. You can never change.
I'm an hour late.
I know, it never changes itself. So what we got here, Julian? Are we saying that this planet is not? Are we saying it's not real?
No, because you can't see Venus if you're on a ball. And you're on the dark side of the ball, Venus is circling on the inner, and Mercury are circling on the inner side of the Earth, not on the outer side. Not on the other side. So it's impossible to see these two planets.
But again, that's why we see it in the evening, in the morning, when we're on the limb of the Earth, if you like, in reference to the sun. So if you were standing on the sun looking at the Earth, the people who can see Venus and Mercury are going to be on the very edges of the lit up bit.
Okay, like this one here.
Got it.
Right, because the sun's just going down. You're at the edge, but pretty soon you're going to be gone.
Right.
You shouldn't see that. Like if I had video feeds of it, I'd like to see the video feeds to see where it goes. Right, because that's on the edge. So so you're on the dark side of the ball.
Do you think the fact that it's called the Morning or the Evening Star? Do you think that might be? Do you think that might be significant? Significant to the times when it's seen?
It's kind of like the ISS, really.
All I'm just saying is that you remember, because of the axis and the way it goes around the Earth, we're always on the dark side. Mercury are circling on the bright side.
Right. Okay.
And they're closer to the sun than we are. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
if this is a perfect circle that's going around, right? Like, why are these stars so far up?
But nothing's going around in a perfect circle.
Why?
Everything's in an ellipse.
Like, if you look at these two stars, where they are not the stars, but Venus and Mercury, we're supposed to be somewhere around there, right? Like, so they claim. Right?
If that's a picture of Venus, that's where it's supposed to be, where we can see it.
Yeah, but they're at night. Like, if you go and you draw 3 circles.
Well, it's either sunrise or sunset in the images that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But also, you don't know what
Yeah,
the exposure time that was used on the image, or you need to know which direction it's going in to be able to say it shouldn't be here, it should be here. You need really specific information about the view that you've got.
Jeremy, you tried to make it as difficult as possible there.
I'm not. I just think, I mean, there are what, hundreds of thousands of amateur astronomers in the world. Venus is in the wrong place and they didn't notice. But
so why is it when we say
that sound likely to you?
Well, just check it on like a Stellarium or a program and see. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't be able to see it if what you're saying is true, but it sounds like the ISS to me, where it's very seldom times you can see it,
right?
Because of the position.
Okay, here's the image that I'm saying. Okay, now for you to see it, it's almost impossible. See where the night side is?
Right.
Where
but
again, on Earth.
Again, that's why we see it in the morning and the evening when we're on the edge of that. If you zoom right in on your little blue Earth there, we're going to be right on the edge of the lit bit. That's why
hold down shift and scroll your mouse forward and you'll zoom in.
Just give me a second here. My computer's not as fast as...
Yeah, just hold down shift and scroll forward.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Okay, so you understand what I'm saying, right? Because we're on...
But
and then we're also on the 23 axis, right?
All right, move your mouse up to the Earth for me, up to the...
We're only going to see Venus in a dark way. We're not going to see it in a bright way.
Move your mouse up to the Earth for me.
What's that?
Move your mouse up to the Earth.
Okay. So we're on this side here.
Right. Now move it to the side of the Earth.
Okay, so we're on the little... Don't forget, we're not going to see that much of it.
Right, that's right.
We're only going to see just the edge. We're right at the edge because the sun is disappearing. See where the sun's disappearing?
Exactly.
There?
And that's why that's when you're able.
Right, but look at over here. You'd only see the dark side of Venus.
Well, in this image, but of course it doesn't remain in that position all the time, does it? It's in its orbit.
If it was over here, you'd still see.
It follows that path, Jeremy.
Like look at Mercury.
Right, it doesn't actually follow that path, but it'll do for the purposes of this. But
hold on a minute. You just showed us the moon, and you had no complaints about going around that circle. Now you're complaining about what the science people are showing us.
Well, because in the demonstration of the moon, all I needed to demonstrate was how the moon rotates. That's all I needed.
Demonstrating here now.
And that's what the animation.
No.
Hang on. What's being demonstrated here is whether we can or can't see Venus, and in that case, the elliptical orbit that it actually has, compared with this circular orbit that's being depicted here, could be a factor, and that's why I just wanted to point that out. But we're going with this for the time being, but that might be a factor because it is in an elliptical orbit, not a circular one, and so are we. But the main point is, if you're standing on the side of that Earth, and you would be able to see Venus, but you'd only be able to see it at twilight or, you know, in the morning or in the evening. And it's similar with Mercury, but Mercury, as I say, is even harder to spot because it never rises very high above the horizon and it's not very bright. But I'm no expert on these things. I just happen to know that those few facts.
Yeah, like Venus would only pop up here maybe what, every 50 years?
No. Why would you say
over on
that?
this side here, every 50 years.
Well,
Did you
why?
see
Hold on.
that?
Where's the 50 years figure come from? That sounds.
Well, I don't know. Okay, like if you get your, if you go out in your orbiting pattern,
Right.
you'll
So
see
show
that
me the calculations you've made to arrive
every
at
3 or
the
4
50-year
years,
figure.
no one would be able to see Venus
Right.
for a few years.
Well, where's 50 years come from?
Well, I don't know what the rotation, you know.
Right. So
Well,
it might be
not
5
see it
months.
on this side.
Not
Around
50
the
years.
sun,
Earth
it takes
is
5 months.
when the Earth is behind the sun on the other side, you're going to miss it there too. So 50% of the time, you're going to miss Venus. And there's
I'm
the
not
stretch
sure
from
how often
Venus
it's
when
visible. I think it's visible a lot more than 50% of the time, but I could be wrong.
Well, you got to, if it's sitting in front of the sun.
But I think
during the day,
if you're trying to propose that there is some unreported problem with the position of Venus, then you should at least have some observations to back that up. And
okay, what's the transit? Is it every 7 years?
Well, he's asking the question first before he can do all that. He wants to be sure. He's not sure. He's checking.
Well, it doesn't sound like a question. It sounds like he's proposing that
it's a question. He's proposing is a question. So he's saying, "What do you think of my proposal?" It's a question proposal.
I think wrong.
Let him finish before you.
Yeah. So the transit is what? What's the transit at Venus?
I have
How
no
many years
idea.
does it take?
Do we really both want to talk about something that we know so little about?
Well, I don't know anything about it.
Times it rotates around the from the sun side of the Earth, which is 50%. Right?
Don't Tim know anything? Oh, he's gone. I'm going as well. It's 2 o'clock. It's so late.
Right. So transit of Venus, you'd have 2 transit of Venus on either side of the Earth, which is 50%.
All right. Okay. So transits of Venus are among the rarest of predictable astronomical phenomena. They occur in a pattern.
I just got a slogan.
They occur in a pattern. Yeah. Just in case you found out a fact, they occur in a pattern that generally repeats every 243 years, with pairs of transits 8 years apart, separated by long gaps of 121.5 years and 105.5 years. So it's pretty rare.
Well, there's 2 types of transit. There's a conjure, and there's the other one. So whenever Venus crosses the front of the Earth, the transit means that it goes below, or up, or in the center. So that's why it takes a lot of years. There's 2 types of transits.
And the last one was in 2012.
Yeah. And then there's another one coming up, isn't there? That's 243-year cycle. That's in the center. That's a longer cycle. But then there's the, what do you call it? The plasma burst. So this is where electricity can actually go from one ion to the next ion. So the transit of Venus happens only 230 years. And I'm pretty sure we have another transit coming up.
I think you're going to be waiting 100 or so years for that.
Is it another 100 years?
I think so, because it says there was one in 2004 and one in 2012. So that's your 8 years.
Yeah.
And then I think you're into 101 years or 105 years or whatever it said it was. I can't remember what it said it was now.
Yeah, that's because it's passing directly into the sun, and then it passes underneath the sun, or it could pass over the sun.
So it'd be either 121 years or 105 years till the next one.
Yeah, you got better data than me. I'm on KGK, but
well, I'm only on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I'm on Wikipedia too, but there's just too much to sift through. I was looking for some table data. Oh, here it is, down at the bottom. But that's the wrong transit I'm talking about. I'm talking about the transit, how many times we transit Venus. You know what I'm saying, right? So when the Earth and Venus align, how many years does it take to align again? And there should be 2 of them because you're on both sides, to make a full.
Yeah.
I don't know. So you know what I'm saying, right?
Right.
Because we got both sides of the. It can happen on either side of the sun. So you got 2 sides that it can happen when it's dark. That you won't see Venus at all. You'll see the transit. But it's very hard to see it at night. So close to the sun. Like Venus and Mercury are very close to the sun.
Right.
Well, it was only me and you left. Everybody else left.
I don't think any of us really know that much about it. So, I don't know. I'm happy with Venus.
It's just, I just found somebody was saying that. He goes like, if you live on a globe, like, why does Venus show up at night? You're saying that, it only happens because it's, or like, it's shining. It's only 50%. Once you move past 50%, you're really, really gone. So I'm looking at the angle. This is probably just the photo I got is probably just sort of like an estimate of how it actually moves, right? Like, you could see it that far high up in the sky. You know what I mean? Like, you would have to almost skim across the water pond or something like that, man. Because you got your horizon, right? On a globe, where it's round, it's got to go around, right? As soon as that's gone, your angle point, look at the angle point, right? As soon as it gets dark.
225 days as Venus. So, yeah, I mean, it's whizzing around quite quickly, isn't it? But that's my explanation. You could see it in the morning and in the evening, and that comports with what you're saying.
Yeah, but don't forget, the transit of the sun is just for, you would only see, like I said, you would only see Venus so many years, and after that, you won't see it, and not until you see it again, like at night, or even in the evening.
But for that to
you
have
won't see it out every night.
You know what that number of years is, you need to have made a calculation and say, hey, look, it's different to everyone else's calculation. But you don't seem to be doing that. You just seem to be asserting that things are different to what everyone else has calculated them to be.
No, I'm just looking at it. I just think it's funny.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a, for in a globe perspective, it's a bit of a, or a flat Earth, it's like, oh, see, you're lying globe. It's like, well,
like I say, really,
there's something squirrely there, man.
We call it the morning star. That should tell you something. That's not just a poetic name. It's because we see it in the morning or in the evening. you know, and that comports precisely with what you're saying when we should see it.
Yeah, it'd have to be really, really low. Like it couldn't be really high up in the sky or anything like that.
Excuse me, I'm just grabbing a drink.
I don't know what the math calculations are because you'd have to be in. I guess if you had that space thing up, then you'd be able to see it more on the simulator. You know what I mean? Like if you have the simulator there, then you'd be able to check it out. So where's everybody hanging out on the chats? I haven't been around. I've been studying. Oh, everyone's gone. Oh, well, I think I'll try and find another chat. Take it easy, guys.
Wow. And it went for a drink, everyone left. Blimey. Sooner or later, I'll close down enough tabs to find the watch page. See what's in the chat. What fucking channel am I on? Not that one. Shit. Oh, I found it. Yay! Another person. Welcome.
Well, hello.
How you doing?
Oh, well, just sitting here. I was watching the debate from the start, and it went quite alright.
Hey, I think you perhaps need to shut your watch page down.
Say what? I didn't hear you.
Oh, it's my fault. Hang on. I need to shut my watch page down. That's better.
All right, so what now?
Right, sorry about that. I've got all the pages shut that were making a noise at me and confusing me. How are you, Fargutin?
Yeah, thin. Yeah. Yes, very good. Better. Normal, average.
Glad to hear it.
Hmm.
So, what's your angle? Flat or round?
Round. Very round.
Good.
Maybe spheroid. Spheroid. Oblate. Little oblate.
Yeah.
Just around the shapes. Yeah. Stuff like that. Round stuff. Balls. Heliocentric. Normal model. Normal stand.
Sorry, just having a bite to eat.
And just for, if you don't mind, you're from Britain.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so if I'm right, you have like a 2 a.m. right there. Half past
Sorry,
2.
say that again.
2:30.
2:30, yeah.
Yeah. At least time works. Good to have working time.
So, have you been listening to Flat Earth or seeing any Flat Earth videos for very long?
No, I think it just like a year or so. Just first, I was just skimming through them, saying myself, how on earth can these people ignore, like, I don't know, 15 years or 10 years of education in order to believe a silly model like that?
Yeah.
I know some of them are smarter than normal, but still, it's very peculiar that they still believe in this model.
Right.
I mean, either they're ignoring the evidence or it's just not getting through them. So they're dismissing, so they are dismissing it as just unimportant, too small to convince them to convert, or just to, I don't know, open one of their eyes or something.
I think they believe what makes them comfortable.
Yeah, that's the same with other religions, really. Believe them because it makes you feel good. No, going to heaven, not having to accept your responsibility for your acts sometimes. Like, it used to be
Right.
that you could pay off your sins, like you go kill a whole village and go see a clerk, pay some money, and ta-da, you're clean.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people became angry about it because you could basically buy off your sin. So then there was a lot of fuss about it. 40 years war, 40 years war, and a lot of people died. You know, usual stuff in the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have like some interest to Flat Earth? I think that you have some backgrounds in some areas.
Well, I've been hanging around it for about a year, and I do find it fascinating. You know, I'm interested in the kind of space aspect of it, I guess. I've just got a bit of an interest in that. But yeah, that's me really. I just find it fascinating that people believe this stuff, and I don't think they're all crazy, and they're not all stupid. And yet they believe it, and that I find interesting. But the subject itself is interesting, and I've learned quite a lot while I've.
Yeah, the best way of learning is to try it.
Right.
Like I learned more into, for instance, trigonometry, trying to debunk some videos than in school.
Right.
Or learn about parallax, or how was the gravity measured in the first place using the Cavendish method.
Right. Oh, well.
Is someone really watching us, or is it just two of us?
I'm sorry?
No, I mean, are there any people that are viewing this video with live hangout?
Oh, yeah. I think there's about 12 people watching, 13 people watching.
Yeah.
We're actually gaining viewers.
Yeah. Either or half of them is dead already.
Squeaker Alpha is out there.
Yeah.
I should have been reading. Sorry, I wasn't reading it earlier, Squeaker, when I needed it. So, where are you from, Far? What country are you from?
Well, the Czech Republic.
All right.
Yeah, the places, Pivo and Praha. I think that's mostly the two things that the Czech is known for.
We have another regular called Thors from the Czech Republic.
Again? I don't catch
that. A regular guy who comes in the Hangouts. He's called Thors, and he's from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, I've noticed that other people in the Republic are into conspiracy theories, mostly into anti-aging and alternative medicine scene. Also some Czech versions of the flat Earth.
Right. Oh, man, I'm quite tired. Are you in the Czech Republic now? Must be really. Is it 2:30 for you or 3:30?
3:30.
Hmm.
Insomnia, best friend. And
So have you been in many Hangouts?
Not really. I think this is my first one I've actively participated in. I've seen a lot of them on live, but I've never grabbed enough courage to step into them.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They were already going off the hill, so it would be really hard to make yourself on time and not get bad and don't get interrupted by others.
Right. Yeah, I get interrupted all the time, and it makes me really cross. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's quite difficult, isn't it? I get quite nervous even going into a Hangout myself, and I've done them a lot, and it can be a challenge once you're in there to think of something to say, and the conversation can move quite quickly. And when you popped in there and you thought you had something relevant to the conversation, often you find 2 minutes later it's moved on and you've got nothing to add. I've known that myself a few times.
Well, that's why we need to at least prepare on some basis. Like get some facts from some fields, so you can at least have some rounds to fire.
Yeah. I often when I'm in a sort of debating situation with people, I'll end up with like dozens of browser tabs open, because I'm looking up everything that they're saying.
And try to keep up with the pace.
Yeah.
So you have to look at some big topic for like 5 seconds in order to return fire to some other guy.
Yeah.
I don't think there are even debates. It's just two guys either versus one or four guys versus one, and everyone is getting spoken over, so no one
Yeah.
really gets the word.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It is.
It's like a hot potato. No one really holds the time.
To be honest with you, I quite like it when I'm the only one, you know, and everyone is arguing against me. Because I tend to find I've got more time to make my points then.
Yeah, because the guys are arguing with each
Yeah, yeah. Whereas if there's a load of other people who agree with me, they all make my points for me, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've suddenly started yawning. I'm so...
At least not yodeling.
It's been a long day today, gosh.
I mean, morning. I think it's not morning, actually.
Morning, yeah. Sure is.
Well, it depends. Time is relative, so it's well when you think about time, it gets really messy really fast. For instance, New Year's. Everyone celebrates them differently, even though the planet could have already moved from its original position. If you get me.
Sorry, say that again.
You know, New Year's, where everyone is celebrating at their own time zone, at their own.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, for instance, half of the world would be celebrating after the world the Earth, the planet, has already moved from its, complete original spot where it was a year ago.
Right.
There needs to be like a universal time, like for the universe. But then, you get into relativity, black holes, time dilation. As I said, it gets really hard very fast.
Yes, yeah, it does, doesn't it? And I'm not that well educated on these subjects, you know. I know bits and pieces. I've got a sort of a general knowledge of stuff, but I don't know a lot of, don't know these subjects very deeply, you know.
Well, sometimes it's a bit simple, like more gravity, more time slowing.
Yeah.
But then you get into, for instance, I've seen a lot of photos that claim sort of nukes, atomic weapons are fake.
Oh, yeah, well, there's no end to the stuff they think is fake.
It's like, once you're in a flat earth, you must have fallen through every single theory that exists. 9/11,
yeah.
JFK. It's like the lowest conspiracy theory that can exist.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's true. But I guess if you're prepared to believe a flat earth and the conspiracy that would have to go alongside that, then everything else, all those other things like 9/11 and JFK, that they all look small in comparison to the whole flat earth thing. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the conspiracy that would be required.
Yeah. Alone they are very simple, but when someone tries to connect them, the conspiracy became so big that it should crumble under itself in milliseconds. Because when you, one way of making conspiracy theories is adding something to it. So, for instance, in the Apollo, moon landing hoax, they were when they were developing the whole thing, the whole program, they contacted a lot of companies to make stuff for them. Engines, throttles, nozzles.
Right.
So, in order to dismiss them is to add them to the conspiracy that they were all paid on the table.
And it becomes ridiculous then.
Yeah. It's like a conspiracy supermass criticality. If it's mass which is above that point, it's just too big to exist. It should explode.
Right. And they often say that they often sort of try and get around this by saying the word I hear a lot is compartmentalization. You know, did he go? Oh, you're back. Oh, well, welcome back. You seem to be hidden from the broadcast. That's odd. I can, don't worry, I can get you put back into the broadcast. Can you drop him in, Ellie? Oh, maybe I can do it. Oh, I can do it. I can do it. No worries. Hang on. Show in broadcast. There, you can unmute now.
Oh, I muted.
No, it's just when you drop out, we've got it set up at the moment so that when people come in, people in the Hangout can see them, but people watching can't. So that if someone comes in and shows porn, someone that we don't know, we can get rid of them before it goes out. Because if they do that, if they come on and present some porn or something like that, then the Hangout will get taken down.
Yeah.
So when you first pop in, it's in this mode at the moment where you remain hidden until someone unhides you. And I did that. I didn't realize I had the power to do it.
Okay, so the first 15 minutes you have been talking to yourself?
Oh, no. It was only because you just dropped out and came back in again. And it was only when you dropped out that you became invisible to everyone else.
A phantom.
But now you're back in. But yeah, I think you know, I hear this compartmentalization is what I hear about Apollo. You know, basically no one knew, you know, they all knew their little bit, but no one knew the whole picture. But I think the problem with that idea is that if you've just got a few people at the top that knew and everyone else is actually genuinely trying to solve the engineering problems that you need to solve to put someone on the moon, then those people are going to solve those problems. And then you end up by being able to put someone on the moon. So there's no need to hoax it. It seems to me.
Yeah, but I think where they are getting the idea of the how do you say it, the compartmentalization.
Compartmentalization.
Yeah, you know when the Manhattan projects when the Apollo 2, it was the most top secret program during the war. Like,
right.
You know, it was they were like mail censorship, army everywhere, FBI, so nothing would get out.
Right.
So in there were a lot of compartmentalization.
Yeah.
And it kind of did work, didn't it?
Well, it sort of did. I mean, the information did get out because the Russians got it, didn't they? Fairly quickly.
Yeah, some couple after 2 years after that, maybe.
But you see, the problem with that is, I think, it sort of supports what I'm saying in the Manhattan Project. They actually produced a working nuclear weapon. And
of course, someone would say that they faked it using.
Exactly.
Like bulbs.
But it seems to me, if you know, on Apollo, if only those few people at the top knew it was a hoax, everyone else would have been trying to actually put someone on the moon, and you know, there's no reason to believe they couldn't have solved the engineering problems necessary to do that. You know, their explanation of how they did it works. You know, it makes sense. So
yeah, you can actually build yourself a mini engine using you can use kerosene and liquid oxygen or kerosene like hydrogen and oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
You can try it yourself, do it yourself program.
Right.
Inevitability because you can't put yourself on the moon using only duct tape and aluminum cans. That would be very dangerous and silly.
But yeah, I would love to go.
Yeah, but it would be very interesting. Like, I know, imagine the steps put yourself on the moon in 1,000,000 steps or 1,600 steps. But the epic do-it-yourself guide.
Yeah.
Step 1, get the $5 billion to build.
Yeah. I think I don't know. Hopefully before long we'll all be taking holidays on the moon.
Well, it could be, because
Maybe in a couple of 100 years.
well, yeah, but when you look at it, for instance, when the sun goes supernova, it would burn the Earth or just turn it into plasma, burn it all.
Right.
And when it goes, when it goes to the red giant phase, and then goes to supernova, basically the atoms that made you are now scattered across the universe.
Right.
So in the end, you will become the universe. Yeah.
It's a sweet thought, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, from what you came, and then you will become stardust that were across the universe, or you can end up at someone's sandwich.
Yeah.
Kind of depressing, you know. You could be anywhere, and you end up in someone's lunch.
Yeah. Yeah, I quite like the idea of being a sandwich.
Yeah, but then the consciousness is that it's just an atom. So basically, you're just a big sack of chemicals running around, playing stuff, then dies. Doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much that's it.
And that's one thing, like, is it possible to define life and death? Like, say what's alive and what's dead?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, isn't it?
Yeah, like, at what point does life begin?
I have a friend who's a biologist, and she said that we always know when something's dead.
Because
You know,
it gets died too?
we can just look at something and know it's dead or alive, you know.
Yeah, but you know, then comes the virus.
Right, yeah.
It's not dead, it's not alive, it's in
Yeah.
between.
And then there are these organisms, aren't there? There's plenty of creatures that sort of hibernate, and there's a moth, isn't there? Like an Arctic moth that takes about 6 years, I think, to actually sort of develop. You know, it sort of hibernates for a long time.
Yeah, I bet he watches Netflix all the time.
Sorry?
I bet he watches Netflix doing that hibernation.
Right, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I've read an article that there is a virus that can reanimate dead bacteria in oceans.
Right.
So that's just the line even more. So when you come to it, either everything is dead or everything is alive.
Hmm.
Yep.
Interesting.
Because what makes a living human? Humans are made out of cells, and cells are made of components like the nucleus, Golgi complex, ribosomes, DNA. But when you take these compartments out of them, they are just big sack of protein that reacts chemically. Everything reacts chemically with itself.
Right.
So, yeah, life.
Life, yes. It's amazing thing.
It's the worst game I've ever played.
So, have you seen any other internet crazies in your travels, or just flat earthers?
Well, I watched examples. Like, I don't know, up to this point, I was just communicating by, you know, comments, like
Right.
by like quoting them, and then this is something their votes to the basic level, and then debunk them. And there are like three outcomes from this process. One is that they don't reply.
Right.
the other one is they reply with message that they are gonna reply, but in the end they're not gonna reply. And the third one is that they put something so complex that the most ridiculous, biggest words that you can ever imagine. So
Right.
trying to interpret it is impossible. It's like a pile of garbage words.
Yeah, word salad.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. So how you're gonna, unsolve it?
The thing is with comments, and I used to do a lot of commenting. I do probably quite a lot less now. But I think the thing is with comments is it's for me. I used to find it really time consuming. I mean, I think I write good comments, and I think they're quite long, but God, I take a long time to write them. Maybe 2 hours or something. I'm like, oh my God, I've wasted 2 hours on a comment that probably no one will ever read.
Yeah, sometimes you see something like that requires an answer, a comment, because it's either very simple or very stupid. So you can smack it down in like 3 words, but then you realize, why should I? It's just simple. They just
Sometimes I just give up on a conversation. I've had a bit of a to and fro with people, and I just give up because I just think I'm not getting anywhere. I've said what I've got to say. They don't accept it. They're never going to accept it. So I might as well just forget it. Move on. Go and comment on somebody else's video.
Yeah, some of the comments can. Yeah, but if you're lucky, some of the comments can end up in a friendly chat.
Yeah. Occasionally that happens, but I think I find being in the Hangouts quite liberating in that sense. You actually get to have the conversation with.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for the response.
Right.
You don't have to wait 3 months to see a comment that says "fuck you."
Yeah.
You can see it in 3 seconds.
Yeah. But these days, it's quite hard to find people to sort of have the conversation with. I keep ending up in rooms and everyone's a glober. And, there are no flat earthers to be found. So,
well, that's good news, isn't it?
I guess it is. But I do enjoy having the conversation,
It's very fun. Once time I thought about that. Never did really answer the question, so he danced around the topic, saying it's not my duty to provide you evidence, it's your duty to provide evidence to my claim.
Right. Yeah.
And I had to grab a cushion because I don't want to break my head when I bang at the desk.
Yeah, I often find that they'll make claims and then you say, well, where's that come from? Give me a citation for that. And they say, oh, I'm not doing your homework for you. You go and look it up.
Yeah, even though they're on homework in the first
place. Yeah, I think, hold on. It's your claim and I have to find the evidence for it. How does that work?
Yeah, the burden of proof lies on the one who makes the claim.
Yeah.
But it sometimes, because if you can dismiss something that doesn't have evidence with no evidence.
Right.
Yeah, but then they say, well, tell me evidence that your dismissal of my evidence absent argument is valid. Sometimes that doesn't even make sense. Yeah.
Yes, it's a magical, mystical world, the world of the flat earther.
Yeah, it's it's at the same time frustrating and being in another world,
fascinating.
Going back in time, when the Dark Ages, when everyone was
a
witch or a Nesapate legend, who was it? How come the conspiracy be so big and small at the same time? They claim that every country collaborates with itself. Russia, America, all under the same people. Meanwhile, they're not taking big. For instance, they claim you are paid by them. But if I'm paid and I have very low skills, I'm just a guy going through the internet, being a modest troll. How come there are not better paid jobs for that?
Right, yeah. Yeah.
There be an army of NASA paid trolls.
Yeah. I would love it if NASA paid me for this. The hours I put in on it, I'd get paid a lot.
Yeah, but sometimes you get paid in laughs.
Right.
When a claim is so stupid, you can't even react. You're just sitting here and wondering.
Yeah.
How did they become like this? What went wrong?
Yeah. Yeah. That's so true.
Like, is this even possible? Can people be really this stupid? You can lose your faith in humanity by reading the first 3 videos that come when you type in, for instance, false gravity, flat Earth, density is the answer, buoyancy, or weight. I'd even say I've ever seen weight as the answer for an alternative force for gravity, even though when you determine weight, there's the gravity constant in the equation, so you need gravity to
even calculate it. Yeah. I don't know.
Even a 2-minute Google search would provide them enough evidence to at least not cause serious damage to skull by facepalm.
Yeah.
They're asking questions and not seeking the answers. Like, why is that working? Why is that so that way? If you want answers, look for them. You have internet, the biggest knowledge book in history, and yet use it to post these shitty claims.
It's a shame, isn't it? I guess that's the thing, though, isn't it? With as you say, we have all this information at our fingertips.
It's like the more info we have, the more knowledge, the less we know.
Yeah, I think that's true.
We rely on them because people think that if they can find a page that can disprove something, it must be true. Like, I can bet that there's a page that says every president is a voodoo doll in disguise, and people would read it and believe it. Just because it's on internet and has an opposite. It's in opposition to the basic things, basic life.
There was a team from Italy, an Italian university, that were looking into conspiracy theories, and they started putting fake conspiracy theories, posting them on Facebook pages and things like that, to see if they could inject conspiracies into the whole conspiracy theory community. And what they discovered was that it didn't matter. They couldn't come up with anything ridiculous enough for people not to just accept it and start spreading it around the conspiracy theory community. So they kept coming up with these, silly conspiracy theories, getting progressively more silly, and people still believed them. I mean, I think one of the last ones they did was that chemtrails were Viagra. They were spraying Viagra.
Well, at least an army didn't rise up. An opposition didn't rise.
Yeah.
With chemtrails, it's very, it's like seeing what you want to see, because you can't even distinguish them between a contrail and a chemtrail, because they're basically the same thing. It's
right.
Condensed water in the air.
Right.
Like, I can post a normal contrail and say it's chemtrail, and everyone would believe it, just because it looks like a thing that's left by a plane. And even I can ask a question that if the elite /lizard/evil Jews want to poison us, why are they poisoning the air? Because they are breathing the air. How they are poisoning themselves.
Right. Yeah. And there'd be such easier ways of poisoning a population.
Yeah, like McDonald's, KFC.
Yeah, or just drop something in the water. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, but then comes the whole fluoride thing.
Right.
Even though we have it in a toothpaste.
Yeah. And it's in loads of things, isn't it? It's found naturally in lots of things.
Yeah. Oh, like, yeah, just like
In like fruit and vegetables
yeah.
and things like
So
that.
here comes the thing. You know about the whole thing about vaccines cause autism.
Right.
Yeah, it turns out that you know what's formaldehyde. One of the things that it's claimed to cause autism.
Right, yeah.
There's more formaldehyde from like you get more formaldehyde from a grapefruit than from a vaccine. So
Right.
do grapefruits cause autism? Or for instance, they claim that because there's a compound, mercury tyrone something, it's a molecule that contains mercury, and they claim that just because they contain mercury, it must be poison because mercury itself in the the metal state is cause neurologic damage. Meanwhile, they put salt in their food. Salt is basically chlorine and sodium. Chlorine was a battle gas used in World War I, used to kill people with an horrible death. Sodium is an element that can explode with, I think, just water. It turns into hydroxide, sodium hydroxide that is that can damage your skin. And yet they use those both compounds together to salt their food. Like, do they even understand a basic level of chemistry? That when you
Right.
put something into something, it behaves differently because the atom shell is differently configured. Like,
Yeah.
just this thing that just first they seem illogical, and then they seem more illogical. Then you just ask, how did that happen? How could normally reasonable people that believe this thing can they actually check before they speak? You know, check the claims and check the sources.
Right.
At a basic level, like not reading Wikipedia, but like going through the citations that Wikipedia put in its articles. When that it's not that hard, you just double click and it's done.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The original thing.
You're right. You're definitely right.
Well, I'm not right. I consider myself to be a bit left than right. You know.
Yeah.
All these conspiracies, like, shouldn't be gone by now. Like, we have schools everywhere. The whole world, education is at best, and still we have these peculiar accidents.
Right.
And yeah, it's like, how come they exist? Like, they aren't even supposed to exist.
Yeah. I hear you.
Well, I found that maybe one of the reasons is that it's an effect studied by psychologists. Like, it's based on an event in 1996. A man was caught naked in a shop stealing with lemon juice squirted all around him. And when the police asked him what he was doing, he thought that because lemon juice was used to write like hidden like invisible codes.
Right.
It could make him invisible.
Yeah, I think I've heard that one before. Yeah.
The less you know, you think the more you know, but the more you start to learn, the then you realize how less you know.
Right.
So, so people with confidence, with confidence that made a 1-2 minute Google search and found a BuzzFeed article, they're like, I don't know, 40% of all the conspiracy theories. Because they have confidence but not information.
Right.
So when they post a video about how, say it, you know, the video with the ISS with that saying that the footage with the thermal door.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, and they are saying, how is it possible? They're so sloppy, even though they're so close to figuring this shit out.
Yeah.
And yet they're presenting absence of answers as evidence for no answers.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one, the bendy door.
Yeah, the floppy one, the cartoon one, cardboard.
Right. Yeah.
And one of the most people that debunk these things have been in the conspiracy business before, because when you start to realize, like, if you believe in 4 theories, like conspiracy theories, and then you figure out one conspiracy being wrong, you start to see similarities between them, like they have the similar characteristics. So then you realize that they are just bogus errors in making.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that when I was like 9 years old, I used to believe Jeranism. Oh no, wait, not that guy. You know, spread science. You know that? Spread science.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
With Jordan, the puppet guy.
Yeah.
I used to watch the 1 hour long ones, and I would believe all of it, all of that shit.
Right. Yeah, I probably would have done when I was younger, but I don't know.
People at young age are so gullible to these things.
Yeah, I think you want to believe things like that when you're young.
Yeah,
you know, because you want there to be magic in the world and
yeah,
mysterious stuff. And I used to do Ouija boards and believed in ghosts and all sorts of things. UFOs and
yeah, you used to that.
But after a bit, you sort of. As the years go by, you just sort of grow out of it. There are no, there are no big revelations, and I don't know.
Yeah, unless you grow up with it and become, for instance, Jainism or BS detector.
Yeah. Jeranism. He's a character. That one.
Yeah. It's more for laughs than views.
Yeah.
You know that the most viewed video about the flat Earth, the one with the 1 million and something views. When you go to the comments, it's mostly like 90% people saying it's a globe, you dipshits.
Yeah.
One of the reason, I think one of the main reasons is that it's just clickbait, because people want to see drama. They want to see controversy.
Yeah.
So, when that thing with the Bob rapper happened, I can guarantee that there's a search in Google search about Flat Earth, and people would just click the first video they would see and look at it.
Yeah.
I think views should be counted as how long does the user watch the video, because if
yes, minutes watched or seconds watched, I think would be a lot more of an interesting metric, wouldn't it, than just how many people viewed it.
The whole thing.
Because I bet you a load of people go, "Oh my God," and turn it off.
Yeah, before I punch my screen to itsy bitsy bits.
Yeah.
Out of the things that please, like the people making the videos, they seem to can't learn how to make episodes because from they can make 3 hours long.
I know. All flat Earth videos are like
Yeah.
that, aren't they? They're
Like,
so long.
Yeah, half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, they
Even-
just don't care, do they?
Even fucking 4 hours of that shit. You would need a fucking Semtex to clean your face off when you're done watching that because all the shit that is put through you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, and even how are you going to address all these claims? Because they're going to fire those things like a fucking machine gun.
Yeah.
And most of them would be just blank question like, why that? Why isn't that? Like arguments from ignorance and incredulity.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, so many.
Yeah.
So many of them. It's even sort of bound up in the whole, you believe you live on a spinning ball, spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I mean, that in itself is the beginnings of an argument from incredulity.
Yeah, the first thing they do, they don't make the argument, they try to ridicule the argument. So it's easier to dismiss it. Like, you really believe that you can wait the whole Earth is being in a shack awaiting 2 balls.
Yeah. That was John LeBon the other day, wasn't it? Doing that one, I heard that. Yeah.
That's all of them. All of them.
Yeah.
They even can't agree on a single model. Like some say the sun is 5,000 miles away, or some 3,000 miles away. Some say it's on the dome. Or some say it's floating around, not even explaining why it floats around. Maybe magic. Maybe. And even if they like to dig holes in the heliocentricity while ignoring their fucking black holes.
Right.
Like 80% of the claims of the model is just anecdotal. They don't can't even explain what keeps their sun up.
Yeah.
I've once seen a video that tried to explain it by using superconductivity. You know when you freeze like some ceramic disc, can you?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And the thing is, I just asked, since when is hydrogen supermagnetic under?
Oh well, they think that the moon is made of celestine.
Celestine. That's what.
It is actually a mineral, and it can have some magnetic properties, I think. So
yeah.
That's why they came up with that one.
Yeah, I've once seen that meteorites are made of perlite.
It's also called celestite sometimes as well. It's the same stuff though.
Yeah, and they don't. The thing is, they don't tell you how did they discover it. They just tell you that. That's it.
Yeah, the moon is made of celestine now.
Meanwhile, they get Meanwhile, they get the other side for just believing the stuff they teach them.
Yeah, we've made up this story, and now we've found some stuff that can comport with our story. Yeah. So we're going to go with that. We're going to just say it's made of celestine because that kind of slightly makes sense. So,
by doing that, you're creating 50 other holes in your theory.
Yeah.
You can solve one without creating a bunch of others. Like, I've seen a video that claimed that the meteorites are made of perlite.
Right, yeah, I think I've seen that one.
Yeah, they heat the dome that is somehow made of translucent perlite, and they fall, and somehow magic happens, and then it falls as a chunk of iron.
Right.
They at least needs a unite theory, so it could be better at other things, because when you use the data to use trigonometry on the model, they say, where did you get the data? Where did you get the 5 1,000-mile altitude when it's obviously 3,000.
Yeah.
I don't know, make a wiki or something. Have a uniform form of data, so we can actually address you as a one. Didn't you like have a forum or something, a flat Earth forum? They even distrust each other, saying that everyone makes their theory worse. Meanwhile, they say that sun is made of, I don't know, gasoline or something. They did never actually say what's the sun made of, did they?
No. They have various ideas, but you know, they always take the stance that they're figuring this stuff out. You know.
It takes them like 100 years to figure this shit out.
Yeah.
100 years, and they still use the same claims.
Yeah, and nothing to back them up. I mean, I don't know.
You had 100 years to figure this shit out. I don't expect you will figure it out next morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, they think it's all new age and it's a revolution. Meanwhile, the theory has been just hanging around like for the past 200 years. People used to believe the Earth was a sphere long before Columbus.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's funny because I think sometimes, they like to claim ancient knowledge.
Yeah.
People believe the Earth was flat, 2,000 years ago. They knew, they were wise with their ancient knowledge.
Yeah, but even so, even if...
And then, as you say, they'll say, "Oh well, we haven't had time to figure it out yet."
Yeah, 1,000 years, not enough time. Like we can put a man to the moon in like 7 years, but they can't figure it out what the sun made of for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, we did it in like under 200. Solar spectroscopy.
Right.
And even then, they say, "How do you know the sun is made of hydrogen? Did you scoop it out or something?" Like, just go to school, you imbecile.
Yeah.
Come back when your school work is not riddled with F words.
I think I'm about ready for bed.
Yeah, enjoy 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
I think it will make like 2 minutes long dream or something.
I should get an extra hour, shouldn't I?
Yeah, but it's Saturday, isn't it? Sunday.
Yeah.
You can sleep till next morning.
Oh God, no! I've got to get up and do stuff.
Yeah, life.
There's always stuff to do.
Yeah. The worst video game is life.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah,
you have unearthed elements. It's paid to win, and you can't start over. You can't even save.
Yeah, so true.
Pay to win.
Mm-hmm.
Free to
Yeah.
play. Yeah, no.
There's a lot of in-game purchases, aren't there?
Yeah. It's got out of griefers and trolls. And a lot of lag, glitches, bugs, like tuberculosis.
Yeah.
Plague.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna have to go to bed, mate. I'm nodding off. I don't know whether I can leave this.
Well, yeah.
Is LED here?
Yeah, you mean that white?
Yeah.
I haven't heard it since.
But he's the host, you see. So
yeah, I think I think he's only asleep.
Yeah, maybe. I don't want to abandon his hangout.
Well,
He
I
was
think
he was awake a little while ago.
yeah, I think he already did.
About 2 hours ago, he was awake.
And I think he was just sleepwalking
Yeah,
or talking.
I could kick him from the hangout. That would end it then.
Yeah. Commit suicide.
Yeah, there isn't long left anyway, because on YouTube it's saying it's 7 hours old and it ends at 8 hours. Not quite sure what time it started.
Yeah, and still we have 13 viewers.
Yeah. Oh, we're down to 8 now.
Yeah. If you are watching this video, please get a life and go to sleep.
Well, we're very interesting chaps to listen to, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to join before, but I just couldn't pick the right time.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? But don't give up. Just keep,
Yeah.
you just have to keep pounding away at it, and
Yeah.
there are some good hangouts where there's some good conversations happening. It's not all shouty and horrible,
Not all of it. Like how much? Assume we have 100 hangouts. How many of them would be riddled with these moments of shouting and
Oh God, most of it.
90, 88.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, it depends. I mean, some of them what you tend to find is a lot of the time you've got a lot of people agreeing with each other.
Yeah.
So and when that starts happening, then what you tend to find is they start talking about other stuff fairly quickly because they get bored. So before long, they hang out. They're talking about movies or games or something like that. But for actual real conversation, I don't know. It's probably about 10% of the time. It's not a big proportion, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better than others. It seems to go through periods where it's better, and then periods where it's not so good.
A lot of hangouts that were like for hardest time, it's just one user fighting for the others. Then there are 3 users that are on the same side. Then 2 of them leave, and one stay. At the moment, 3 bad sides join, and it's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. The balance changes a bit, doesn't it, over time?
I think it's just pure chaos.
Yeah, I've been in some bad ones, but I've been in plenty of good ones.
Yeah. Just before we leave, what was the most stupidest argument you've ever heard?
Oh, dear.
Screen punching, desk breaking argument, or guess.
I don't know. What is the worst?
I don't even want to call it argument. It's just blur at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. What have I? There's so much silliness. What have I heard? Oh, I guess. I mean, one of the daftest things I saw was when, but I won't say who it was, but Red's Rhetoric had said he was trying to explain about how rockets work in a vacuum.
Oh no!
Right, and
yeah,
and what he'd said was that if you were to, the example he'd given was if you were to sit on an office chair and throw a medicine ball, the office chair would be propelled backwards. So one of the flat earthers tried to do this, and he had like a dumbbell, but he didn't realize that he had to he got confused. The word thrust had been mentioned a few times in this when they're talking about rockets. So he thought all he had to do was thrust this dumbbell. So sit on his chair and have his dumbbell and just move his arms in and out. and that somehow that would propel him forward. That somehow that was representative of what goes on in a rocket. But actually seeing him do it live made it was just hilarious. It was just classic.
Oh my god.
You know, because you're thinking, because he's saying, right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Look, I've got a chair, I've got a dumbbell. And you're thinking, right, he's actually going to prove himself wrong. You know, he's actually going to do it. He's going to throw that dumbbell, and that chair's going to go flying, and then he'll get it. You know what I mean? And all the time you're thinking this, and then he doesn't throw it at all. He just pumps with it. You think, oh no!
Yeah. And imagine, like, if someone
so close, you know,
imagine
didn't get it.
Imagine if someone would join at that precise moment. He was throwing it. He was attempting to throw it out, and that person would say, "How the heck have I did that on a fitness video?"
This is it, and I mean the other sort of suspense was built into it, because you're thinking he's inside and he's going to throw that dumbbell across the room. My God, it's bound to break something. You must understand that, you know. You're thinking this, and then and at the same time you're thinking, and he's going to prove himself wrong at the same time, and then none of it happens. You know?
Yeah, I have a very important question about this event, and you have to answer me honestly. Did he fall off the chair?
No, he didn't. No, he just.
That would be the finale, grand finale.
It would have been, wouldn't it? It would have been beautifully ironic if he had. Yeah, but no, he didn't. But it's very funny when he did it. I did enjoy it. That was one of my better moments, I guess.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we do this, because circus is too expensive.
Sorry?
Yeah, but one of the minor reasons why we do this, arguing, is that circus are too expensive, and
right, yeah,
this is basically free.
Yeah. You get to see crazy people. It's great fun.
Yeah, it's one thing seeing dumb people do dumb thing on a video, like on a Facebook post, but it's another to actually see them in action. Like, but just like, what did you expect? What did you expect from that action? Yeah, do you at least have a basic, planning capabilities? Like, what would happen? What could happen? Yeah, but they all just want their own experience of looking stupid, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'll.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah. I think we should kill him, the lab or something, the lab, and this 7-hour spectacle.
Yeah, I think we should. He hasn't responded, so
yeah. So
I can't eject him.
Have you used crowbar or tried to crowbar?
It doesn't matter though, because no one can broadcast them. No, if anyone comes in, they could talk to us, but they wouldn't be broadcast anyway. So
yeah,
it wouldn't really matter if I left it open.
If you are watching this video, please at least comment something so we know you're still alive or present.
Yeah, is anyone alive out there?
Can we die with clean consciousness?
There are 8 people watching.
Yeah, but are they watching?
9. Somebody just joined. Somebody new just joined.
Hello, Nobi. Please Please prove you're alive and not a chatbot. Please write the letter S in the chat. So we know you're not a spyware or NASA.
Yeah.
That evil group organization. I think they have Dr. Evil in charge as their director. From the Austin Powers. Lasers.
No, Not one person has.
Okay, so I think we can end this with clean consciousness. So
Yeah, I think so. It's good to meet you, Far. Anyway, make sure you come again, won't you? Because I'm sure you've got plenty of good stuff to add to the conversation.
yeah, I did. Yeah, I can end them or begin them. Oh. I'll just stand by and try to get a word, and then wait an hour before anyone comes down, so you can say at least one word.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, we'll get some better ones going. I think it's developed over time, the whole debate scene, and it's gone through a bit of a bad patch. But I think better things might be to come.
Yeah, like at least witnessing the death of the Flat Earth movement.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we are. Yeah.
Like 50 years or so before the last one admits stubbornly that he might be wrong.
No.
Because he's in a space elevator going up. So,
some of them will go to the grave with it, I think, mate.
Yeah, go with
You
it.
know.
At least they will have a flat coffin.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they will rise from the tomb and say, "You see, I was flat coffin, flat Earth, boom, logic."
Yeah, I can see that happening.
Yeah, because I don't know if I remember. This is the last thing I'll say. One video, like 30 seconds long. I think it was a joke or something, because there's a guy saying flat desk, flat foot, flat table, flat floor, flat Earth. Except that. Okay, good night. Have a coma.
Yeah, oh well. Oh, he left. Wow. In that case, I will too.